And welcome on into the stream, everyone. Welcome. Hope you are having a fantastic time. Day, night, afternoon, whatever it is in your neck of the woods. Welcome on into our Babylon stream. I realize the volume on my side is blasting. There we go. How are you all doing? Hope you all are ready. I have been so excited to play Babylon since I saw the very first leaks that it was even coming. And Inert is lots of fun. But Babylon and his purple lads are where I thrive. So if you do not know any of the purple tinted armor factions, or if they have any kind of accents that are purple, they tend to be my favorite in any of the Total War games, like Byzantium from Medieval 2, and even Slaanesh over with Warhammer. Slaanesh is my favorite demon faction, even if they are a little bit suspicious in all forms. Welcome in. Let's see. We've got hey gaming neighbor. Welcome on in. Good to have you. We'll just go ahead and start right on up. We're going to go ahead and have Adad-Shuma-Asur as our lord and faction leader this time. He is going to be considered the protector. Adad-Shuma is concerned with protecting Babylon and its legacy above all else. Given his background as a merchant, he favors diplomacy as a way of settling problems, yet he'll go to war without hesitation if it serves his plans better. Persistent opportunist, he will take advantage of his opponent's mistakes, be they political, economic, or military. His idea of expansion is one of deliberate development, not eager conquest. This does not make him passive. To the contrary, he will do anything to ensure Babylon is still standing when the dust finally settles. And indeed, we are going to be starting up with a pretty fun... we are in the corner, kind of nestled between the Tigris and the Euphrates. We've got enemies kind of all around, or at least potential enemies all around, and potential allies here up north with the actual crown of Assyria. So we'll see what we can... out of devious machinations we can get up to. For this campaign, we're not going to be playing on normal, we're going to be playing on hard campaign difficulty, but normal for battle difficulty, because I like all of our units to maintain their identity. I want 2 units of Akkadian farmers, should they clash, to be a complete coin toss as to which one is going to win, with no other outside additions being added. So if our guys are a little bit more elite, they should win that fight more often than not. So we'll just keep things on normal hard. As soon as they do add, hopefully they do, CA, please add the stat slider for the enemy difficulty. That way we can get rid of all of their cheats, and they can just be more smart. For campaign customization, we are going to go ahead... Oh, it deleted it again, did it? So I've got a preset already loaded on up. It's going to be the proper campaign. Then there's one other thing I want to change. What this is going to do is give us higher resource deposits. Settlements that have stone, gold, and I think it's any of the resources you can farm. They have a set amount of 20,000 you can have on the map, and then after that you still receive that resource. It's just going to be, I think it's halved or more, so you receive quite a bit less of it. We're going to go ahead and reset our settlement resource deposits to 50,000. That way it takes a lot longer for that to go ahead and to kick on and take effect. The other thing we're going to go ahead and do, if I put it on this main one, is we're going to change the frequency of how often the disasters happen. So I'm not going to put it all the way up on high, where we're going to have earthquake every single day and volcanoes start exploding left and right. But we are going to put it up on medium, that way disasters have a slight higher chance of actually happening. Make things a little bit more interesting. We're also going to come on in and change the battle terrain severity. So all of the terrain is going to have different effects on your different armor classes of unit. And we're going to have it set to high, that way those values are going to be increased by 15%. So we're really going to want to take advantage of the terrain and watch out for it for our own units that might not be able to handle mud very well, like our heavy infantry or our chariots. Should be quite fun. For the AI, you can actually change a whole bunch of good stuff, but it doesn't actually change the cheats they get. So you can't turn off, say, all the extra combat stats and morale they get if you put it on veteran, which we will hopefully be able to change later on. Let's apply all these changes and we'll get this campaign going. For any who have seen this little intro, it is a new one for Dynasties. We'll go ahead and watch it through. Also, we did have a little bit of a sip of coffee here and prepare our thoughts for the campaign. Onward. Also, hey, Vernon Thoughts, welcome on in. I'm currently playing as Adad as well. I'm having so much fun. He's by far my favorite of the Mesopotamian factions. It's gonna lag a second while I change the volume.
I am Meneptah. No, I am the great Pharaoh Meneptah. 10 years ago, I inherited the throne in the shadow of my father. The strong bull, the protector of Egypt, the chosen of Ra and beloved of Amun, the mighty Pharaoh, Ramses the Second.
Oh yeah, his little eye roll was the best. He's heard it 100 times before.
Egypt has flourished throughout my reign, but now I sense the eyes of Set upon me, and dark times are coming.
We'll have to watch the whole thing for this part every single time.
What will happen to my kingdom after my soul slips into the eternal lands of the afterlife?
A whole bunch of bad stuff. Have I tried the Hittites yet? I haven't post Dynasties, but the Hittites were one of my favorites to play. I pretty much avoided the Canaanites. It was Hittites and the Egyptians. So I played lots of Shubululiuma. His campaign is very difficult and a whole bunch of fun. Karunta is incredibly powerful. I've said some of the other factions are the Khorne, which Irsu, but I actually consider Karunta to be the Khorne faction because they have heavy armor and I don't think they have any missiles at all.
The city of Babylon, a gem coveted by all throughout its glorious history. Its leader, Adad-Shuma-Asur, a noble king determined to restore his kingdom to its former splendor, will face daunting obstacles on his way. Relentless Elamite raids press on the Babylonian borders, eyeing the kingdom and its riches with greed. They dream of their own empire. Should their attempt at conquest succeed, they would become a threat to all. Assyrian influence adds to Babylon's precarious situation. The rival empire has no intention of surrendering, and seeks to regain its lost lands. Beyond Assyria, the Hittite Empire also looks in Babylon's direction. Mighty Hittite kings have long desired the wealth and treasures of the city.
Nah, me and Shubi are buds.
They quietly prepared to launch a war campaign.
He's sending us gifts, don't worry about it.
Lastly, the Canaanite tribes south of Hatti are easily overlooked. But if they reach the Euphrates River, they may wreak havoc across the lands of Sumer and Akkad. The land will not be merciful to the aspiring Babylonian king. He must be cunning in both diplomacy and battle, placating and conquering his numerous foes as the situation best dictates.
Indeed. Alright, here is our lovely faction summary, and we'll see if we can keep Shupi on side for as long as we can. Babylon is very, very good at keeping enemies at arm's length until you need to give them the knife. So we get to start off with some kind of fun faction buildings. Babylon is meant to kind of play tall, where you really only claim Babylon and the cult centers, but we're going to do whatever we want. You have the foreign envoys residence, which is going to increase our gold income and diplomatic relations with all of our other factions, only by +1, so it's a very small bump to relations, but a 15 increase to your gold. We'll have the Palace of Pleasures, for when you get off work and you need some happiness. Gives you some happiness, some replenishment, some influence, and some workforce growth. We are going to have to deal with administration burden, which actually is not necessarily a bad thing. I think they brought this over from Troy. We saw it last time, where as you build up more units and buildings, we'll have buffs and debuffs to deal with kind of going on, where you have to have a lot more recruitment cost with gold for units, and a lot more upkeep cost for bronze and food. It's pretty hefty. The last one there is going to be the Scribes and Mathematics and Astrologers building, which will give us more movement in this province, more influence, construction cost reduction for all outposts, construction time reduction for all outposts, and a little bit more administration burden. This is just an upgraded version of those roads. Alright, for our faction units, we're going to have kind of a split combo for any who have played over with Warhammer 3 and the Chaos Dwarves. It's something very similar. We've got a armored Selulu unit, which is going to count as their slave warriors. They are usually just lightly armored slave units, very good at being expendable, and unfortunately just soaking up arrows where your other troops don't want to. Babylonian nobles, which are kind of your elite squad, but they are going to be a taskmaster unit, where as long as they are nearby the Selulu, they will actually buff up their combat stats and their morale, which is very good. So you kind of want to have your front line be your Selulu, and then the taskmasters be there to buff the units up and flank the enemy. Pretty good stuff. For our commands, we'll unlock this when Court rolls on around. We will be able to use this command to give us extra recruitment slots at the cost of workforce growth. And we'll also be able to, if we don't use the command, every 6 turns you will be given a Selulu unit at random, depending on how many cult centers you control, which is pretty dang good. For our court itself, we can use a royal invective to instantly foil all plots started by the chosen court position holder. It'll lower our relations with that faction though, so we will want to use that kind of sparingly. For each plot foiled against you, you gain an additional court action. Oh, nice. You want to make enemies and then foil those plots. Sweet business. Let's go ahead and get on in. We have 2 armies to deal with right off the start, and this second one will run from you just about every time. I've tried to disband units in Adad's army. I took out almost all of our Selulu units, down to just the chariots and I think the specialists, the Kapesh guys, and they still wouldn't fight, so I think they're hard-coded to run from you initially, so we're going to go ahead and keep that in mind. Here, actually, in the first little bit before we do any fighting whatsoever, we do start with a native muster field, which grants us Akkadian farmers, which we can actually already recruit just because we own land in, we come on out to the map, the realm that is Mot Asur, or Mot Tamti, that is. So the Mot Tamti realm, which is pretty large, is where you're going to be getting all of those specific units. So in this area, unlike the Mot Asur, if you're playing over on Hana Galbot, here, I'm going to go ahead and turn that off so it's not purple the entire time. Your guys don't have access to any javelins, and you will get archers in your second tier. But it takes a little bit of time to get there, so what we're going to go ahead and do is demolish this building, get them on out, and we're going to throw in the slave hovels. That way we can get some slings and some of our Selulu units, the base kind of spear runners and swordsmen. All of your faction units are going to perform quite a bit better than the native units, so whenever you can, especially in this case where we're only getting our farmers from the first tier, which are actually pretty good. They're an armor-piercing unit that runs in with a bunch of looks like a bunch of rakes and hoes and just beats the brakes off of guys. Adad starts with some common medium armor, giving him I think 70 armor and then a good old 10% more melee defense. He's got a common medium shield, which is pretty dang decent. Blocks 55% of missile fire, and this includes javelins. So slings, arrows, and javelins, it'll block 55% of that, which is fantastic with all the lethality changes. And then we have the Minoan Spear, so 4 more melee defense, and then charge defense versus large. So he is kind of a, at least not a heavy, but still a anvil style general for you to use a little bit in the back line, but we'll use him as kind of a reinforcement anvil. He also starts with the Keys of Divine Wisdom, which is going to be unique to him since he is the King of Babylon. We'll grant him 5 additional legitimacy and more workforce growth for the province he is sitting in. Very good for this first couple turns. We're going to be kind of hanging out in Babylon and recruiting up some extra troops. We are also going to, as you saw probably Zatan in the thumbnail, we are going to be bringing in all of the big overseers from Total War, the big legendary lords, for the Chaos Dwarves. So our very first lord we're going to recruit actually pretty early on here. We're going to do it over here in Uruk, so that way we can get recruitment for this general and Adad both, since they are in 2 different provinces. You start with Babylon proper, which is a large settlement, very similar to your Hell Pit, or I'm trying to think of any others, like the Galleon's Graveyard over in Warhammer. You got lots of extra provincial building slots, but at the cost of it's the only settlement there, so if you lose it, and it's a really bad time. You do have a nice landmark to start with, which is Itimanaki. Gives you more movement into this province, as well as some legitimacy. If you go ahead and interact with it, you gain some more morale, which is not bad, especially for your Salulu units. You also start with a Shrine of Marduk, giving us happiness and food production. The Shrine of Marduk allows you to produce lots of food very early on, that's why we already have quite a bit of it coming our way. Over here in Uruk, we're going to go ahead and upgrade, pop in that general. We're going to find one that has some good upkeep production, which is going to be this top skill here. So Assistant the Adventurer, or Sisset the Adventurer, Marson the Cheerful Entertainer, or Dungi the Adventurer. None of them have anything in terms of actual replenishment or upkeep production. We'll go ahead and snap Assisted here, then, since he is the youngest, has a pretty decent trait. You hang out here in Uruk.
I have carried the burden of my duty for a long time.
For about 5 seconds. I mean, you're quite dramatic. Either way, get you some armors.
10,000 correct actions.
10,000 correct actions. Alright. We'll do one last little spot of building here where we are going to go ahead and upgrade the Mud Baths. Gives you lots of bumps up to your happiness. The higher your happiness is, the more workforce growth and more morale you get for your troops when you recruit them. Pretty dang solid. We'll also go ahead, since we have no more workforce growth, I guess do nothing. You know what? Mud Baths, get out of here. Instead, we're going to grab these Silt Farm Canals, give us even more food, and then 2 workforce growth. And then, we're going to grab Adad and shard right on into this clown here. So Adad has no extra goodies like we have with Ninurta, where you can put him on a chariot. He's just a spear lad. We do have some Siraku levies, which have a Kupesh. We have some armored Salulu swords, which are good hold the line unit. They have some pretty decent melee defense. Nothing really else. Good melee defense, pretty decent shield, and kind of medium armor. Salulu spears are going to be good for charging into flanks, because they got high lethality on those stabs, so every time they do land a hit, they've got 14% chance to kill someone, which is pretty dang solid. We also got a unit of Siraku archers, which don't have the most range, but they do have an axe, so if they do run out of arrows and have to charge on in, they'll get a little bit of a nice bump to their damage against shield units, which is pretty good. They are also kind of our first Taskmaster unit we've seen besides these Siraku boys. So all of your Siraku units are pretty much the Taskmasters. They also have a trait called Urban Warrior, so as long as they're inside a settlement, they'll be much faster and have the good stats too. So they're actually very good at conquering settlements or defending their own. We've also got the Salulu Slings here, which we're going to be able to recruit more of. They've got pretty good range, allowing you to outrange the enemy's archers. They will be bringing in... market these Akkadian archers later on, which are pretty decent against us if we didn't have slings of our own. But since they have very low armor with 25, every single rock that connects with one of their skulls is a very high chance of just dropping that unit outright. So we should have very good opportunities to deal with all the archers coming in. That's why we're getting these slave hovels now. Alright, Adad. To battle. Also, all the rest of our units when we hit the field. Alright, auto-resolve thinks we're going to drop kick the Chingu through the wall, and I think we will. By the Greenbeards. Oh, battle donkeys. We need to drag some of these guys in. That's speaking of, if you've played over with the Peliset recently, and if you know if those horse carts or the ox carts are good now, they look like they'd be great, because you come in and you drop in a bunch of Marines wherever you want them, or you're just riding around in a big old honking cart full of dudes. But then as soon as you drop those guys off, they're terrible in a fight, and they just get annihilated. And then if they lose those ox carts, which they go park nearby, and the enemy can still go blow them up, then they can't get back in their oxen, and you have like a group of 60 dudes just running around doing nothing. Kind of weird. They're very elite, though. Storm? Nah. That rain will ruin our beautiful clothes. We shall deploy. The rain sound's going to kick in for a little bit longer. Let's see. So they've got a lot of mud they're going to have to be trudging through. We should probably set up kind of... We can kind of set up behind this mud here. There's lots of water, lots of mud for them to worry about, so we'll go ahead and grab our swordsmen, have them be the front line. Spears to the sides of them, but slightly back, because we do want them charging in. Acadian farmers are not the best, but we don't have any on our side to show. Well, cool, we can see them here. They actually have pretty good armor piercing, and they have a bonus versus shields. Oh, maybe they lost some of their armor piercing. I could have swore they had more than that. Either way, they do have a nice bonus versus shields, so even if they don't seem like they're the best, they do bite pretty hard. So we'll go ahead and grab our Babylonian chariots, put them over here. Actually, one of the worst bow chariots in the entire game, but they're more than they have, so we'll take it. Babylonian specialists will go ahead and pop in the shrubbery here. It cause all sorts of problems. I'm actually going to go ahead and grab these other Selulu spears just in case they need help and they need to fall back. And use someone as an anvil. Go ahead and throw the other slingers with them. And we'll try to harass kind of their front line before they get close. And then let our archers rain havoc while they cross the mud. Hello, Felipe. Welcome on in. So, Babylon or the Mitanni, who is better? Well, I don't know. That's kind of up to you. Babylon's my favorite, but I'm a bit biased. Their purple armor is what does it. These are medium guys. Actually, let's switch their side. I'm gonna hide them if I can. Let them think all we have is these Selulu swords up front. And then Ninurta, you can kind of take a position here. We just want to make sure all those javelins are gone before they close with Ninurta. They've got 3 of them, but they're very low armor, so we should be able to pelt them with rocks until they decide that fighting is not the way. Alright, so everyone's good and set up. Let's go ahead and take a look at our units.
Light work for you slingers, eh?
But can Babylon nobles stand to Nineveh guards? That's a good question. Not if they're trying to charge them. I think that the Babylonian noble chariots are still medium class, so you want to keep them back and shooting at guys. Skirmish chariots are good at skirmishing. They seem to have, even though they have pretty similar melee stats to some of your melee chariots, they don't perform nearly as well.
Good thing we brought plenty of stones.
Good thing we brought plenty of stones. Here's our Selulu armored swords. Armored being a very loose term there. They gave them some cloth. And a couple of these guys have armored little bangles. I'm sure that would maybe deflect a sword into hitting your neck instead. Seems great. So we can identify them later. We've got our Siraku archers. Love the Kapesh. It's kind of not quite the same as the Egyptian ones. A little bit smaller and more hooked. Oh, never mind. They've got some too. They've got kind of a combination of both. Not the chariots, the tier 5 spears. Oh, I don't know. I have not tested. Although the Babylonian nobles were chariots. Over here we have our other Selulu spears.
We'll take care of them.
Kind of your young spears for this group if you've played Troy. Or you've played over on the Achaeans. The Selulu slings, which are pretty much your basic sling unit, but have the Babylonian colors. And then where are my specialists hiding? Here, boys, it's hard to see you in the grass. These guys are awesome.
For you slingers, eh?
So these are going to be the units that we get for being the King of Babylon only. So if you hold the court position, King of Babylon, you get these guys, one of these guys to recruit in your special recruitment pool every single year. They are glorious. They have this gigantic shield here, fantastic beards, and I think they're some of the best. I'm pretty sure they're some of the best slings in the entire game. They can go into a loose formation, which I don't think we can see. Most of the formations they will not actually take up unless the battle is actually commenced. So we can put them in shield wall formation, so that way they actually have a missile parry. I don't know if they're able to fire their slings at the same time, but a lot of Amon Mess's guys are, so I'm assuming they would be able to as well. They can also fall back while firing those slings. Pretty good stuff. And that spread formation just keeps them safe from enemy missiles themselves. Very few units can actually go into spread formation. It's pretty much only elites. Can show off their stats though right here. Hanagalbat, right? For Hanagalbat for what? The Nineveh Guard? Yes. I think they also have it, but the spears. Yeah, so what Hanagalbat has for their court unit is the chariots. They're a chariot with 2 bowmen in the back, and both of them shoot fire arrows, and they're incredible. If you can actually combine the Babylonian specialists with those chariots, you can have these guys provide ammo to them 3 separate times. So they throw all the flaming arrows, they come on back, they get more ammo, they go back, throw more fire arrows, rinse repeat, and the enemy runs away screaming. We've got 230 range, really good missile damage. Problem is, not much armor piercing and pretty low lethality, so each rocket hits, you're going to have to keep hitting the enemy until they do eventually drop from HP damage, but kind of unlike your archers, which have like 10%, which 4% more does kick in quite a bit more often than you'd expect. 1 in 10 is pretty good odds when you're firing that many arrows. Alright, that's enough of all that. Let's get the battle started. After we get our units in place. So all of our infantry, I said, ranged. Man, guard mode does tend to fail me, but if I don't, they like to run up like fools. You also have an opportunity to switch between a mixed shot, which is kind of your normal default setting for archers in all Total War games, where they will switch between arcing shots and direct shots depending on range and line of sight, which is going to be doing the arc shot does less damage and has less lethality but more range, and your direct shot does more damage, has less range but quite a bit more lethality, like 30%. So 30% of the time those arrows are just going to drop someone. So we're actually going to switch these guys to direct shot and be very aggressive with our Babylonian chariots. They already have pretty low range, and this is going to drop it down to 70. Man, that's gonna be kind of rough. We'll see if we can handle it. Let it begin. So they are going to kind of just set up in position where they're at. I don't necessarily like that our specialists are in the water. They'll probably be fine. Everyone advance. We will start falling back here pretty soon, but we want to start chucking rocks at these Akkadian hunters. You throw here. You throw here, and we'll go ahead and have our chariots start riding in, since they're going to move their javelins around. Roll onwards.
I didn't know it could grow this tall. Embrace your fury.
I didn't know they could grow this tall. That's quite the insult. You guys come on back here, that way we don't lose any. We can probably go for one more volley, and then it's time to fall back.
Time to move. On the move.
Alright, cool. So they do have some javelins in here. Let's go ahead and switch over to mixed shots. They'll pick their shots at their own. And we can at least get some hits on these javelins. You guys need to run away. These guys are a little bit slower than I expected. I think they're medium. Oh no, the specialist might get dropped. That's a lot of javelins coming their way.
Step by step.
Alright, let's bring these chariots around so they can help. If I have to lose these specialists, I have to, but I'd rather not. Now you go ahead and charge in there so we don't lose too many of them. Archers, come on over and help. We're gonna go ahead and ford the river here with this group. Alright, chasing them off nicely. Go ahead and get engaged. They're gonna get annihilated. We're gonna have to sacrifice some of our Selulu spears here. Specialists deal with this group. We'll go ahead and bring our chariots across. Blood is already starting to flow. Sorry, Selulu. Oh, they actually made... Oh, they kept going. Didn't realize. This first battle here, not going well. Gotta have our warm-up, though, don't we? Chariots, you tend to not want to bring through the mud. They really don't do a good job of handling mud or water very well. Alright, the specialists are now having to fight 2 sets of farmers. Go ahead and have them retreat.
Fight your way back. In that direction.
Yeah, unfortunate.
Primed for battle.
Alright, let's get those rocks in where they can. You guys come up across. Use my chariots a bit incorrectly, but we'll bring them up and around, and we'll be able to deal with these javelins here. Slew the swords, you fall back. Specialist, you should be far enough back that you can actually retreat too. You've taken out those Akkadian skirmishers. You guys just start firing there with your arrows.
The gods are watching.
So Lulu's spears, you move in first.
Ever enduring.
That back group is fleeing. Go ahead and have the arrows start taking their shots there. And then the swordsman can move on in.
With all your strength.
Definitely gonna take some casualties. Welcome back, boys. Alright, chariots, keep rolling around. We're actually gonna switch you over to direct shot. That way those arrows are more lethal. I think we got them. Let's bring you guys in to chase down these Akkadian hunters. Make sure they're not coming on back. Ninurta, are you getting shot at? Claimed you were for a moment. Come in and actually watch the battle up close here in a moment.
Towards that place. Bludgeon them.
Have you all work on these Akkadian militia.
Observe your opponent.
Get in there, Adad. I might have called you Ninurta a few times already. His name just it sticks in the brain a little bit easier.
Servant of Marduk, king of Babylon.
Alright, annihilated that group. Come on through. Let's go ahead and give these guys a charge.
No, death will not take me.
Get him, Adad. The river running red.
Get the horses pulling.
Smash through here. Adad can go ahead and give them the old flank.
Follow me. Move in order.
Make sure all of our missiles are firing on this unit and not wasting shots or doing any friendly fire.
Embrace your fury.
Sweet. A little bit lax with my initial group. Probably should keep them a little bit closer to our main boys just in case they need support, but yeah, we learned the hard way. That extra 15% speed drop in the water was definitely coming into play there. Still lots of fun. We're gonna round up as many of these guys as we can, and I'll just not catch you in a moment. That's my typical line for videos. Let's go ahead and just speed it up then. Lulu spears. I'd love for you guys to chase them, but I'm a little bit concerned you're gonna get wiped out. Specialists, give these archers more ammo. Let them keep firing. Love the kind of the blood effects, the trailing out in the water. It's so cool. Yeah, this was the first fight. Brutal. And brutal because I was being a little bit lax with it, but all the javelins make it a bit scary. Hey, Amira, welcome on in. Probably a little bit late with that one, but when I'm in the battles, I do tend to hyper-focus pretty hard. You guys back on direct shot, and if you wanted them to fire while they're moving, you just kind of fan between fire at will and not. If you have them in melee mode, or not, melee mode and not, otherwise they will not shoot arrows if they're in melee mode. You have to do both. Come on, lads, what are you doing? They're over here. Get them. Nah, they might be able to escape. Lucky Akkadian hunters. Meanwhile, Adad putting the hurt on this poor general. He does manage to live to fight another day, though. He's the first enemy, so he will. His army does disintegrate after here. Now, even with these losses, this next army will not. They will not stand and fight us. It makes me quite sad. We'll have to lure them in later. The first fights in Pharaoh do tend to be quite a bit more taxing on your army than they do in Warhammer. With the Yah! Ooh, right in the neck. Sorry, Aloris.
In our shared triumph, men.
They belong to us now. 11% replenishment, really. Well, never punished.
Teach them a lesson.
Teach them a lesson. We are still going to pursue this army, though. That way they don't get any ideas.
So be it. Fight.
And they run for the hills. They are likely to go retreat back to Galzu. We could probably... Actually, we could probably set up to build an outpost and then go into an ambush and catch them. But if they sneak around the outside, because the AI is really good at knowing where your ambushes are, we might be in trouble. I'm kind of tempted to try it, though. So let's go ahead and do something a little bit different here. I'm going to go ahead and pop
Men, set off.
Adad here. Oh, we can't go into an ambush. You were lucky. Well, instead, we're going to go as far up to enemy territory as we can. That way we can maybe sack this and come on back. And then we'll have you build up more farmers. Caution is a virtue. Alright, I didn't take a look and see what our titles are. So for the Farseer, which is his starting background, he's going to have Blunt, Cultured, Resolute, and Cautious, as well as 3 Presence and 2 Ardor to start. Those predisposed traits he has is Cultured, which you'll see by the little scroll. They have a very small symbol denoting what the thing is, so if your eyesight's better than mine, you should be able to see it faster than I can. So Cultured is going to drop construction costs for the region you're in. Resolute gives you more movement. Blunt gives you more raiding income. And then Cautious gives your spears more melee defense in battle. Pretty good stuff. As far as our competencies, we have some pretty good ones. We get to start with Tricks as Foes, which gives you Ambush, which is kind of strange for a spear bodyguard, but I guess it allows you to be nice and sneaky if they've got chariots coming on in and kind of rush around, or just get some flanks in the early game. Spears tend to have very low lethality, because while they are poking a hole in you, more often than not, that hole is at least survivable till the end of the battle. What we're going to do is buff up his movement here. And grab, I guess, Defense Strategist. I just want him to be able to move a little bit further. Post-Battle Loot is really great, too. So the 3 that you have to put your skill points in, drop Upkeep, give you more line of sight, give you more post-battle loot when you're the faction leader, as well as more replenishment, and then more movement. They give you more buffs on your milestones. We'll get to those. Alright, so he is rallying the troops. Oh yes, and you need to change your name, sir.
I have carried the
Sissit,
burden of
you
my
are
duty for
now
a long time.
Zatan. Oh no, is his name... Oh, if I've forgotten if he has an H in his name. We're gonna look it up right now. Professional. It does have an H. I was right. Not gonna give him the rest of his name, because that's a good way to get hit with a bat, but let's go ahead and give good old Zatan command of the troop Generic.
Yes.
Good old 19-year-old Zatan. Alright, and we'll go ahead and have our outpost built. So we're starting off with another landmark here, the White Temple of Alu, which has its own little special model on the map. Looks pretty great. This also is going to give us more legitimacy and drops construction cost in this region for religious outposts. Very good. So Shrine to Marduk. I think the best place to put it will be right on the other side. We're not likely going to interact with it very often, but it's actually not going to be sitting right next to another Shrine to Marduk. So over here, we'll just pop in the good old economic outpost, give us more food and wood that Uruk is generating currently. Here at Babylon for our outposts, we are just missing our economic one. Give us more resources in Babylon proper. We want to build up as much food as possible, because you do want to kick over into the Babylonian builders pretty soon. We just don't right off the bat because it drops our recruitment slots, which is no good. We're going to go for Let the Laborers Rest instead, giving us just a chunk of workforce growth. I think that all looks good to me. We've just got our royal decrees and our diplomacy. So with Babylon, you do start off with the administrative efficiency already researched, so you get less workforce costs for all of your management and administration buildings, which is very good. We are going to start moving through getting preparation against reprisal, giving us more god dedication slots. So grab Divine Servant and preparation against reprisal. First one giving you more happiness and influence by 1 in the province that your faction leader's in. You can have a nice little small bump. You'll also go ahead and we'll grab longer festivals, probably after we grab preparation. That way we keep our happiness good and squared away in Babylon, and we can keep conquering. As far as our actual conquest go, we are going to be dealing with the Chingu here, who have 1 settlement here, and then a minor one up here as well. We will then be turning to deal with the Kishu, who don't like you very much to start. The Kingir also don't like you very much, but they are starting at war with the Elamites, who have 3 provinces up here and are going to annihilate them pretty quickly. As long as they, I guess, decide to stay at war, because sometimes these guys last for quite some time. we're going to fight the Kishu, though, to start. You're actually going to stay friendly with Ur. We're going to secure our southern border through diplomacy, because they have lots of stone, and then we can keep trading with that with them until we are ready to strike and take it from them. We do want to start out, though, by going into your known factions, fighting the factions that don't like you very much, and then those are the ones you're going to start at war with after your initial warring faction, like the Chingu here. So the Kingir, they only have one settlement. They actually be a pretty fast one to turn around and deal with. And the Kishu only have 2. They have a gold-producing settlement that you're really going to need to square away your gold issues. So I'm thinking they're going to be our secondary conquest after we deal with the Chingu. Now we come into our diplomacy proper. We want to all have a couple friends on our side here. So we actually start with deals with the Gu Edin,
I am destined to rule.
who are kind of to our north here. And Assyria proper, which being on their good side is only a good thing. They start incredibly powerful. Hanagalbat will start trying to chip away at that, but not off the bat.
Bright ideas. We both stand.
We'll come on in here and get some
if
single
our
barters.
futures
In Pharaoh, it's
unite.
best to get small barters to start. Have them make it work, and you'll just do kind of 50 to 100 little bundles, because every single time you do, I'll
My
probably continue to
thanks for this
beat this dead
deal.
horse. You get 3 additional relations with whatever that faction is each time you do a trade agreement. So normal trade agreements give you 3, and then the trade deals give you more as well. So I believe it's 3 per turn with your trade deals, and then you get 3 every single time you kick in a single barter, which is pretty nice for making friends in a hurry. Otherwise, you'll have
My
factions
thanks.
declaring war on you, and you don't really know why. It's because they don't like you. Everyone is predisposed to not
Agree
like you.
And accept.
Keep going. I was making sure I hadn't fallen behind on any chance there. So I'm happy to spend a good deal of our... We've got a huge hunk of bronze here to start. I'm happy to give a lot of it over to Asher in exchange for his stone. And you really don't want to neglect your diplomacy here in Pharaoh. We'll do one more bump of stone here. This gets us a nice positive 22.
A toast to our future dealing.
Exactly. And if we wish, we can go ahead and get adopted straight away into the Assyrian dynasty, which I think would be kind of funny. We could also become a vassal, which would immediately ruin our game. If you have enough legitimacy to become a pretender at the start of any turn, the supreme ruler will automatically appoint you his heir. Does that make it so we're no longer able to declare a civil war, though? Become an angry heir? Yeah, probably not. He actually begins. There's 2 Ashers. There's Ashur Nadine, and then there's another Asher that he starts as his general and the king of Ashur. So they look exactly the same. They had they gave the unfortunate of making the models for the guys exactly the same. So it looks like the king of Ashur and the king of the universe are the exact same person under the same faction, but they're not, which is a sneaky. So all you see is Ashur on the court for both of them. So it's sneaky. Because I thought you could assassinate the guy as the king of Ashur and just take both of them out, which would be kind of funny.
Bag of gold or bronze blade?
Alright, what other deals can we get to? We're going to take all the stone that Ur has.
Do you still insist on hiding your plans, Adad?
Yes. We are the Slanesh faction, so you can get over it.
Ah, well, great.
Ah, well, great. Grab a couple tips of food or stone here, real nice and fast.
Yes.
Still above 900 on bronze. We're not going to really spend that much to start. Most of your units are very lacking in bronze early on. All the farmers, for some reason, just don't take very much. They just need food.
A toast.
Alright, so we've got Ur up to positive. I'm going to get them up in the green. That way we have no issues of them declaring on us for any kind of reason. And you can kind of see what resources they're not interested in. So they will usually give you it. If you were trying to get a deal, they'll give it to you at a little bit of a better discount. If you have giving them resources they like, you'll usually get a better deal too. So we'll get going for the bronze because I have bronze and I don't really have that much gold to give.
Thank you
And we have
for
no
this
production of
gesture.
gold. Right, do one more hit of 100 and we'll go ahead and get out of here. It's a lot different, isn't it? The discount he's giving us for those 50s is significant. I don't know if he knows this. I guess it's not as significant. Still a little bit. Yeah, 20 each time instead of 44 for a single. Let's get out of here. And then we have the Duronki, Karchamesh. last thing we kind of want to do is keep Hanagalbat from declaring war on us. He doesn't like us very much, but we can make him more friendly. Shut up. Oh, you want gold. Nah, grumpy boy, no gold for you. We'll deal with you later. You could probably just declare war on the Suhu faction. In fact, I'm going to. How about I join you in your war with your starting enemy? Look at that, we could be good buddies. You give me... Ooh, you're willing to give me a lot of stone. Let's say 40 stone for... 5 turns. Let's go ahead and 40 stone. And how much food are you willing to part with? I mean, not much. What about gold? Not at all. Take whatever you got there, bud. Let's go 45. Guess we'll just barter it up to 43, and we'll take that for joining his war with the faction he should wipe out pretty soon here.
Are you selling bad copper?
Maybe. Don't you worry about it.
Bright ideas.
We'll also go ahead and declare war on the Kare with Assyria, but not this turn. We're going to be that aggressive. We gain an open field chariot. Hang on now. Well, that's fantastic. God, things are looking up for you. In fact, I think you might be able to use the Minoan spear with the chariot. We just got to take the spear off, or the shield off. So now we've got a melee chariot. A medium melee chariot. I mean, I'm willing to try it. Extra charge bonus. They got 65. I mean, yeah, let's do it. Adad the chariot boy. How lucky is that? You got an ancillary too? We gained all sorts of good stuff. Oh, no, I see what it's saying. We can give this shield over to this guy. No worries, Atan. We'll get you an axe soon. Yeah, common spear. And a shield. We'll zoom on in here. I think that's about all we can get to for this turn. We also, if we'll just take a quick look at our ruling family, Adad is married to Shala to start. And she loves family, so she'll have a higher chance of having a child by 14%, which is very good. We actually have 2 children who are about to come of age. We've got Shamuramat and Putor Sin. It was going to be a little bit longer. It takes when they become 16, they become eligible to become a general or be married off to another family. How exciting. I guess before we do end our turn, let's see if there was any kind of non-aggression pact we could get.
Will remember me.
The answer is no, so we're going to go ahead and end the turn proper. We don't have any extra gold to throw around yet. Soon. This pole was in my way. We're going to go ahead and close it. There we go. Alright, so we'll keep building up forces. Go ahead and get our map up here too so we can actually have it facing the direction it's supposed to be. There we go. Seeing the Tigris and the Euphrates, or the Tigris and the Euphrates. Yeah, so we'll start building up forces, but they're not going to do anything with them, which is great. I think they start at war with anyone at all.
The latest news.
I might be. Yeah, trending up nicely. We'll get a long-term agreement with them here this turn, probably to see how much gold we're able to snag from them. So they ran away, which does make sense. We'll have this lad come on up and interact with the White Temple. Monzaton. We'll have you continue your journey towards Babylon.
March in column.
Marshalling all the farmers you can. Those guys over there want to steal your crops and raise taxes.
Pay attention, recruits.
Pay attention, recruits. Or die later.
Not surprising.
It'll take 39% of our movement. We wouldn't be able to sack it and run, so we'll just kind of set up on our borders.
There can be no compromise.
And get us a couple more farmers. Ooh, take it back. Well, that's perfect. So Lulu Slings, welcome.
Call for volunteers.
Guess we don't need
the officers
having
wish my
4
counsel.
slingers. I think is pretty much the max you want to do. The slings don't do that much damage to any medium tier and above units. If they have light guys with no shields, they will annihilate them. Otherwise, they're kind of useless.
Ah, you are a sight for sore eyes.
Brother, I appreciate it. Friendly faces. How about you give me 5 gold, and then we see you really don't like that idea, do you? I can give you a little bit of logs here. willing to part with a little bit, but not that much. So 10 wood and 2 stone, or yeah, the old rock fruit.
Pleasure doing good.
Love to hear it. We'll do the same thing with
Shall we go fishing again?
Shall we go fishing again? Man, we got good buddies now. So let's say 10 gold from you. And I'll give you 10 wood and let's say 20 food. Ooh, he's not feeling it. What about 20 wood? There we are. Barter master. That almost fixes up our negative gold issues. Only 4 more. Alright, now we'll go ahead and pop in the mud bass to increase that happiness. And then we'll also go ahead and snag the scribes assembly so we can move further in this province. I'll have to zoom around. Got those slings coming on in. Let's go ahead and put you in a camp stance. That way you can possibly increase your replenishment.
Bag of gold or bronze blade?
Bag of gold or bronze blade? Oh, both. Alright, there. I said fast forward. Alright. Uneventful turn. They're likely hiding here in Dur-Kardagalzu. So what I like to do, as soon as this guy finally makes it on Bax, we'll go ahead and interact with this Shrine of Marduk, which the Shrines of Marduk are awesome. They drop your food upkeep by 17% and replenishment increase by 17%. And then that only gets higher as we go up here. So we can actually take a look at our deities. We're at tier 2 for Marduk, which is going to make the all of those effects a little bit higher. So the shrines give us 8% food instead of the 5%. We get 5 happiness as well. We hit max tier, we get 12% more food, and then that prayer just increases that upkeep by, or the upkeep reduction by a huge heap. You can build up a lot of food very, very quickly with Marduk. The secondary god we're going to want to get into our pantheon is going to be Ishtar. But if we're not able to actually move over to any of the lands that she is in, you need to claim lands in the Abernara realm, the Marasur, the Zagros, or the Haltamti, which I'm going to try to get the Elamite units into our armies as quick as we can. And all we have to do that is take out these Kishu here and come across the river and take any of these lands with old age. If you're playing on default, none of your characters will start to have a chance of dying of old age until they hit 60 years old, and then it's a 2% chance that year, and it compounds 2% more each year after that. So, well, that's a good dedication. I think I'm going to wait and try to get a dedication to one of the other gods like Ishtar, because you can only do so once. If you were to dedicate Adad, and then you are not able to dedicate to him to another god unless you somehow drop in your tier, which can sometimes be kind of obnoxious. He's going to tell us there's a dedication slot every single turn. Alright, so upgrades available over in Uruk, which is amazing. Go ahead and take this up to tier 3. Gives it the best possible garrison, as well as 10% more production to all of its resources. Here in Babylon, we've got 2 extra workforce, so I'm going to come on in and snag the Translator's Quarters to further boost our happiness, drop construction time by an additional 1, give us more relations with all factions, and then construction cost reduction too. This is going to be kind of a temporary building, but it's going to allow us to build up everything here quite quickly. And I'm actually going to be removing this Fisherman Docks pretty soon. In fact, I'm going to do it now. That way we can make sure we're surviving that hit to our food. There are better food options that we can go ahead and pop in. Alright, Dodd, you have your...
How long will the world last?
Oh, man, he just barely can't reach. So here's what we'll do. Because I want him to get into battle pretty soon, we'll go ahead and have you march.
Marching time, soldiers!
Pay homage here at the temple. And then keep moving as quickly as you can.
This is our destination.
I'm going to have a Dodd keep building up more and more troops. So we've got 2 spears. Let's go ahead and get us another set of Salulu swords. In fact, we'll probably get 2 more sets of Salulu swords. That way we have some kind of cheap and cheerful front line that isn't just going to melt away. Hey, Eddie, welcome on in. Hail. Hail Adad.
My time is now.
Alright, one more turn and we have our decree. The army that's set up in this cult center is actually pretty elite, so you don't want to just rush in with your base starting force. You will get drop-kicked. You might manage to handle it, but your forces will be very, very bloodied by the end. You will have invented the Pyrrhic victory, but it will be called the Adad victory.
Always
What is
look
my
at the
favorite
big
faction here in Pharaoh is going to be Babylon. By far.
I am prepared.
Secondary is Amenmess, who it comes up in a very close second. Amenmess and his gold production and all of his archers are just so much fun. Alright, cool. Going over and give you some more competency points. I'm thinking the best one is going to be probably just more movement. Start getting more movement so we can actually reach places is going to be the best call.
I take care of problems.
Alright, Zatan. Mine is the Peliset. That's very fair. The Peliset are a lot of fun. They have that kind of split roster where if you choose to be a raiding faction or just a horde faction, you get more melee-focused units, more offensive-focused, where if you choose to be a settled faction, you get more defensive. It's quite fun. So I'm going to set up our
Another day on the road.
Grand Overseer here. I'm going to have him start building up more troopers.
Who here has military training?
Who here has military training? Go ahead and give you some Salulu slings.
Replenish the regiments.
Very cheap they are. And then we're going to go ahead and pop into an ambush stance with Adad. Which I think I want to
10,000 correct actions.
move you just a little ways back. That way
Here I
Adad
go
can stay
again.
in front of him. Let me
Everybody
go ahead and
has
recruit in
their
these slings.
Take them, feed them, train
Do
them.
I use mods? The only mod I have right now on should be the better camera mod. It looks like it might not be on right now. It likes to randomly deactivate itself, so. But that's the only one I play with on Pharaoh. Are there any that you might recommend? I mean, just having the Dwelling of Marduk increases food enough. We can also come on in here and pop in the Lentil Farm, giving us 185 food, and 1 happiness to influence. Which I guess all things considered is less than the fish market. But it does increase happiness, which I think is useful. Love Sophia, but what were they thinking with the stock camera? Yeah, the camera's a little bit funky for the map, I won't lie. That is very fair. I think we should probably save... Oh, we're really just needing the stone. I think we should get chariots in pretty soon. Even get the citizen army barracks. I think making Babylon terrifying is the way. So we'll ignore the chariots for the moment. We'll get some citizen army. So we just need to do some trading. Who has some stone for me?
What now? I will take your kingdom.
Okay, you can
Share
leave me
your
alone,
visions
grumpy
of the
boy.
future with me, Adad.
I love the positive interactions between the factions. It make me laugh. Let's go ahead and we can request adoption into the dynasty. We'll be nice and sneaky. We'll get a barter agreement going with you. Actually, we just need a single use of stone. So let's say 500 stone, or 170. Brother, I thought you weren't interested in it. This doesn't look like abundance to me. Alright, well, time to become part of the dynasty.
I will remember this.
But it isn't fully completed. Oh, I think this is fully completed. I'm sure some of the mods do add... At this point, I'm almost positive the Pharaoh is fully completed. But some of the mods definitely do add more immersion, sure. Which ones do you like to... Oh, you said immersive units. I just read properly. What does the immersive units do?
Well met. How
Well met
can I
indeed.
assist you, friend?
Please give me stone. Ugh. What happened to our bronze?
Thank you.
Excuse me. Is it because one of our deals wore out? No. Interesting. I didn't think we had any units that cost bronze. Oh, it's probably the chariot, isn't it?
I am thinking.
Yeah, it's likely the chariot. 57 bronze. What does it tell us?
Holds much beauty.
No. Interesting. Maybe we just lost an upkeep reduction that we had previously.
Let us
Not sure.
fish.
Either way, we're gonna sit up here in that ambush.
Take this course.
You need to walk
Men,
right in
return to
front.
order.
Just if you can,
Men, move out.
just sneak right, just right here.
Cross over there.
All right, never mind. Ambush
We
this
will
here is
surprise
fine.
them.
We'll surprise them. Then we'll go ahead and get ourselves our citizen army. So if we upgrade the Salulu, we just get the armored spears and such, which are pretty dang complete. But it reskins them and makes them look better. Fair enough. Take a look. Ooh. Sibza Ulzi has been born, a healthy baby boy. Glorious. Oh good. Time to make them weep. So for our ambition, which is our kind of our mission choice, we can either have at them, so win in just a single battle makes us more eager. Oh, good grief. I mean, prepare yourselves. This doesn't give you the most food or the most other resources like bronze and gold, which are very good, but 10 extra melee defense and attack faction-wide. The morale's fine, but let the blood flow. Oh, they didn't fall for it. How lame. That's alright. We'll come in there and get them. So we'll have you come on up and
Bag of
attack
gold or bronze blade?
the Ziggurat.
Battle positions!
Gather in
Oh, there they
formation.
are. Let's go ahead and sack this one.
Send scouts ahead.
Not
We
surprising.
have you guys drop into a raiding stance, steal some goodies from them, and we'll have you once
About
again,
as much.
sneaky boy
A
Adar.
journey is needed.
Hey, Sir Killer, welcome in. You're here just in time to see us try
Arrange
to
an ambush.
set up an ambush for the poor greenbeards of Durkaragalzu. 2 workforce growing on up here. We need a little bit more. Plus, our stone production is pretty lame right now. We're pretty much just trading for our stone with Ur, which I think is a good idea. But man, our bronze upkeep.
for dull problems.
What happened to it?
Everybody has... Shall we go fishing again?
Shall we go fishing again? You need a lot of resources, don't you? So I'm not gonna worry about you.
Peace may
You
be
might be our
but
first confederation.
I prefer it.
He also refers to us, so they've already a lot of people have burnt through their stone. Hey, Logic, welcome on in. Another wizard has arrived. Yeah, welcome on in. Welcome to the guild. We need more master wizards.
True. Your esteemed visit calls for a celebration.
Glad to see you. All right, so we will go ahead and just snag. So now you have stone. Huh. Oh, they still want bronze. Brother, I can't. I'm gonna conquer some stone settlements. I know we can dedicate, we're not on purpose. Leave me alone. Have you all been enjoying Dynasties? Which, I haven't asked the question enough, which has been your favorite campaign? Which has been your first one you started up when with the update dropped? Glad to see people actually playing the new update instead of just hating on it. Yeah, no, I've been enjoying Pharaoh since the very beginning, but it did have not a lot of interest with update. Oh, excuse me, where are you going? Like I just left. What is your plan, sir? Excuse me.
You shall not influence me.
He's gonna start breaking stuff down here? You shall not influence me. Well, let's see if we can't just go take your settlement then. You can
What next?
you can enjoy your time raiding around like a clown.
There can be no compromises.
So let's move up as far as we can, that way we make sure we are reinforcing.
Take that pathway.
As far as units they have here, they shouldn't
My
have anything that's too elite.
allegiance lies elsewhere.
We've got the base tier mid-native muster field, so he's gonna be a bunch of farmers. Am I scared of farmers?
Babylon
No, sir.
endures. Perish, you fool.
Ramesses. Good choice. Oh, you've got some horsemen. If I was scared of those, I'd let you know. You've got chariots, and that's pretty much all there is to that. Alright. Heya Mukin Zira. Prepare yourself. Let's take a quick look at the battlefield here. Lots of little spotted bits of grass we can hide our slings in. This should be lots of fun. Although the legitimacy is bugged. Oh, is it now? What's bugged about it? I honestly haven't seen it. Love the Dynasty update, but they need to get in the flow first gameplay with Ithaca. Ithaca's, they're fun, but since they're so isolated and they're on an island, it takes a long time to get anything built up unless you get real aggressive. And a lot of the guys on the shoreline just across from you are supposedly allies, so makes it kind of funky. Let me take a look at the units. We absolutely can. So dry weather sounds good to me. This is a fun looking map. Oh, and they're approaching from over here. There's farmers. The Siraku boys, and then Dodd and the light chariots.
The gods guide us.
Alright, so we've got our Kapesh boys here. Very high lethality, very good against shields. They do struggle quite a bit against anyone who has two-handed weapons, though, so you keep them away from those. That is where they fall in that rock, paper, scissors lineup. Like, you go to the legitimacy tab and ask for legitimacy support, you can just demand 25 from them over and over until they get really low. Oh, interesting. I won't go for any cheese here but that's good to know. Arcadian farmers. Hopefully any kind of major bugs like that get patched on out. I don't know how much more work they're going to put into Pharaoh. Lulu spears. Pretty good high lethality. You get high lethality on your two-handed spears, but not your one-handed. So, like, these guys will have 14% lethality, where your one-handed usually have around 5. Swords also tend to have less lethality than your other weapons. So they have around 10%, which is about equal with your bows.
Honor the gods.
Yeah, and you can also demand resources from them on top. The trade balance will still be positive without trading anything. Huh. So does the demands, when you go in there and you threaten them for it? Or normal, Lulu's swordsman. It's kind of small, ineffective shields that are kind of made out of, looks like, mostly thatch. That sounds terrible. They get a little bit better leather, leather weave shields. And some quote-unquote armor. I guess a couple of these guys have kind of bronze cuirasses, which could be worse. No, like the stuff you were asking from them. I think I've seen that happen a couple times where you can ask for a whole bunch of stuff for very, very little. But it only pops in sometimes. But our Babylonian light chariots have the purple scarfs on our horses, and they also get their own plume, because of course they do. Horses are fancy boys too. The Babylonian light chariots are not great. They are a light chariot, which makes them good, but in terms of are they as good as the Egyptians? Absolutely not. The Egyptians will run circles around these guys and annihilate them. We have our spear chariots, though. God's ready to go. That is two-handed spears, ready to give people the poke. I see you don't like our Hammurabi's laws. Stab. Pretty good charging unit, actually. Not going to be as fast, so if we put these guys together, get 116 speed. Actually, they're pretty zoomy. I guess we have a special chariot here that helps out. Alright, so we'll set up one unit here so we can get ready to throw hands with these guys. Meanwhile, our chariot combo can harass the enemy lord, who's going to be trying to run away at all costs. So we'll do chariots, and then I really need all my slings back here, so let's go ahead and get them set up.
Killing them is a blessing for Assyria.
Killing them is a blessing for Assyria.
As we must.
Something like this, we're still kind of drawing them through a choke point. Archers can be a little ways behind. We're pretty much going to have them fall back behind our shield wall. We're going to charge the shield wall through them. The slightly more elite guys here, our Kapesh warriors here, and then we'll do our spear runners on the flanks ready to kind of rush around. We will have the farmers as a bit of chaff ready to rush in and clog up the enemy lines. I've never used the threaten button. Huh. Well, yeah, yeah, fair enough.
Those men are the weakest.
8 hours into the new updates before I became Pharaoh. Yeah, the Egyptians, especially if you're playing either Amenmess, if you're playing Amenmess, you become the Pharaoh very quickly. If Ramesses as well, but it's pretty fun. The only one that really struggles is the minor factions. All the major factions have a pretty easy run at becoming King of Egypt. So we'll grab the infantry, we'll grab our archers. I guess I forgot the Babylonian specialists. How could we?
Babylon will be better off without them.
I also guess the lawn care company that was here yesterday, they're back. If you hear any weird things in the background, that's what's going on there. I had a whole recording marathon. They were here for a good half of it. If it becomes too obnoxious, let me know, and I will quickly mute myself. We can just watch the battle. All right, so we'll go ahead and set you lads up in guard mode. I'm gonna get these Babylonian specialists where they can help me harass the enemy lord there. Spear runners would be great at when the enemy horsemen try to close the gap. What are you guys doing out there? I know they already worked on this yesterday. Oh well. To the field. We'll just get over here and start harassing this poor fool. I think the slings need to stay. We'll get them to push up into the trees. This army come on back over as well, so we'll have our Akkadian farmers kind of being that initial field for our enemy to run into. Then our lord can be right behind, keeping them fighting. Alright, chariots, you guys, we're going to switch over into direct shot mode. That way we get multiple lethal hits. We'll have the slings come up and help decimate those clowns. There's no telling whether they're over here somewhere, but I'm not going to necessarily worry about advancing. Except for maybe turning our units here, so we can control most of the high ground. We do have those horsemen, so let's get our spears up and ready to help. In a hurry. Close gaps there. As soon as he stops being braced, we can pretty much charge him at will. Put their eyes out. And he braces again, but he's bracing the wrong way, so arrows light him up. Slings are starting to tear him up too. Don't see our enemy. Oh, here they come. Bring you back this way. Looks like they are trying to take the high ground there. Go ahead and rotate our units ever so slightly to compensate. Don't get caught, please. We'll keep these slings launching at him as well. Poor general. Oh, they're too far away. Get in there, lads. He's gonna try to brace again. Their horsemen are staying just out of sight. They're gonna go ahead and charge. We're gonna give them a charge as well. Babylonian specialists, where are you boys at? About face for me. Well, they did manage to brace. Run away. We'll switch you over to arcing shot, so if you shoot, you don't hurt our friendlies too much. Alright, pull you guys on away. Move the slings back in. Alright, on the other side here. So it looks like they're mostly trying to come on over after our general. Alright, he's gone. Missile chariots, get out of there. We'll let Adad hunt this fool down. We lost 2 chariots in the fighting, but that's a general. General for the trade. Interesting. Alright. Slings, let's go ahead and come around to duel with those archers. Bring our own archers, also kind of over behind these guys. Let's bring the swordsman forward. Who else did we grab instead? Swordsman forward, that is.
We march.
Well done, Adad. He annihilated that enemy general. Where'd their horsemen go? Go ahead and fall back just a bit. Let's let these slings start tearing these guys up. The Acadian farmers will start dropping.
Time to move.
See if we can't find those horsemen.
On we go.
Charge to the middle here. They're very disrupted, looks like.
Swing at them. Drive us.
There's those horsemen.
Shield wall.
Some extra missile parry because they are blasting our Siraku levies.
Get the horses pulling.
You guys have direct shot.
Chariots into place.
Actually, they'll run right into these Acadian farmers. Keep going through. Use that charge bonus.
Leave the rubble. Step by step.
There we are. There we are.
Bludgeon them.
Here come those horsemen. So we'll go ahead and pull through. Let's see if we can't get our spearmen moving up.
Step by step. Towards that place. Go
Chariots
there,
fall
men.
back.
Go that way.
Slings start annihilating. Farmers, do your thing.
Tear through them.
Have our spears come up and just get engaged with this guy here.
Strike now.
There we are. There we are.
I was
Bring in the boys.
born for this.
Our chariots got whooped on by their.
Move. On we go.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Your lads get in there.
Strike them.
Our light chariots got smacked up a little bit.
Shift men. Tear through them.
The swords in. We've got a nice surround up on this side here.
On we go.
With these Salulu spears, we can kind of keep these archers running.
I was born for this.
We should annihilate that group of Acadian warriors.
The gods proud.
Those rocks flying.
Send them. Leave the rubble.
Don't like how much damage our specialists took, but they can hold their own pretty well.
Fear me.
Bring our chariots up. Light chariots are still running for the hills, but they'll be able to replenish no problem.
Blade.
Ever enduring.
Blade.
Blades get in there. You guys get a nice flank.
Face my
Slingers go there. We're going to actually have them switch to their whistling shot. That way they're dropping melee or morale.
move in order. Follow
And there they go. Running for the hills.
How could it end like this?
Those you all weak.
Battle order. My results shall
Get him,
triumph.
Adad. And victory.
Men,
How glorious.
armaments.
You guys go ahead and chase them down. Have a lot of our slings, your turnaround, so that way Adad's not getting taken out. And we can let most of our infantry guys get the kills here.
Defeat is for the weak.
Defeat is for the weak. That's a solid formation. Slingers are better than archers in my opinion because of the range difference. The thing that makes the archers sort of edging the slingers out later on is that they have more armor, like quite a bit, so they'll actually block a lot of the damage the slings have coming in towards them. They also have a lot more lethality than the slings do, so your slings will launch a lot of their rocks and not actually kill anything, whereas your archers, these poor Fesh boys took a lot of the early damage, where your archers are going to do a lot of damage each hit and have a higher chance of outright just killing the enemy. If you have what slings are mostly used for is anti-archer work and dealing with your enemy light infantry. Since they have higher range than archers, often they can get at least a volley or two out before the archers start return fire. So that's kind of what they're the most useful for. These guys over here got away. Curses. Really good at dealing with javelins before they get too close, though, because javelins are a nightmare now with lethality. Come on, Adad, zoom zoom. We don't go straight through the mud. That'll slow you down too much. You can do it. You get these Acadian archers, we're going to deal with them here in a moment. So whoever does escape that was part of that initial garrison will remain to fight another day. the tree slows them down a little bit, but I think we can capture them before they make the hills. Rest in peace. Although the chariot charges on fleeing enemies are a little bit lackluster. Horsemen outright annihilate fleeing enemies. Chariots are better for punching through lines. These guys here. Adad should have plenty of kills. He's up to 317, absolutely. Aggressive Adad. That's what I was thinking. They're better than archers at fighting each other. Yeah, they should outduel archers in most cases. Absolutely. There are certain archers that have things set up to duel with slings, or they're lower, even the lower range archers, but they have shields. But shields do a pretty good job of dealing with sling fire. A close victory, is it? They have like no one left. Sorry, Hiabuken. Shouldn't have been sitting outside and recruiting. I use my slings to take out enemy missile units, and then use my infantry and spear throwers to mop up the rest. Yep, that's pretty much the way. Then you use your sling. I move my slings to the side if they have any extra rocks to see if they can deal with any medium or light tier units that are left. Oof. That's how you swing a spear. Rest in peace, you. From the jaws of defeat? Okay, yes, our chariots took a little bit of damage, but they're light chariots. Kind of what happens to them. Useless warriors and valuable prisoners. Or 7% replenishment. I actually think we want the treasury.
These people are not our enemies.
Winning one battle gives us eager troops, so extra melee attack and defense.
Like me.
So you were like me.
They call me King of Babylon, and that is who I am.
Oh, is there a guy out beside? We might be able to hit him instead.
It is reckless to attack now.
Nope, it's just showing us that's where he's at. Okay, so it is not
Prince
reckless.
of
It's
Ur,
perfectly
and
fine.
protector of Nippur.
Move on in here.
Their defenses will fall.
And then we'll set up a couple of siege ladders. One tower and some ladders. Oof. I guess just 3 ladders then, that way we can make sure we get up and over.
Cripple their spirit.
I
Oh,
have
their
carried
spirit.
the burden of my duty for a long time.
Zaton, I actually think you would duel pretty well against
heartless
Balassi here.
cause me.
His Akkadian archers would lose to our slings in a duel.
I
He
take
just has
care
one more of them than we do.
others.
What he's going to do is he's going to run around and start sacking things. He's going to start blowing up all of our outposts. And these ones actually take quite a bit to repair. So, yeah, they move by the Chingu here.
10,000 correct actions.
10,000 correct actions. Well, we'll give you a little bit more ardor for a defense strategist.
Perish, you fool.
Perish, you fool. Upkeep reduction sounds pretty good. More charge bonus, though, for when we get up to the walls, I guess. Max that one out to hit the first tier. Ability cooldowns will be good when we actually have some.
How long will the world last?
I have 3 slingers, 2 archers, and 2 javelins in most of my armies. It's a pretty good spread, yep. I'm thinking if we move into March, we could hit the trading post and then maybe make it down to Babylon, but that's a definite maybe. He has no chance of winning in a fight with Babylon proper, but he might still try. Construction time on outposts, so it won't cost hopefully that much to get them back and repaired, but it's still going to be obnoxious when he blows them up. Let's put in the stilt farms, and then we'll have you turn around,
Like the pillar.
Zaton, and get ready to stop this guy from coming back in. I wouldn't even mind going into an ambush here. He's unlikely to turn around, though, is he? Yeah, we'll let...
What next?
Man, here's the problem. They might sail someone up the coast to fight us, too. We'll have you go into a raiding stance
Always ready.
and do no more,
Scorch the earth.
do no more dirtling around.
This is the heart of the universe, and I am its master.
What would be the best army composition early game for Babylon? I think just most of your like, good Salulu units to start, and then a couple of extra Siraku levies if you can get them. A couple slings. I don't think you can get the javelins really early game. Unless you pop in. Let's pop in the building browser. We get the archers and the Capesh guys from our army barracks. Native muster field's going to give us swordsmen, spearmen. The Akkadian militia are not terrible. But I think your best bet is just to go for your faction units. So your faction, citizen army barracks, and then the slave hovels. Chariots are pretty dang good too, but the Babylonian light chariots have not much armor and go down pretty fast. Also pretty low range. But it's still a chariot, so. You can also see the charge bonus on these guys is really not great. Oh, they're not even light chariots, they're medium ones. Ooh, that's why they're so slow. Hang on now, this one seems to be weird. Your medium chariots tend to be... So I don't think this is a medium chariot. There's something kind of strange. Medium chariots tend to have about 50 to 60, 70 armor. And have way less speed than 120. I think this should just be a light chariot that's just kind of categorized wrong. Should you disband the Babylonian specialists? I was struggling to build up an army in the early game. I think the Babylonian specialists are fantastic, especially for refilling ammo in sieges and things. But they do cost quite a bit, so if you can't maintain the gold and the bronze, go ahead and definitely kick them on out, because you can get them later on through your court position anyway.
I am the future of the world.
Ours gives us more favor with worship deities, especially Marduk, lower costs on religious buildings, and our Babylonian specialist is that elite unit that we get one per year. What we're going to do to start is build up some relations with not Elam, but Asur itself.
I am glad we understand each other, Babylonian.
Because this gives us the Horse Masters, which are a fantastic medium cavalry. Oh yes, we also already have our Babylon's commands. So we will not be using any call to arms just yet. We're going to let the Divine Cults build up and just give us a couple of Solulu units for our special recruitment. After we take Dur-Kura Galzu here, we'll have even more to use, which would be nice. We should be able to giving us 2 Solulu units every time that winds up, instead of just the 1. I don't think there's anything else we want to do here. Welcome a new child. Yep, no more building down here. We've got 1 turn before Uruk is upgraded, so yep, sounds good. We've got 3 expired barters. That's what's going on with our resources. So Hanegalbat was just giving us stone, which is now run out. Fair enough. Assyria, we were...
Are you ready to hear the latest news?
Giving them gold for food. No, I think we're good. We
Your
could get
esteemed visit calls for a celebration.
100 food for something besides gold. Willing to offer up some wood for that. Maybe... 16 wood's quite a bit. We can do it.
You strike.
I think so too. What other deals had expired there? Also, with the Duranki, we were importing food for wood.
You are a sight for sore eyes.
40 is quite a bit. What if I offer you less? Oh, see, this is way better. Yeah, we'll just give you 16.
Pleasure doing business.
Pleasure doing business. I might try to give Babylon another try. How do you take first? Walled city from the enemy you start at war with? Did you make peace with them? So what we did is... So the Ching were still currently taking down Dur-Kura Galzu here. So what I did is you fight that first army. The second one will always run from you. I think that this guy here, he always runs from you. So I continue to build up forces with the army with Adad, as well as a secondary force here in Uruk. And you let him kind of journey on over, keep building up an army. And eventually the 2 of them can smash into Dur-Kura Galzu together. You can use this guy as bait where you put him up front and have him do some recruiting while Adad stays, or I guess put him behind while Adad stays in front in an ambush. Let him recruit. You can try to lure some of the armies out to try to maybe take them out before you go for Dur-Kura Galzu. With this many guys, you should have no trouble taking it down.
Your end is nigh.
Oh, I thought it wasn't going to let us auto-resolve this one. Perfect. That's what we're going to do then. Get this out of here this turn. Yoink. Didn't need that skull anyway. I'll it up on the throne.
We made the gods smile.
And now we've claimed that first walled settlement. We won't do any kind of breaking of it. We want it to be stay as high level as possible. And now we've got our second cult center at tier 2, no less. It has the Grand Temple of Ishtar. Funnily enough, I still don't think we're able to worship Ishtar. Not till we actually claim some land in her territory. That's just fine. Once we do, we'll have some good stuff. This one has a native muster field, and I think Dur-Kuragalzu will be the settlement that we have our native units built from, or recruited from. Because we can get some horsemen, some good axemen, and some more Kapesh lads. I think for now, though, I'm going to go ahead and tear out the recruitment hall. We're going to go for more food production. So these stilt farms, 235 food. A laying line. The animations seem to have gotten more varied. They did add a couple of them, I believe. That's what they were talking about. Not the most, but they added, I think, 3 or 4 extra. There's a lot more sync kill animations, though, out on the actual battle maps, which is quite fun. That's pretty much all we can get you for this turn, though. Let's see what kind of damage this army here gets to. I've seen several other creators where they come down and they blow up this landmark here because they're rude.
There shall be no lenience.
Excuse me? I've never had them declare on me this fast. Welcome, people of the mobile goat homes. Bring it on. So it's just attack my outpost time. And they even sent the other army down here to do the same. Shur-Ramad has come of age. We've got a new king of the universe, Ashur-Nerari III. What is happening? They're vacating the king of the universe position?
This is the heart of the universe, and I am its master.
So they took the guy who was the king of Ashur and made him the king of the universe. Huh. How bizarre. I love that these armies there here that have no concern over their own safety. It's just come attack Babylon at all costs. They likely actually go after Uruk. They blew up our economic post. You lads are clowns. They have another settlement up here called Sur Marati, so we'll go ahead and have Zatan
Everybody has their duty.
be in charge of dealing with that. Let's go ahead and just start walking up this way.
Here I go again.
Meanwhile, you can go hunt down the clowns. Oh, you lucky. Also, repair is expensive. We can't use it till we do. He's likely just gonna come back and blow it up again, though. My favorite thing about how the AI plays is how they'll just blow up your outposts and run away from you. But we'll see if we can't track them down.
I am a Kassite.
I am a Kassite.
Men, move out.
And they aren't going to come attack Adad. If they do, they'll get obliterated.
You shall not influence me.
We should have, you know what, I'm just going to go for more upkeep production anyway. We can have more units.
I see
And then we can get our elite guys anyway. So your Taskmaster is actually going to have more administration costs than your normal units, which is kind of interesting. Let's get one Siraku left. Oh, they cost bronze, don't they?
The officers wish my counsel.
We'll come back around to you guys. We need more Salulu for now. Let's go 1 Salulu sling, so we have 4 normal slings and 1 specialist. Then honestly, let's go 1 more shield
Do
lad.
not rush battles, win them.
Do not rush battles, win them. Alright, sweet business. We are not afeared of you, sirs. As for upgrades, I can snag on in, though. Wouldn't mind the Dwelling of Marduk here for even more food production. You can also make sure happiness and growth is good. So let's go for the public gardens. Fairly cheap, actually, all things considered. And now with Dur-Kuragalzu handled, we need... all of these are food-based, huh? Stone is a big issue.
Your esteemed visit calls for a celebration.
Yes, you're Nasir, you're not going to like me very much later on. I'm gonna come and steal all of your stone. Oh, nice. What an auspicious day. Oh, that's not nearly as good of a deal. I am still willing to give a little bit of my bronze because we're gaining so much from our battles. I just need the stone. Since Ur has all the stone, we'll be digging from them for now. We have 76 left. That's not bad, I guess. We can just confederate with this clown.
Your esteemed visit calls
It's
for
an
a
option.
celebration.
He's got no wars right now either. He's happy to be just a normal old trader for now. I think 20% or 10% more movement allows us to catch them a little bit faster. They shouldn't be able to run from us here next turn. We could also go for that here. The scribes assembly that we can zoom around everywhere nice and quickly. We're just missing out on the Shrine of Marduk here. It costs 160. Let's fix that up in diplomacy.
Have you finally reconsidered your position, Babylonian?
You are a grump.
I Ninur.
I, Ninurta, accept these terms. I think that's all we needed to build this one up. So here comes the Shrine of Marduk. Beautiful stuff. More expired barters, really. Oh, indeed.
Are you ready to hear the latest news?
I am. Well, you give me gold for more turns. Yeah, that sounds perfect. And we could reduce this to maybe 15. Not bad.
You strike at
Not bad at all. What's that other barter we just need to fix on up? They're giving us more gold too.
Are you ready to hear the latest news?
I am. How about you give me 7 gold for however many turns? Nope. That'll do.
I approve the...
Me as well. Those skins are pretty awesome. Oh wait, I missed a few of them. I just realized they put the Avatar of the Gods outfit too. Study in his set attire. Also, is it available for everyone now? If so, that's a fantastic change. Having paid DLC skins was always silly. I think what that should have been is an unlockable one, where if you beat the campaign with that lord or faction on Legendary, you unlock that cool skin. I think that'd be very worth it. Bring back unlockable cosmetics. Do you happen to know if vassals are useful in the Soda War? I actually do not. Oh really, they're gonna come together. Everyone together against Adad. Will it save you? Absolutely not. All you're bringing is farmers. Fool. Also, the treasury feature was in something I wish was in other Total War titles. I think it is, it just doesn't look quite the same. It's there, it's in a different spot. It would seem so. I never had to pre-order it. Well, that's good then. If you haven't pre-ordered it and it gave it to you, that's exactly what that was for. It was only the pre-order bonus. So that means they've made it available for all. This little rock structure. I love the maps in Pharaoh. They are so good looking. I wish we actually could just kind of import these over to Warhammer. Let's go ahead and set up, I'd say... I want 2 slings over here. We're gonna have them luring the enemy in, since they mostly have spear guys. They're really gonna have a bad day. Babylonian specialist. I'm gonna go ahead and put swordsmen actually defending them this time, and by swordsmen I mean 1 spear, 1 of the sword militia. Perfect. They'll have the other 2 swordsmen. Set up here. Saraku levies aren't doing too well, so we're gonna go ahead and let them relax. I'm gonna hide these spears in the tall grass as well. Your tall grass will actually allow any light infantry to hide in it. So, good stuff. Skirmish chariot, since they have archers, we're really going to keep you back. You only have 135 range, and they are going to lose that fight. So we'll have them circle around and do some damage later. Same thing here with Adad. His chariots are already a bit weakened. Alright, sweet. Infantry and farmers. Archers and... Oh, specialists, you do count. And our chariots. Let it begin. Oh, sorry, archers. That wasn't on purpose. for you boys over here. All right, wheels turning. Let's get these specialists moving on up.
Step by step. On we go.
Use them as scouts. They also did a pretty fun thing with the visibility where your light infantry, since they are kind of being represented as having less armor overall, they actually have more visibility than your heavier troops, who would have heavier helmets and such. Those poor archers are gonna be tired, but the price they pay for my impatience.
On we go.
I'm gonna bring other slings up too to act as aggressive skirmishers.
On the move.
I think they're just gonna take a defensive position, even though they're the ones that attacked me. Let's roll up this way. Archers, I'm gonna post you into this position, and everyone else will rotate to compensate.
We march.
There we go. The new Fog of War is absolutely great. Makes battles way more dynamic. Well, I agree. It works for both sides. The AI will have its own little internal cheats where it knows where your guys are, but it does at least pretend like it doesn't. You guys really taking the hill even though you attacked me? Where are they? Sneaky, sneaky. Where are you guys at? They are taking the hill even though they attacked me. Excuse me, that's not allowed. You gotta come fight us. Let's let these chariots roll in and pick off as many of their guys as we can. How many of their archers are hiding in the wings, though? Only one way to find out. And start blasting them. Sometimes you have to tell them to go into arcing shot or they will not do anything at all. I mean, we're in the same place we were previously. How are they invisible now? That doesn't make a lot of sense. Let's lure this big blob this direction. I'll harass the units more as they get closer, but let's pull these guys back so they're not getting jumped. We can have you two set up kind of up front. They can rush across. There we go.
In a heartbeat.
Alright, chariots, get moving. Get nice and disrespectful and stand up close. It's dangerous. Those 30% lethality arrows, though. So useful. We're just gonna keep them on the outskirts, be nice and obnoxious. Step back, let's go for a mixed shot, that way we're not getting too much damage back. Kind of go through the woods here, and then sneak around the outskirt. Ooh, dodge. The outskirts thereof. Circle this way back around. Realize I'm drawing their guys the wrong direction. And Adad, come hide up here in this set of forest. Please and thank you. See if we can get them just as they're coming across the mud.
We can do it.
We can do it. Appreciate the confidence. These spear guys might need to retreat. In fact, by might, I mean definitely need to retreat. Farmers, get ready.
Arrows knocked.
What's the plan, fools? Let's send the chariots around the mud, that way they can hit anyone coming around this other side. Get running, spears. I think they've forgotten how attacks are supposed to go.
Endless. Those men will not be missed.
Formations you're using are looking great. I appreciate it. Actually had the AI take advantage of it and lured me into an ambush, basically stuck around my line while I was able to only recover because I killed their general. Yeah, they're pretty sneaky. especially on defensive battles, they will not come to you, and they will take the most, what they calculate as the most defensive position on the map, and they will stay there. And oftentimes, they will just rotate their line to avoid you at all costs, which is less exciting than you'd expect, as you'd expect. Well, forward start launching rocks at this clown.
Get the horses pulling! Send the money! Wheels turning!
Have them walk. Our specialists, actually, the specialists are too slow. Hold them back and let the normal Salulu slings cause some issues.
We march!
Just kidding, here they come.
Step by step! Roll on
Stay here launching those arrows.
Let fly!
They've used it looks like 30% of their ammunition.
Keep close to me! Drive us onwards!
Here they come.
We march! Time to move! Flank! Put their eyes out!
Have our line march through. These slings are facing the wrong direction entirely. Love to see it.
By step. Chariots into place. On the
Lots of
move.
farmers trying to chase Adad,
On we go.
which again, you love to see.
The rabble.
Get them slings.
No hesitation.
Take those archers down.
With pride. Shoot now. On the move.
You guys don't have any brace formation, sadly.
Honor to
Canadian
God.
farmers, get in there and get them.
Break them.
Try to lure them in a little
We
bit,
go.
and then get them.
There.
You gotta run.
Send the money. They cannot hide from us.
Charge these clowns with a double group. Getting shot at by arrows is not a lot of fun. Let's go ahead and advance the units.
Step by step.
Those farmers are getting
Spearmen.
surrounded and smacked.
Tremble before us.
In that direction.
Alright, we're gonna have you come around. We're just gonna ignore the general because he's being a fool. Switch you into direct shot and just gotta keep slowly walking away from him. Going through that tall grass is not what I wanted, but we should use them to smash these groups here.
No hesitation.
Help your brothers. But those lightly armored guys in the center there, those farmers should run pretty quickly.
Death from above.
Just in time for the charge. Beautiful. Spears hit these guys. They think themselves brave.
Nothing can stop us. Step by step. Random.
Grab our chariots, come on out of there.
Set new destination.
Set a new destination.
Shift men. This face-off comes to a head.
Let's surround these guys here. Farmers, you keep surrounded, chasing them down. Try to protect these lads, and we can have the Siraku levies move in and destroy.
Break them. Fear me.
Gonna come off to the side there with those direct shots. Chariot took out that general in one swoop.
Plain and simple.
Up here and get this last guy now.
Ashur take you. The gods guide
Perfect.
us.
Have them all halt.
I'm not safe here.
I'm not safe here. Oof.
Death will not.
So you want to use that shield to block these swings. Oh, here comes the Adad. Finish things off. And there's a battle. You guys should have tried.
Shift battle tactics.
Alright, chase these guys down. Have a Adad hunt down some of the surviving farmers here.
Charge.
That works out pretty well. I'm very glad they thought themselves our superiors here. That worked out. Do you ever save your replays so you can go back and actually watch the battle? I do on occasion. I mean, I do quite a bit with being my job here, but yes, I do. Go back and figure out what I could have done better. Always learning. Those farmers done. Let's go get these archers. There's one left. We'll send him back to send a message. Babylonian chariot, see if you can actually cross the field in time. Our Salulu spears are very fast. Give people the almighty poke with the big spears. Big stabbers. Good grief, these medium chariots are round-up kings. That's those Akkadian farmers. Let's move to the next ones. We'll see if these other chariots can catch this one guy. Again, up to 300 kills for Adad. 325 and counting. We don't need to send a message. We need you all to disappear. Yoink. Welcome to the army. One day I'll do a Slanesh narrative for Total War. Can't believe there's barely anything for them. You talking about like a Slanesh narrative campaign? That would be quite fun. Slanesh is great. They have a couple of modded factions that are also pretty fun. We did a stream not too long ago on the Blood Cult of Akili, which is kind of an Indian-inspired modded faction. They are fantastic. Whole bunch of fun. Pretty much all of the Slanesh units are completely, well, not completely reskinned, but they're reskinned to be a little bit more spooky. Guardian down. Swinging the spear with maximum violence. We'll take the extra replenishment.
Always look at the big picture.
Oh, they get to run. Lots more experience for Adad. You gotta run a long ways away. Alright. Closing in on getting our Ancient Legacy. And one more turn before we can add an additional god to our pantheon, which is perfect.
They call me King of Babylon, and that is who I am.
That is who I am.
So be it. Fight!
Just stamp these fools out. Because his spear is kind of more of a bladed one on the tip, where it's a one-sided blade spear. I've not seen one like it before. It looks pretty cool. Almost like a smaller Naginata.
Triumph, men. Our canals need more workers.
Our canals need more workers.
Surprising.
I like to save the replays because sometimes you're too busy microing to watch any of the action. Well, that too. It's a very fair reason to save your replays.
Breathe your last, Assyrian.
Breathe your last, Assyrian. See, you gotta use the shield to block those. It's why you're down now.
Everyone did their part. Bravo.
Alright, we'll go ahead and do, I guess, the extra treasure even now, no matter how little it is.
These people are not our enemies.
Not anymore. They have learned the error of their ways.
I have carried
Oh, he was in
burden of
raiding
my
stance, my
duty for a
goofy
long
self.
time.
That was an accident.
Enjoy the peace while it lasts.
Alright, let's advance to here.
Here I go again.
Here we go again. On his own. No armor for you, no chariots for you, no other... Oh, we've got an obsidian-tipped spear. Oh, it's about the same. Charge defense versus large, or spear wall formation. Oh, I see. He doesn't get a charge defense versus large. Okay, well, enjoy your obsidian-tipped spear. Actually, take that back. Well, spear wall wouldn't work while we're on a chariot after all that indecision. Enjoy your obsidian spear. More movement for you as well, Zatan.
Take them, feed them, train them.
Get you some more farmers while you're at it. And then we'll have Adad.
I am thinking.
I am thinking. Have you interact with this trade outpost and come on up the way here.
A journey is needed.
Journey is needed.
Do not rush battles. Win them.
Alright, we need more bronze production before I'm really willing to get more elites. So we'll continue to swarm the countryside with our light swords. 4 slings is enough. Yeah, one more sword, and we'll grab an additional really cheap
I see
Akkadian
capable
farmer.
warriors only.
Capable warriors only. You cannot claim the King of Assur unless you have the region. So you have to own the Assur region, and then you can go ahead and claim the seat unlike the other ones, we have to have a certain amount of legitimacy, and that's all you really need. Certain one of these, you always have to have one of the regions. So, Dur-Katlimu region and the Susa region, which we are actually going to be moving in this campaign. My plan is to go ahead and take the war to the Elamites, and we are going to become the king of Elam as well as Babylon as quickly as we can.
I take care of problems.
I take care of problems.
Praise Adad.
Alright, our
You
court
are
action.
in this
I mean,
court
since he's
by
gone
my
now,
grace only.
that's really lame. Let's start building up relations with Hanagalbat then. That way we can take some of
In this
their fire
place,
chariots from them.
Are you in a position of strength or weakness?
I'm pretty sure you can ask for their chariots. Yeah, the 60 relations, you can ask for their elite warriors, which will give us their skirmish chariots of doom. Skill points for Adad.
Prince of Ur and protector of Nippur.
My friend, I think I'm going to take you up to 4 points in our fortitude. That way we can start working up the middle tier too, because extra defense and morale while you're in your own territory is so strong. He doesn't have the strongest titles compared to, like, the Aegeans. These are still pretty decent. But they have nothing that really buffs up actual damage, where the Aegeans will have, I think, 15% more missile damage, which is just silly. Alright, and that'll be our turn. Let's see what that secondary force tries. We do have a couple armies, or factions that don't like us right now. How did you get those unit cards? Hey, Logic Gaming. Or I guess I already said hey earlier. The way you do that is you come on into your options. Go to your game, your interface, I'm sorry. And then you go to the unit card style. You can switch between the 3D and 2D at will. I just love the kind of hieroglyphics art much more. I just started my Assyrian campaign yesterday and having a blast so far. Awesome to hear the buzz. Also, welcome in. I thought I saw a new name. Oh, absolutely, yeah, the hieroglyphic art is just fantastic looking in comparison. Civilization is in flux. Oh no. We're in crisis. So 15% more chance of disasters happening. And I think the sea people and everyone else are going to be a lot more dangerous. So 30% more charge bonus, 20% more morale, a lot more movement. And then the nomadic tribes get more attack, charge bonus, and melee defense. Good grief. Makes them real mean. It'll also change the overall atmosphere of the battle map, or the campaign map that is, where before it's kind of bright and sunny and happy. Things are starting to look a little bit more dire now. Yours by right, holding Bitperi Umuru province. Apparently this is what we own. Or this is what we should be owning. Capture and occupy any settlement for 1,000 more food in the path to conquest. Or borders, what borders for wiping out the Chingu? Which I think is the way. We're actually generating quite a bit more wood than we are food. Or stone, that is. So I'm going to move. They've got 8 guys in the settlement itself, and then whatever they're building up in terms of units. So we're going to go ahead and surround this fort.
Engage the enemy.
Keep them from putting any more units in here. Let's build up some ladders.
Siege crews.
Tear down this
Status
fort here.
report.
And we'll have
About as much.
Adad start zooming his way up. We don't really need more units with him, so we can actually just going into march stance to zoom our way through.
Quite predictable.
I am tempted, since we're gaining some gold this turn. Let's go ahead and up in the Shrine to Marduk immediately.
Babylon endures.
We will actually avoid this one here. Go to the Shrine of Marduk. This will give us 50% of the movement we used to get here. We should actually be able to almost make it here. We just won't do any recruitment this turn. I had 10 nomad factions invade my land during a crisis on turn 16. Each one had a stack. Meanwhile, I have only 1.5. Yeah, it's a bad time when the nomads show up like that. We'll stay in our lands, though. I don't mind them
Are
getting
the maps
attacked.
accurate?
Chances are we can hold them off, especially with this lovely obsidian spear.
Stand ready.
Let it be.
And you hold the land here. Also now got the power of the crown. Oh, we're the heir already. Look at that, our beautiful face. And our crown is so much nicer than yours. We should be the king by default. Better beard, better hat, better mustache as well. What's going on, Assyria? We are already ready to be a pretender. If we want, we can kick out that civil war. We just wouldn't be able to have any of these other regalia unless we claim those seats. I think the Great King has one, or the King of the Universe has a regalia as well that's specific to him, but I haven't actually made it up there yet, so we'll find that out together. Alright, as far as our ancient legacy, we're absolutely going to go for Hammurabi the Lawmaker. We'll also inscribe some codes and generate Kuduru resource, which will let us get resources for free and boost those laws up. Let's do it. My plan here is just to make the most horrifyingly effective slings and archers possible. So we're going to come in and take a look at what we can create. So how this works, you get this lovely Hammurabi the Lawmaker screen, and you'll see the Kuduru resource in the middle. So every time a law is finished, you'll get a set amount of this to spend either on upgrading your overall laws you have, or by instantly completing your research, which is pretty dang awesome. We are going to go ahead and not use Kuduru though, because we don't have any. We are instead going to create a law. I'm going to actually look to see between the two that we can make here. So we're going to look at a civic law. We are able to generate more food, more stone. Can't afford construction. We do recruitment costs, and we can do happiness. So actually, we need none of that. Instead, we're going to come over here to this military one for glory in combat. We're going to call these, let's say, super deadly slingers. And this law shall be all about making our slings super great. So I'm going to worry about giving them more speed by 6%. And so what you can do is you can add positive benefits, which will increase how long it takes that law to actually go into effect, or negative benefits, or negative modifiers that will for that unit, or whatever you're trying to do, which will decrease how long it takes for that to go into effect. This first one here we're just going to be really aggressive with. We're going to get extra fast slings, and we're also going to make them get more experience from battles, and nothing else. But some really cool stuff you can do is you can make them recruit higher rank, you can get them more experience per turn, and you can start giving them traits as well, so you can make them resistant to heat. I don't know why you would ever add weak vigor unless it reduces how long it takes for a law to go into effect, but you can add some really cool stuff. Furious Charge is pretty great. I was looking for Breakthrough Charges, but that apparently is not one they're going to be willing to give you. Powerful Strikes is very good, where no matter how tired you are, your melee attack is still throwing hands at maximum. We can get abilities too, so Heedless Charger, which I think is likely to give you... This is not what I like. This is Rampage, but all the time. You got Get Your Breath. If there's no enemies, you get to recharge your stamina. All sorts of really cool stuff. Sand Scorpions lets you be really sneaky if the there's a sandstorm up about. Mistwalkers, you're sneaky if there's fog. Spire, I think, is probably the best one here, where any units nearby with 60 morale are going to be buffing up whatever unit has this by 2 each, melee attack and defense. You get some pretty cool stuff, and you can actually upgrade things like including missile range, range lethality, reload speed, all sorts of crazy stuff. The beard is enough to assume dominance. The hat of the god chosen just extra points. Fair enough, laying line. I appreciate that. I'm currently losing at 3.4 thousand food eternally. I have 6,000 left. I'm on turn 20. Unable to expand due to stuck defending the cities I have left and forcing to fight every battle I might lose. Yeah, that's not super fun. The slow decline in Total Wars is always the sad one. So let's give that extra experience for our slingers too. Oh, whoops. I have to click on this effect as well. And we have to go down here and give them more speed. And since we actually don't have any clubs right now, I don't mind coming on in here. Oops. Extra experience, extra speed, and then we'll come on in here and also weaken. Oh, I can't weaken the speed on our clubmen. What we can do instead, though, is just make them... So I take our clubs, give them less melee defense, and that'll make it take less time to go into effect. I think it's a good call. We don't really have any one-handed clubmen. The law of the super deadly slingers of 1203 BC, of course, is now in 4 turns. Word of the gods, by the command of Slanesh, the great judge of heaven and earth, let righteousness go forth in the land. Of course, that was the code of Hammurabi. Slanesh was definitely mentioned. We'll come on in now here and grab the longer festivals, giving us more happiness in Babylon proper. which I guess already is doing just fine in happiness, isn't it? I take that back. Life of the Soldier might be a good call then. XP per turn faction wide, more experience for battles. These are pretty quick, so it should just take us 5 turns to get in here and just give us a nice little experience boost. And then from there, we'll go ahead and grab ourselves another god and dedication slot. So, speaking of, we'll come on in here, and we don't have Ishtar just yet, so I think Shushanak gives us more 24% more melee. That's that. Good grief. Or more speed and post-battle loot for the Devoted General. Oh wow, these are both great. I think the reload speed, though, is going to be more useful for us. Sorry, in Shushanak, we're going to go ahead and grab Ninurta. For the time being, we'll switch Ninurta out for Ishtar when we can.
Hear me, Great One. I seek your favor.
Hear me, Great One. Alright, perfect. Now's a good time for me. I'm going to go ahead and jump up and take a quick bathroom break and refill my coffee. Get you all in just a moment.
My time is now.
True master.
If you want trade, Adad, you must offer fair terms. As average as I expected.
Greetings. Ceremony over. Let us proceed. Diplomacy is such a tiring matter.
That will be all. Yes. This offer is... Pleasure doing business.
This is the heart of the universe, and I am its master.
I keep nothing in the dark.
Oh, of course. Thanks for letting me know. I thought I'd unmuted everything. I've got 2 different mutes to make sure if I'm coughing or anything, I can make sure that goes away, but I get rid of one of the layers, not the other. Thanks. Please always let me know. I feel embarrassed for a moment, but not too long. Thanks, Logic Wizard. Appreciate it. Long-time viewers definitely are aware of my mic issues. It happens on occasion. But if you call it out, I should be pop back in sooner. Idle compensation. Gold for trading my court action. Get out of here. Nonsense.
I am the future.
I keep needing
of
to
the
make
world.
buddies with Gullbot so I can take their
This action,
archer chariots.
Why here and why now?
It's all good. I thought it was crazy because no one else said it. No, it's fine. I appreciate you for calling it on out.
Battle positions!
Men, return to order. Men, set off.
Looks like they've given up.
Move
Death
to
is the
attack.
only way for you then. We'll auto-resolve this one. This poor guy. That disrespect. Excuse me. I think he was a mannequin. His head popped off too easy.
Is ours.
He killed 206 of our men? Good grief. What a Chad.
My orders are to take you away.
My orders are to sack
I
this
seek
place.
long-term solutions.
Everybody has their
And you'll go ahead and move in
How
and work
long
with us
will
to
the
deal with
world
Sir
last?
Morarty. Which, if we so wish,
There
we could
can be
also
no
just quickly
compromise.
auto-resolve.
Prepare for
I
your
think we
death.
won't. This will be our first minor settlement battle. Even if it's an
Breathe your
overwhelming one.
last, Assyrian.
Breathe your last, Rye Hat. That's auto-resolve for you. Yeah, well, fort battles are nasty. Anything with the towers in this one, they're towers that are doing their best to mimic the old Three Kingdoms towers. Just machine gun nests. Alright, dry to a storm. That sounds fine. Someone has a bit of a small port. Some of that water is going to be inaccessible. But I love the little canal work they've got going on. Or maybe this is just like a reservoir set up around the outsides, that way everyone's got water. Either way, I'm here for it. We'll go ahead and set up our archers to harass the enemy, any of the enemy archers. Rocks, greater range than bows is not fun for them. We'll go Lulu swords
We can do it.
on both sides, just in case they do decide to sally out after us.
Victory beckons.
Archers here. Well, actually, I'm going to put them on this flank here. And then we'll have the chariots. Oh, that's not actually our deployment zone. Over here, then. And then you, Adad, I'm going to have you just kind of roll around across the river. Let's rock through levies. Speedy units behind. Good at flanking. We're just going to overwhelm one of these sides here. They're really hard. Babylonian specialists. And then farmers ready to kind of rush in wherever they're needed. It'll be a good nuisance for a moment. In fact, you guys can just disappear over here. Make them worry we're going to attack from that side. Infantry. And no one really needs to be in guard mode. And we'll have everyone else in the missile squad. Guard mode here, and then our chariots. Let it begin. Here comes the extra farmers. Oh. Yeah, that's the only thing I'm not the biggest fan of is how big it'll make this small panel, the panel down here on the bottom. Unit panel, that is. Find the right words eventually. Alright, slings, let's go ahead and have you move up into the shrubs there. Chariots up. Looks like our reinforcements came in from over here. So we'll drag them across. And you guys too. Bring these two slings up behind.
We march. On the move.
These spearmen are going something kind of weird. Bring them over to this side. Alright, slings, start pelting them.
Prime for battle. By your request.
Their archers are a little ways back there.
Chariots into play.
Chariots come up to harass these Akkadian militia. Alright, awesome. They're already going to run for the hills. Have our specialists come up, start picking off these Akkadian archers.
Crack open their skulls.
Someone killed their chicken. All the farmers are here now. If you kick the chickens also, you gotta be careful. Different games, still same exact result.
Move in order.
Looks like they've decided that sallying out is their best course of action. As my voice tries to leave. Come on up a little bit closer, keep harassing that group. Farmers, come on around.
On we go.
Oh, really? Two sets of archers moving in. Let's have our farmers just kind of rush past them.
We march.
You guys go catch this lord.
Make the gods proud.
Make the gods proud.
Send them stones.
We're gonna switch these guys over to their whistling shot, which is going to drop morale by 6 whenever whoever gets hit. You guys rush past.
I was born for this.
Swordsman, get in there.
I was born for this.
Let's fly.
Farmers rush past against this general too.
My wrath.
Here come the chariots. Those guys are doomed.
Plain and simple.
Just move them around the outside now. We'll hit this other general on the other side.
Towards that place.
Farmers, guess what you're gonna do now? Destroy. Break them. Chariots do struggle inside the settlement, so if you get them in a little bit more of a line formation, they should do a wee bit better. Look at this guy run.
Rend their flesh.
There's no escape, brother. Look how many guys are after you. I mean, all the new friends. If you decrease the UI to 70 or 80%, it helps a lot. I'll have to keep that in mind. It's just these guys here left. So let's go ahead and have you plot advance, and they should retreat pretty quickly with this death of the second general here. He's still fighting. What a champion. Have our slings relax, because otherwise we're going to get too much friendly fire damage.
Bludgeon them. Bludgeon them.
Because of the whistling shot. I mean, they're brave, but they're not that brave. Leadership should break pretty soon after getting hit with a couple rocks. Oh, it disappeared. You can't hear the whistling shot. It does sound different, too. Hang on, I'll see if I can... One of these guys if you can. Everyone else fall back so we don't take damage. Come on, show the people the whistling shot.
Defeat is for the weak.
Can you hear it? It kind of screams through the air. Pretty cool. Also, some of the new battle animations are absolutely brutal with the Blood DLC. Yeah, I agree. Their logic wizard there. Pretty mean. Able to punt someone's head clean off with a mace is pretty both disturbing and impressive. Ooh. Too fast for you, clown. 71 fall in that battle. We'll go ahead and just claim this for Babylon. Borders? What borders? Jingu are gone. We got 1,500 wood and 1,000 stone. Nice to continue to build up our empire here. We do have a war going on with these clowns. Oh, they finally arrived, too. The Anat and their farmers.
Well, tough.
Well, tough. Oh, we have a drought. Where's this drought at? Osua, Thrace, the Lowlands, Yamhad, Rajinu, Lower Egypt, Kush, and Zagros. So not with us just yet. No drought for Babylon. I don't think they could even win against Durakura Galzu here. Even in a siege. Alright, well we've got Sir Maradi under our control.
I have carried the burden of my
Have you
duty for a
retreat?
long time.
Build up more Akkadian
Pay
farmers.
attention, recruits, or die later.
That's all we really have for now. Oh wait, I guess I was wrong. You get... Oh, this is the administration cost. You only get one of them. Okay. I was like, wow, you get 5 of them. That's insane.
They call me King of Babylon, and
That is who you are. Alright, King of Babylon. Let's go ahead and... Ambush is not super useful, so we'll switch it over to Defense Strategist. That way... Oh, we actually have both. Cool. Well, we can... Why choose? Alright, Durakura Galzu would be great to upgrade, but how is Babylon proper doing? Take this up to tier 5? Don't mind if I do. The fastest tier 5 Babylon I've ever gotten. Here at Uruk, we can go for... I would actually say some more wood. Happiness here is kind of evened out, but that's mostly just because of our dedication to Marduk. Here at Durakura Galzu, let's go ahead and upgrade the Silt Farms too. Continue to increase that growth and food. Both at the same time is great. Alright, so 3 more turns before our law is established. And we're going to keep not dedicating any of our people to Marduk. How exciting. Would love to get some more stone from you,
Have you
Hannigobot.
finally reconsidered your position, Babylonian?
I mean, have you? I'm going to keep
Assyria on-
draining your coffers of stone so you can't build up forces.
Next time.
Next time. I could have thought we were going to be able to get some more. Let's see about Babylon proper. I think we used up all of it just getting the settlement upgraded. Yep. Yes, indeed. Okay, so here at Galzu, might as well. Who damaged these? This rude man here? That had to have been who it was. What a bully. We'll go ahead and repair nothing. And instead, we'll put in another shrine to Marduk. The other outpost spot is up here. Can we get in an economic one too? Sold. And also, the Regional Administration Center. Why not?
I
Sit
take
on.
care of problems.
What balanced shield? What does this one give us? Speed, melee attack, but a small shield, so we'll be blocking less arrows by a long shot. So instead of 55, you get 30%. Probably not a good one to have with a Shia spear. Alright, we'll give you more movement for me. Yeah, they've been damaged. That'll be alright. Try to lure them back on again, because if we try to repair them, all they're going to do is re-damage them. The Vandals. I missed the guy. What exactly is administration cost? It's going to be basically just representing bully. He wants to marry Shurimakot to Ninip. Oh, I kind of completely forgot about our diplomatic weddings. You're fighting two factions now. I don't think you're long for this world. Probably not. We will agree at some point. So administration cost is basically just showing off how much bureaucracy and just how much administration you're actually having to do in the first place. So as you build that up through building buildings and recruiting more troops, twins have been born. You have China and Hunzu. Sweet. Well, let's see here. So as you are recruiting more units and building up more buildings, that is just going to increase naturally. And as it does, your generals are going to become stronger upon initial recruitment, but your bronze and food upkeep are going to increase. You'll get kind of increased benefits and penalties. We got a fire truck going by, so apologies if you hear that. You'll start to get more gold recruitment costs as well, but your generals will continue to get more and more elite. You'll also get faction-wide more movement bonuses too. I think that finally maxes out at getting you more recruit rank for all of your units by +3. So as you increase that, your units cost more, and will cost more to recruit if they cost gold, but they will be a little bit more elite and move further. Just showing how your empire is kind of growing and even more unwieldy. Unwieldy but stronger.
You shall not influence me.
I mean, you don't look very scary. You also have a bronze settlement that we could claim. I'd prefer not to move too far up towards Assyria just yet. We'll kind of stay here in the Tigris and Euphrates and make sure most of this is in Babylon's control.
I am thinking.
I am thinking.
Hoist the sails.
I'm thinking we come down here and declare war on the Ishtarans and jump this small settlement here. Or I do declare war. Let's get a little bit closer, make sure I don't get betrayed. We'll come on in here also and give you that next point into post-battle loot and replenishment. Herbalist is pretty dang good. Fatigue build-up and replenishment for tier 1 and 2 units, which we have mostly of. You can't even have a balance shield. No shields for your chariots.
I am a
I
Kazakh.
hope your business is important.
Well, here's the thing, buddy. Important to me, probably not to you.
Linger and smolder, Adad. I can wait.
Linger and smolder. He likes Adad's smolder, which fair enough, he is all the time, isn't he? I will join your war with the Ishtaru. or the Ishtarans, and you will give me... apparently you don't care too much about gold, so how much gold do you willing to part with? 50 is not the way. Oh, you're being a little bit stingy, are you, buddy? I'm joining you in a war, where I'm going to be taking all of the glory. Let's go 8 here, and then however much food he's willing to part with. Really not that much.
If I must.
I don't want a non-aggression pact with you, but I will become a mercenary. United we stand. Hey,
They
bud.
chose me, and I agreed.
So sorry, but this has to happen. Get him, Adad. Everyone's got an Achilles. Except for you now.
We gave our best and succeeded.
Indeed. And that is how good your normal auto resolve is going to be against a pretty high tier minor settlement.
I will guide these people.
I will
There
guide
can be
these
no
people.
compromises.
That works out. That faction is completely gone in one fell swoop. We'll go ahead here and actually tear out the fort building. So now this is another province under our control. Just like that. Here I'm going to go for the Babylonian builders because I don't necessarily want to recruit units in this position. I want to keep happiness up since we have people trespassing and breaking stuff.
No trouble.
A bunch of clowns. Honestly, Zatan, I might send you after the Anat people.
Things could be worse.
Things could be worse. We'll have a rebellion here in 11 turns.
10,000.
Really not that worried about it. Let's come up to Sir Mararti.
Who here has military training?
Ooh, hang on now. Where are we getting these Acadians from? Oh, they have the tier 3 military building, or the native recruitment office here. Does that get us all of their units? Almost. That's pretty great.
Prince of Ur and protector of Nippur.
So we could replace these farmers with some actual decent units. Not these Acadian clubmen, of course, because it just weakened our club guys. But militia spears for an actual anti-large shielded unit sounds good. So we'll start getting rid of some of these farmers. I'll just combine.
Caution is a virtue, enabling survival.
Enabling survival. Ooh, javelins too. Hang on now. Javelins are so deadly. See you farmers later.
The officers wish my counsel.
We'll
We
get
need more men.
2 javelin units to kind of have ourselves some piercing. Yeah, sounds good to me.
Everybody has their duty.
Everybody has their duty. Yours is sitting outside in camp stance. Try to rebuild up your... There's a trait you can get for keeping them in a camp for multiple turns, and that'll let them have more replenishment overall. Oh, he's actually supposed to be ambitious. We'll see if we can make him content either way. I guess as I say that, more movement's not bad. Put you in march stance there. Good old Zatan. More food here. We're to get some more religious outposts for not Ninurta but Marduk for that happiness bub. So let's see if we can snag some more stone. Anagolbat continues to be our
Nothing
stone
passes
producer.
me by.
What about though?
Share your visions of the future with me, Adad.
See, he at least likes us. Let's get 200 of your... You're not interested in it, but you don't have very much. For food. Wow, that's the best deal all day.
A toast to...
A toast to our future dealings. Do you not have any more stone? He's all out. That's all we really need. So, if you don't have stone for us, I don't really care. Go ahead and take a god up to the Regional Administration Palace. Babylon's looking pretty nice. See if we can find any eligible bachelors for... With Hannah Galbot. I actually think we can with Ur.
I am
So I would love to try to just confederate with these guys.
Sight for a sore eyes.
Sight for a sword eyes. I will offer. Transfer to your faction as a civilian. We'll offer a marriage where Shemuramat, Hiamat is her name. Buladu, the acting general, who's a pious zealot, or Gungum, who has been freed from slavery. Barbaric, restless, probably not. He's got a lot going on. I mean, a pious zealot is also terrifying. Shemuramat, you might be not going in for a very fun marriage here. Evaluation, go! Grab that non-aggression pact. And then a barter agreement for whatever wood you're willing to provide. Actually, gold. Gold to your king. Not if it's only 3. How much wood are you willing to part with? Apparently, the answer is not much. 6 is all they're willing to go for. 6 and a 3 food. Listen, it's worth it. Trust me.
A toast.
Those to our future dealings. There we go. Now we should be good buddies with her. We gained a Mesopotamian consort. There you have it.
Let it be.
That's going to give us... What's a bearded lady? Obviously not. Extra diplomatic relations with the Urartu, the Elamites, and the Mesopotamians. And that works for me. That'll just help us in all of our seedy alliances we're trying to make. We go for one more Shrine of Marduk. We want to make sure it's an area that is not going to get kneecapped by the enemy, so we'll just pop it in here. For happiness and food production. Alright, we've got our court action for this turn.
Future of the world.
Greetings, Yusuf. Welcome on in. Also, I apologize if I miss comments. I tend to get a little bit tunnel visions. Also, I'll try to catch up a bit. So we've got kind of like the rank system in 3 Kingdoms, indeed. And will the AI attack you more if you have a lower administration level? No, they tend to only worry about your military might. And if you have a whole bunch of weak settlements that they can easily pick off, that tends to be what determines their war declarations. We are going to start building up some relations now with the Elamites. Discuss law. Really, just gain some Kuduru? Well, Hennigalbad, how would you like to talk about government?
I find it hard to suffer your diplomatic dances, Babylonian.
Fair enough. I can respect that. So with our 2 Kuduru, what can we do with it? Can we already upgrade our laws? Rank increase? For only 1. Sweet. That'll give us melee attack and ammunition. That looks like that's it. Oh wow, there's lots of levels here for this Kuduru stuff. Oh, it just costs 1 each time. So for our civics then, we won't get any increases for a while. Alright, what military it is? Missile damage, yes please. Our next law is already coming into thought. Can we worship Ishtar yet? Nope, we need to conquer land across the Tigris. More than we already have. So one of these 2... Or I'm sorry. This direction. I'm thinking the wrong way. The Tigris is over here. Well, it's still here, but this is the direction I'm thinking of for the Elamites. Alright, I think that's all we can do for this turn. Take a quick look. You're blowing up our structures because you're rude.
Bag of gold or bronze blade?
Let's see if we can...
Soldiers, attention! Take that
Instead
pathway.
threaten a knot, but sneakily.
Set an ambush.
Set an ambush.
You are a sight for a sore eyes.
Glad to hear. How about you give me more food? 115. That's fine. What an auspicious deal. Same thing with the Duranki, just keep building up relations with those around us. If I can confederate with them, absolutely will.
A toast.
Perfect. And that'll be our turn. We get ourselves a couple of special recruitment Salulus. The Akkadian word bit means house. Interesting. Quit breaking all my outposts, you clown. His farmer army he's terrified to come on in. He's got enough javelins to cause some issues, but vital compensation. We're gonna go ahead and refuse because I like my court actions, thank you.
Your heartless cause revolts me.
Brother, you were the one blowing up outposts with just a bunch of civilians in them. I don't want to hear it.
Sounds important.
Sounds important. Let's move to take down... Anat is the... Oh, I didn't realize it was the capital. So we should probably take out the garrison first.
Like the pillar.
Come up this way, get a few more units before we move on.
Rightful ruler of Karduniash.
Full ruler of Karduniash.
Watch for storms.
Oh, we can reach him. You poor fool, you thought you could get away.
Say your prayers.
We do have those extra units, so let's go ahead and stop here.
Make landfall.
Make sure we can't just
I
snag
see
in a few
capable
more of those
warriors only.
slave units. So we've got some slings, we've got some Salulu swords that start out at rank 4. That's actually not bad. Okay, we'll snag these swordsmen just to start.
Do
We can
not
give the
rush
slingers to the other
battles,
army.
win them.
I take care of problems. Take them, feed them, train them.
I take care of
I am
problems.
prepared.
Here's a problem. Prepare to get dealt with, problem. It's just a bunch of archers. These javelins are scary. But if we let our slings deal with them before they get too close, or charge them down with our chariots, we should have no trouble. Let's fight ourselves a battle. Welcome, Mobile Goat Home Tribe. Listen, if you've got goats big enough to put your whole house on, fair enough, let's do it. I love what the characters say in this game sometimes, it's too funny. Oh, I agree. The smack talk is great. One of the best things about this one, Three Kingdoms, and a lot of the kind of the newer, I guess, historical titles. But look at all this mud over here. It'd be a shame if you guys had to wade through it. We can also use these rocks as cover for the javelins. Although I think this other side's going to be the better option. We can force them to kind of come through the mud. So we're going to deploy a little ways away from the mud ourselves. I'm going to have these two slings move up as kind of an aggressive skirmisher group. So we'll be up here with our chariots and the Babylonian specialists. Oh, that's a lot of javelins there, good grief. And we'll have our charger spears and then a couple of the swordsmen then. The rest of our guys will keep in a normal formation back behind.
Honor the gods!
Archers on this flank. Our own javelin men, which are heavily armored, but I think they have a little bit less range. Yeah, so it's 85 range as opposed to 100, but they do have a shield. So we'll go ahead and take a look at our Akkadian skirmishers. They're a brand new unit for us. I'm going to keep them on this flank and this flank. To crunch any of those armored guys that close the gap. These two swordsmen here, just to make sure we don't lose any of our spears on the way across. They'll fall back if they need to. But they're also going to be there to kind of scare off these hunters if they get too brave. Alright, cool. So let's get our infantry. Beautiful stuff. Missile boys. Skirmishers, and then our chariots. Hey, Timosha, welcome on in. His name is Adad. His name is Adad, basically. Or are you saying that's the correct pronunciation for it? 'Cause he is properly the dad of Babylonia. Oh, these are our new units. What am I doing? Come here, Acadian skirmishers. Gotta show you guys off. They got a little bit better armor, better helmets.
We'll riddle them with arrows.
Probably quite a bit better training too than their shirtless counterparts across the field. However, they will die just as easily to a javelin flying across the field as anyone else. So, let's do this right. All right, battle begin. So, Babylonian chariots start rolling up around you guys into these bushes to be obnoxious.
No hesitation! Move in order!
Yeah, Dodd moving up just a little bit here. There's so many javelins all in one spot.
Drive us onwards.
Move our force to about here. We can start harassing them from range. We just don't want to move our chariots in until we've got a couple of them at least picked off.
Towards that place.
So you guys move in, start flapping these Acadian hunters.
Bludgeon them.
Show them the true meaning of war.
Roll onwards.
I like this meme with a teacher and Aaron.
Men are the
Your name is
weakest
Aaron.
of the
That's a
city.
pretty good one.
Chariots into place.
There is an army brewing near the new city.
Get the horses
Missed that
pulling.
comment, but which army are you seeing there that I'm not?
With pride. Drive us onwards.
And I guess is it for this faction or is it for another one? Get out of there, chariots. Really don't want to get hit by those. Alright, Adad, here's your best targets here, looks like. Well, let's just make sure there's no one any closer. Fall back.
By step!
Swordsmen come around.
On the move.
Alright, we got them good and disrupted. They're not sure what to do at all.
Swing at them!
Ooh, get out of there, Adad.
Shift men.
I'm glad there's more. We know there's more javelins back here, but we want to try to draw them back.
Set new destination. Roll onwards.
Keep rolling. Have these slings fall back now. Babylonian specialists turn and start chucking your rocks. In fact, let's throw the whistling shot. Good and scary.
Keep close to me.
Pull them back just a bit further. These guys, we will also go ahead and rotate.
Crack open their
Crack open their skulls.
skulls! Time to move! Time to move!
Chariots, come on back.
Chariots into
Here comes those javelins.
Fight with pride.
Those first group's gone. Go ahead and charge the chariots in.
Rend their flesh.
In fact, I'm going to keep Adad moving around the back here.
Over there. Move.
So many javelins.
Follow me.
They're doing a pretty good job of keeping him back. Let's have him come around.
Destination. Go that way.
Specialists getting charged. Go ahead and have them go into shield wall for a moment if I can. We'll send the spears in to try to defend them.
Strike them.
Lads fall back.
Skewer them all. Rend their flesh.
Everyone the old charge order because our poor specialists there getting surrounded.
I was born for this!
We march.
I get these chariots moving.
The horses pulling.
Adad, we're gonna go ahead and have you disappear.
Order.
Rocks flying. And make sure we're dealing with the javelins first, because good grief are they gonna hurt.
Attack the enemy.
They'll watch our guys start dropping pretty quick, but if they turn to run, we have a good chance.
God's
Ooh, that nice first throw.
Step
Fine in here and go after these skirmishers instead.
battle
Oh, I
order.
thought they would run.
Victory beckons. Time to move.
Good position. Archers, stay back.
Bury them in snow.
Oh, our chariots got caught.
Drive us
That's my own
onwards.
fault.
Wheels turning.
Hold on, Adad.
Men attack. On the move.
Hit this next group.
Drive them down.
Adad is indeed adadding all over these poor fools. Where is the other javelin man?
Ready your grip.
Ready your grip.
On we go. Step
Babylonian
by
specialists did a
step.
pretty good job of falling back. Let's go ahead and give some more ammo to these javelins so they can continue to chuck. Death straight into the enemy lines. There, we've got him.
Fight them.
Fear me!
Death from
You
above.
archers are kind of doing nothing useful at all. Ooh. Where'd that damage come from? He got hit by some javelins, I believe. I'm just not sure where they came from. Ouch. That didn't feel good at all. Well, that's a victory. Enemies are running for the hills. We should be able to round up all these poor baddies. Throwing rocks wherever you can there. We'll let Adad and the surviving missile chariots come on up. Beautiful stuff. To be honest, I wish CA would make an animation studio that either went for a series or a movie with the cinematics for Total War. I think that would be epic. I think if we got one for Warhammer Fantasy, it would be greatly appreciated by pretty much all. You guys just kind of hang out. We'll have Adad and the other chariots do the round 'em ups. Oh, they don't do the best job, are they? Adad's chariots are rolling nightmares. Now these javelins got away. They are in March though, so any of these guys we don't capture are just going to get executed. Which I guess is good. We just want to try to gather up as many of them as we can. There's a lot of Akkadian hunters just charged down. Adad's up to. See if we can get above 400 kills this game. There's this battle. Almost. There he is. First time we crossed the 400. Yeah, getting these chariots in the first couple battles here were pretty useful. These Babylonian chariots we need to replace pretty quickly. Once they charge in, they seem to be stuck there pretty much permanently. Do a really bad job of pulling away. Since the tooltip says they are medium chariots, they might be just getting the medium chariot. I don't know. They're not good at pulling away. Medium chariot's usually pretty good at rolling through lines, at least through the light guys. Yeah, indeed, the Key and Peele skit of the substitute teacher throws everything off the desk. I had one teacher sub that was very, very similar to that. Except for he looked like he was aggressively Scandinavian and had one eye. He was... I don't know where they found him. Hey, Eddie, welcome on back. Good to see you. Oh, oh. Hang on now, how'd this happen? His arm fell off, too.
Everyone did their part. Bravo.
That was brutal there, Adad. We'll go ahead and take the replenishment, I think. Our treasury is pretty nice in terms of food.
Teach them a lesson.
So what is the faction with the coolest units?
I get things done.
Coolest units overall is probably going to be Ramesses. He's got all the Magi guys, which are all elites, all the time.
They call me King of Babylon, and that is who I am.
That is who I am.
Men, marching orders.
Go ahead and grab this trade. And then I'm going to position myself to fight the Malgu here. Or at least the, what do you guys call it, the Kishu? Yeah, they've got a gold settlement that I think would look better in our possession. Marduk Shrine over here, so we'll just not worry about it.
The road awaits.
Road awaits.
I have carried the burden of my
You're saying they're building up another army over here, next to a knot. That would make sense.
Duty awaits.
See if we can't lure them into battle.
No one escapes.
We'll surround this place. I'll set up a ram and some towers. There's
Keep
ram and
pressuring
some
them.
ladders. We'll set up there. These guys likely do not like us after our fight.
What do you want to discuss?
All they care about is we trespass with Assyria. They actually like that we were punching the Ishtarans. These are the Mermen tribe. Lick bagass. You probably shouldn't tell people about your issues there, my friend. What if I steal all the stone you have? I know you have none. Well, never mind. All we have is food, sir. Alright, well, let's come on into our court positions again.
This
And let's go ahead
is
and
the heart of the universe.
let's discuss
and
Law Botanic
I am
Elbot some more.
its master.
Sure, their units are great, but we can't afford them just yet, so let's keep building up
I
Kuduru.
keep nothing in the dark.
Keep building up that Kuduru. We've got 2 more. Actually, let's see how much we need to complete research immediately. It would cost 4 for a 2-turn. That is not worth. Let's keep upgrading our laws. So melee damage, I'm looking to get up into reload speed pretty quickly. I mean, our civics are doing pretty well for ourselves. We just boost up our military like crazy. It'll start costing 2 a turn, so let's start working on civics then. Sweet. Oh, no, don't do that. We need this law. This law will help our slings become faster. We don't really need the food, but we can start using our food as trade for other resources too. Nah, I think I'll save. We don't need it just yet.
Not surprising.
Beautiful. Outpost construction is available. We'll go ahead and save on that too. Oh, they managed to damage it. The Ziggurat of Enlil. So to repair that's going to cost a lot of stone and some gold, which is no good. I guess we'll just go for another Shrine to Marduk. And blow up this fort too. I guess we were the ones that destroyed this fort. I'm going to go ahead and tear this one on out. I don't think we need it. Not any longer. Let us fish. So I'm basically going to hit the level 5 bundle here with him as well. It'll give us more melee defense for the whole army, and from there we'll just start probably working on mostly presence and his ardor. I'm gonna figure out the titles we really want to secure. I mean, who whispers loudly will be good for conquering. The upkeep production will also be pretty nice. So that's only for his general. Weird. Or I guess, no, I'm yes, that upkeep projection is for the general's whole army. That makes sense. This one is a good one. Frugal and conscription. But it's not the one that I want to really upgrade. Extra movement for less replenishment. More raiding. So the ones we actually want are in the middle tree. Huh. Fair enough. Movement, recruitment slots. So he doesn't have anything that really makes his unit stronger, which is good to know.
Rightful ruler of
Good to know. Got expired barters this turn. We've got, looks like we were importing gold for
May relations
wood.
between us continue to prosper.
Sounds good to me. Let's see if I can get some more. If not, we'll just reduce the number of wood we're sending your way. I guess by 1.
I solemnly
accept.
How long will the world last?
So that Amari would like a non-aggression pact. They're the only ones, too. All of the Urartu tribes, funnily enough. No one wants a defensive alliance. At all.
Bag of gold?
And the
or
Ishtaran
bronze
are
blade?
looking for peace. Oh, they're still up here. Sure, we'll take peace with
Brave
you.
of you to come and talk in such circumstances.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So you just give me, as a one-time barter, all of your remaining, you don't have any stone, all of your remaining wood. Okay, you're being stingy, huh? We're gonna snag peace with them, that way these 2 armies that are right here that I didn't realize they were there, we can just avoid that.
This will have to do.
This will have to do. Enjoy getting wiped out now, fools.
We must stand together.
Yeah, we should have known they would have another army there somewhere. All right, back on in. We can get another general here, can't we? I think we should. EB tier 4 coming on in, so we'll go ahead and get Assisted again. He is a grizzled veteran, so less marriage eligibility. We don't really care about that. Welcome, Assisted.
I have
Since you're the
carried
oldest so
burden
far,
of
we're
my
going to rename
duty
you
for a
to
long time.
Astrogoth. the Iron Hand. So I've got Astrogoth and Zatan out running around.
Battle positions!
Battle positions, lads. No armor and balanced shield is what you get. Common spear is what you get as well. Then for your traits, go maximum influence and line of sight for yourself, or I guess maximum influence and upkeep reduction. And then this middle one, because we'll make him a defender.
Who here has military training?
Who here has military training? These
Replenish
Acadians,
the
your militia do.
regiments. Take them, feed them, train them.
That means I also want to switch it off of Babylonian builders for a turn or two and switch it just to workforce growth.
No trouble.
There we go. Tearing out the fort here. I actually don't think we need the one in Durgalzu either. Fort's going to be on the outskirts of our property.
Soldiers, stand ready. Sound battle horns.
Do that siege for now.
Siege crews,
The one guy behind those walls is so scared. That's probably all we're going to do for this turn. Yoink. I'm playing while watching. So which faction are you playing? Well, Thrace. I should have just read a little bit further. How are things going so far? Thrace is one of my favorites of the native faction units. Even the kind of goofy looking guys that are wielding tree branches. Would like the clubs to look a little bit more refined, but... Oh, come on, I don't have to face us, are you? Uras. Prepare to die. Let's not lose those units. The Battle of a Knot. Ooh, he's got an awesome looking white cape. To our sad looking Zatan, who is capeless for now. Hey Mark, welcome on in. You have to recruit your son once he comes of age. Absolutely will. Should be, I think, a couple more years. Oh, this is a lovely choke point. You guys are doomed. Oh. I guess not quite. A little bit less doomed. Alright, Slings, let's go ahead and set up on the other side of here. There's a chance that they might try to play us and have guys reinforce from this side. They might split the reinforcements, so we'll make sure there's some dudes on both ends. Nice little layered attack there. We're just going to kind of ignore it. He's going to try to reinforce with his guys, so if we can surround him with these Agadian farmers, even as a general, he won't enjoy that at all. Let it begin. So wait a second. Was that a lie? Looks like it was a lie. Everyone turn. Oh no, here he comes. Oh, I just mixed up which ones are going to be the reinforcements. That makes sense.
Time to move. On we go.
You guys can just stop him for me. Like, use 3 of my farmers happily to deal with you. Got a little bit mixed up here on who was coming in as reinforcements, who knew who wasn't. Grab our sling guys and get them in position again.
Move there. Step by step.
He'll do pretty good on the first unit there, but the rest of the farmers should be able to beat him. He's tough, but he's not fighting 400 guys at once tough. Holding spacebar so I can make sure I can watch when they start to close the gap. Prepare the reaping, boys. I also love that some of our farmers are rich enough to have purple shirts. Very rich. Colored purple shirts, too. We're dealing with these javelin men. Axes just charge in for farmers. We're gonna lose a lot of guys on that initial. We'll take a give as good as we get. Chucking rocks here. These farmers should be able to make it in and scare these Acadian hunters off, no problem.
Make the gods proud.
Get them slings.
Slingers, attack.
Would have you charge this group.
Engage.
Alright, that group's running. Running for the hills.
Tremble before
And we're about to have some guys run too, so
Strike with precision.
what is the way?
Tear through them. Send them stones.
Or rush them. Keep our slings targeting their general.
Swing at them. Victory beckons.
And chase them off, no problem.
Strike them down. Strike them down.
See if we can find Zatan down here in the melee. Oh, here he is. What does your obsidian-tipped spear look like, sir? Oh, am I wrong? No, Zatan, your bodyguard all kind of look like you. I think that's it. He's in the middle somewhere. We can fight him in a second. Alright, Rocks, let's go ahead and deal with this general.
Bludgeon them. Face my wrath. Ready yourselves.
I was hoping we had a kind of a unique model for the spear. Alright, those guys are gone. Let's just go ahead and have Zatan sit back. We'll have the farmers come over here and clobber Urus. Just kidding, that's friendly fire. Let them deal with Urus. Let's see if we
Make
get
the gods proud.
find Zatan and his spear. Be unfortunate if his... Oh, he'd be back here in the corner, wouldn't he? Where's our captain at? Did they really not make his model that different? Usually they're back here in the corner, so this is probably him here. But sometimes they're up front. Oh, here he is. Duh. Here he is. He's a little bit taller than everyone else. He has a white crest. Yeah, so the obsidian tip spear isn't that much different, sadly. Got an embarrassing amount of time to find you.
Step by step.
When they're on mouse, they'll put them in the back right, the back left.
Bury them in stone.
Usually right here. But if they're, I guess, on infantry, they're right in the front lines, which is why you will lose your general so quickly.
Embrace your fury.
A lot of those guys live to fight another day. That's fine. Heroic victory. You wish that the Roman tribes were included in Pharaoh? I think it'd be interesting to see them versus all the different Italian tribes. Maybe. I think I would like to see it more, because I think Greece is as far as that direction we need to go. We probably need to push it a little bit further to the east. Bring in kind of Proto-Persia and things. So we've got a good deal of the land there on the Sinai Peninsula that's not actually playable. So keeping with the Bronze Age and kind of the Egyptian and Hittite Syrian theme. Oh, good grief. This is the sharpest spear ever. I will take the extra punishment. They serve us now.
I should retire someday.
Yeah, someday. Guess we'll have you raise it. I offer you my trust. The ruler of Kingir. You get no trust, period. You do not understand what you're missing out. Alright, time for a new ambition. We need to get riches beyond compare, so conquer a region focusing on gold. Ooh, hang on now. 8 Kudaru. Gold is never enough. A prosperous kingdom is unstoppable. No problem too complex that cannot be brought or bought away. If your goldsmith's a task, and you shall soon be indomitable. Sounds good to me. And our first law has now been written as well, so we've got the super deadly slingers of 1203. Just give them more XP from battles and more speed, so they're a little bit harder to catch. See, that should actually come into effect here, so they
call
are
me King of Babylon, and
moving
that
at
is who I
40
am.
instead of what they previously were. They'll still get caught by two-handed chargers and things, but just about any other frontline infantry. Oh man, they're still too slow. Maybe we go for melee defense next time. Good to know.
I have
It's hilarious that you're actually conquering and not by yourself. Not for a long time, but you've definitely been carrying it for a bit. Let's do battle loot and replenishment for you now. Each holdout time +1, movement. Let's go ahead and switch these for the herbalist, so fatigue buildup and replenishment for those tier 1 and 2 units.
Bag of
And then we're going to
gold
come on
or
back to
bronze
friendly
blade?
territory. Replenish, get some more troops, and then charge out over here after a nap.
Soldiers
camp.
in camp.
We've got the 2 slots now. I'm actually going to steal your guys, my friend.
I have carried the burden of my duty
Done the
for a
1 spearman
long
just for
time.
now.
Everybody has their duty.
Oh, man. Hearing that's going to be expensive. I'm going to ignore that for now.
10,000 correct.
For you
action.
guys, what we're really missing out on is probably the malicious
Report
spears.
army status.
I welcome all to my court.
I'm sorry,
as
what?
long as they show decorum.
Why am I no longer the king of Babylon? Why? Excuse me, what? No one did any... What is happening? We're positioned vacant. Why did we leave our position?
I rule here, so you will listen to me.
There weren't any... I mean, there's a plot now, but there weren't any before. What happened? The reason the generals die so fast isn't related to their position in the unit. There's supposed to be resistance to lethality for generals that isn't working properly right now. Oh, that makes sense. There's an incredibly prosperous civilization in the mountains of northern Italy who grew super rich off bronze trade with the Mediterranean and simply disappeared during the collapse. That'd be pretty cool. Welcome on in, Eisen, by the way. Check my events. There. Oh, it's because we won the King of the Universe position. I didn't even realize we switched position. We're the King of the
I
Universe now.
welcome all to my court.
That's
as
why.
long as they show decorum.
And just like that, that's quite anticlimactic, but here we are. What happened to Assyria? New king. Did their previous lord die? For reasons unknown. I mean, I'll take it. We managed to air our way into the throne. Where's my court? Get back in here. Let's see what we can
I
do.
rule here, so you will listen to me.
We've got the High Royal Guard. You listen to me. Cool, so we can actually assign... Aftergoth Ironhand has to be the one in charge of Babylon, right? We will give it to him. We can do that, right? Like, this won't move. Yeah, we'll claim it. Another faction was expecting to get this position. While they can't stop you, expect their disapproval. I'll punch them in the face. Astrogoth is king of Babylon. There we go. Noise. Do you get the Dynasty tree bug when you inherited the King of the Universe title? Let's find out. Looks like we might have, yeah. Oh, curses. So we're not going to get a Dynasty, are we? Well, that's a little bit lame. I guess that's alright, though. While we won't get the cool Dynasty benefits, we will at least get to have fun as the King of the Universe, which, wins and losses.
As
So what do we
king of the
gain?
universe, I set the future.
So the King of the Universe doesn't have any special ancillaries at all? Oh.
This court is a sanctum
The
of
unfortunate.
wisdom and reason.
Well, maybe we'll get our Dynasty next. Maybe it'll pop in next turn because we showed up this time. I don't know. We'll find out. Bugs could be still a thing.
The whole world bows to me.
Through special, we've got our Babylonian Specialist still, and then the High Royal Guard, which we have
Whose
insufficient
aid is
funds.
worthy
It
in
costs
these
so
times?
much. Look at those stats. 66 defense. 100 armor with a 75 shield. Well, alright. They ignore a portion of the enemy's armor when calculating lethality. They are loyal to the king. Who knows what that does? Effects loyal to the king. We'll find out on the campaign map itself, or the battle map. strong vigor. They can hide in forest. They have improved flanking defense. So these guys are actually meant to be hold-the-line troops. Weird. Hold-the-line troops that cut aggressively. I think it means you can't have an heir, so I don't know what happens if you die when that bug happens. Huh. So you're not able to have an heir at all either? But you can have a scion. So as soon as this guy's of age, we'll see if we can't appoint him.
Babylon endures. Men, return to
Babylon
order.
endures. I would love to strike
Do
now.
not rush battles. Win them.
It'd only be 5 more hit to our bronze, which I think we can handle for at least a turn or two. So, welcome extra Babylonian specialists.
The officers wish my counsel.
I mean, they're expensive, but we're
As
here for it.
king of the universe,
let's-
I set the future.
Figure out the path he would take into their lands. That way I
Take
don't
this
get
course.
played here. It's got a defense group of 12, so there's some guys in the outpost, but I think we got them.
Quite predictable.
Go sneak on in.
Are the maps accurate?
Are the maps accurate? Look like they look to be.
Linger and smolder, Adad.
So they're only at war with the
I can
Duranki.
Are you ready to hear the latest news?
I will join your war with the Kishu. Actually, they're losing that war with the Duranki. And you will give me... how much bronze you're willing to go for. Help me stave off the bronze monster. 75 sounds good. I solemnly accept. Thank goodness we got in here soon, because he's actually winning against 2 factions.
The whole world bows.
Oh, there's a
to
guy
me.
already in here. Poor fool.
So be it. Fight.
Also, I realize his name is the
Keep them
Unfortunate.
pressured.
Can we have something else, please? Adad the Unfortunate. That's not nice. Oh, well. That might have crashed the game. Let's see. He doesn't like being the Unfortunate. Yeah, I still haven't had an heir. That might be why. Heir to the Dynasties, Scion is heir to your faction. Yeah, messed up. Alright, we'll be right back. Let's get this game started up again. Pulls this on up. I will have it go for... let's try the turn before and see if we can avoid that bug. Man, they really need to patch this new update bed. It's a couple issues with it, so hopefully they are willing to get in there and fix those up pretty soon. Alright, we are back. Make sure nothing's happened. So we're not the king of the universe now, so I guess he must have died in battle.
And I am its master.
Alright, let's see if we get the bug still. And onward to the next turn.
They call me king of Babylon, and that is who I am.
Really hope they pitch a bug fix patch soon. I agree. Oh, hang on now. It's Egypt time.
Peace is a delicate balance. But when brothers turn against each other, virtues are abandoned. And bloodshed is inevitable.
He might have sailed up to Nineveh and just died in battle up here. Someone sailed back down. Alright, the Uros are attacking again. I am going to go ahead and just auto-resolve it this time. We're going to lose a little bit more, but that'll be alright. Ooh, right through the neck. And off in the head. Unplayable, but it's a bit buggy. I agree with that statement there. I don't like it. It is not quite to the level of Skyrim buggy, but I still enjoyed Skyrim quite a bit when it came out.
So few are like me.
Creepy teleporting people and detached heads and all. No. A great shame. Yes, for your people shall soon be history. It looks like Assyria is just being destroyed. By a minor faction, no less. This is the Lullaby people, isn't it? Oh no, it's the Nibiru. Or the, I'm sorry, the Nirbu. No Nibiru here. Egyptian Civil War has begun. And, oh good, we have another one where we need to construct a resource. Oh man. Man, it still gives us our Kudaru, but that's not nearly as good. That means we might have to go to war with her. That's rough. I love that gold producing building one. Yes, Syria's getting taken out.
May relations between us continue.
They start with 6 settlements. They're down to 4. Let's see if the Horse Masters can win. I think they're gonna peter out here at Asur.
True masters.
Cool, but this will actually allows us to come on in
But I
and
prefer it.
grab a non-aggression pact with you clowns. Oh, the Thura have decided to declare on them. I have never seen them do this poorly. I do have faith that they'll bring it back. However much gold you're willing to part with is what I'll take.
Happily.
Happily, I accept. Alright, well, I am back being the king of the universe, looks like. Please, did our dynasty tree not work? Oh, it's broken still. Faction leader. Okay, well, maybe when we have our first heir, we actually will have a dynasty, but I don't think that's going to be how it works. We did finish up our law, finally. We've got 5 Kuduru. I'm not using Kuduru to finish this one. That's big foolish. Oh, we will, though, upgrade our laws. So I'm thinking... anything that drops the... We can drop upkeep, but it's going to be rank 9. Let's keep upgrading the military, then. Military 2, and then civics 1. We lock construction cost. Perfect. We also got replenishment charge, bonus melee, and missile damage. Let's go ahead and make our slings even better. Create ourselves a brand new law. We'll go for another military one because we're crazy. And let's go ahead and snag extra missile damage. We need for bowmen or slingers. I'm going to go slings. Plus 6% sounds good. Once we hit rank 8, we'll be able to get even more percentage for our missiles. So get more missile damage, and then maybe more ammunition too. Ammunition for bowmen. Javelin throwers. Legitimacy is bugged as well as in diplomacy. Fair enough. There's a couple of nasty bugs like generals not being resistant to lethality, the dynasty inheritance bug, and other than that, there's a few texture issues and lethality needs rebalancing. Yeah, there's a couple of the maps where your guys' feet will just phase to the floor, but hopefully they get those fixed on up. Best thing to do is just not get adopted into ruling the royal family in the first place for now. I agree. So we're just avoid that in your own campaigns. We did it here, and then we learned the hard way. That's how I became a Pharaoh. The first 8 hours of gameplay, and it bugged out my campaign. Still a better launch than Rome 2. Ouch. Fair, but ouch. Yeah, I guess let's just give them... Javelin throwers more ammo. Let's do that. And lastly... more XP from battles for our... Ooh, what a tough call. I think for our swordsman. It's gonna make that law take 9 turns to go into effect. But what if we further weaken our club guys instead? Take this off and we'll just weaken our club guys to make it last longer. So we'll just go over here and say, club guys, you get less experience. Nope, can't do that. Club guys, you have even less melee defense. Let's give them less speed. Rest in peace, one-headed clubs. In 4 turns, we'll have ourselves a new law. Oh, this one for the people's protection. For the death of Kishu. Indeed. That'd be great. Okay, so we'll have you come on over.
King of the universe.
And we'll try this again. He's going to get to be the unfortunate forever. Don't touch the epithet if we don't want to ruin our campaign here. So we are the king of the universe.
Sanctum of wisdom and reason.
We'll go ahead and have Astrogoth claim this position as the king of Babylon once more. Unknown plot. We can go ahead and tell him to bugger on off for 500 gold. So it's you that's trying something. Kind of Gulbat. A bunch of clowns. It's pretending we don't know, but it says, oh, it's unrevealed. He's the only one with one plot initiated. Cool. That's all we can do for this turn, then, in terms of our court.
As king of the universe,
Laws going on in. Can we swap out? Ooh, no, we don't want to switch up the religious buildings. Can we swap you out there, Ninurta, yet for Ishtar? Not yet. We need to claim some lands over there in the Elamite position.
The whole world bows to me.
Adad-Shuma-Asur, the unfortunate. Let's go ahead and give you...
Whom among you know war?
We don't really need the slings, so I'm not going to do that. We're just going to let him attack as is.
King of
so we know who's here now.
I set the future.
I know your diplomacy is a calculated one, Adad.
Exactly. I'll join your war. We'll take a non-aggression, and then also you'll give me a bronze agreement of Bata. Let's go ahead and say you're going to give me 25. Oh, wow. $65 bronze? Really? Sound good to me? We join your war with the... Oh, I just realized we almost did something wrong here. Talk to the Duranki.
You are a sight for sore eyes.
And join their war with the Kishu. Man, that was almost bad. Alright, you guys will join your war with the Kishu. And then you don't even want anything at all. We'll take a agreement for whatever bronze you're willing to part with. 14 sounds good. Not as good as the other group, but we would rather you be on our team than the other guys.
Pleasure doing business.
Pleasure doing business. Man, imagine how overpowered all the Mess's archers get with Hammurabi. I need to try that. I don't know. I mean, I guess you could set it up with like the random campaign starts. That way Amun-Mes might start up here in the Mesopotamian lands, but I don't think you can give him... I think he basically is forced into the Egyptian ancient legacies. Perish, you fool.
Say your prayers.
Oh, really? Oh, dang. A lot of Akkadian axemen you have there. Go ahead with a quick save just in case any crashes. Alright, Anu Malik. Prepare to get Anu leg swept. I just wish the Thrones of Britannia and Three Kingdoms sort of war got more love. I agree. Hopefully we'll see kind of a change in their overall strategy where instead of just abandoning games that don't do well, they try to actually patch them up and make them good, give them the old No Man's Sky treatment. Because as Hello Games learned with No Man's Sky, I guess even things like Warframe, well, Warframe probably not a good example, but things like No Man's Sky, where they just put the extra work in and made the game good and people came back. Now people are almost asking them to pay money for the updates, where they just keep rolling out free update after free update. Let's go ahead and set up our slings kind of on the approach to the settlement. I do not trust the reinforcement at all. We'll set them up here. Archers trying to catch anyone coming out. They will likely sally out to try to face us. Chariots back here. Lulu spears. And spears there. We'll also go ahead and have, I guess, instead of spears, we'll put our javelins ready.
As the gods will.
They can chuck those at the enemy general. The lower range javelins tend to have around 50% lethality. Let's see if that's the case here. Yes, they've got 50% range lethality, where your kind of higher range javelins usually have the trade-off of having like 35% instead. Half the time, one of those sharp, spiky sticks is just going to take someone out. And that includes like a chariot. No matter what kind of health you have, they do not care. Babylonian Specialist, you can kind of take this position. We'll switch you over to having the whistling shot so we can chase them off faster. Perfect stuff. Get our infantry in formation. Don't really want any of you in guard mode, so we'll go ahead and grab our archers and skirmishers, put them in guard mode. Beautiful. Let it begin. Is it just the one guy and I overcompensated aggressively? Looks like it. Go get him. The rest of you just kind of push up towards the settlement then.
We can do it.
Oh, there are several. Okay. We didn't fully overcommit. That's good to see. Get you guys in direct shot mode, so those arrows are much more dangerous. Archers are staying inside the settlement for now. Specialists, go ahead and start lapping these Akkadian farmers. They should get rid of them really quickly. Love that the whistling shot actually has some specialized effects. In fact, I'm going to change my mind. You just do normal shot. On these guys, we'll just let you charge them down. Give them a good charge. See those farmers later. King of the universe. He changes his lines in battle even. Oh, cool. Now you guys go ahead and fall back. Let the javelins move in. He's gonna keep trying to fall back towards the settlement, and that should allow us to annihilate these poor guys. Oh yeah, those javelins come flying in. Oh, that's brutal. Look at me with this beautiful, fancy cape. He's got his red cape, so no one knows if that happens when he takes too much damage. Coming on through the bushes. I love his shield, though. This belongs to one of our generals. See if we can't steal it here after this battle.
Step by step.
Alright, we'll have you sit up here, have you refill these javelins ammo. We'll see how much we get back. It'd be pretty close, though, to actually refill the ammo. Which is fairly accurate. They're not just going to launch it across the map. I gave them a little bit. Not too much. You can't use it to abuse javelins too much. Which I guess is fair. Come on around and get some scouting going, and then we'll bring the rest of this army in. March, lads. What, you thought you would escape? No. Adad of all of Assyria says nay.
Keep close to me.
Troy Mythos was awesome. I do think Troy Mythos was pretty great. Some of the units looked a little bit weird. I won't lie. But it was still pretty fun. I'm a massive history and fantasy fan. I love both sides of Total War. That's kind of why I'm so glad that they've actually decided to stick in and do the work to fix Pharaoh. Because I also like both. And just going back to some of the older games, they do feel a little bit dated sometimes with the camera schemes and the controls. So it's fun to play one that feels a little bit more modern with the controls and the camera schemes. Being able to move the camera around and free like this is not a thing in medieval. At least I haven't figured out how to do it. So it's pretty rough to actually control and actually see the battlefield. Which I guess was part of the fun for medieval.
We march.
Bring our slings this direction. They're gonna send the horsemen out, are they? Seems like a big mistake. Advance ever so slightly. They're kind of moving their Akkadian horsemen around. They're not sure what to do. Start advancing our own lads. You slings start peppering these Akkadian archers. Double up on that damage. We'll have you go after these Akkadian archers too. Javelins forward. Slings, no one to really refill ammo on.
Arrows of the east. Roll onwards. Honor the gods.
And start going after those Akkadian archers too. Well, these slings aren't doing anything either. Get up there, brothers.
Step by step.
Get the axemen on this side. We'll keep that in mind.
Nothing can stop us.
Nothing can stop us.
Keep advancing.
Fight with pride.
Slings stay here.
On the move.
We do want to try to lure them towards us too. We don't want to just advance like a fool and get wiped out.
No hesitation. On the move.
They should start launching their rocks towards this poor general here. And they're going to readjust their archers to the other side. I'm not sure what they're doing here. A bold plan.
Step by step.
Chariots into place.
Bring the chariots round. What's the strategy? Just waste our ammo?
Precision. Time to move.
Javelins forward. We'll go ahead and set you guys up into charge these Akkadian horsemen. Hold right before they get to you. This took a little bit of damage. Horse charge. Blunted.
Marksman.
A sling. Start dealing with these archers.
We march.
On we go.
Stab those horsemen.
Victory beckon.
The old Shiva Doom. Send in one of you guys. Someone else can move up to take your place. Keep launching the rocks towards the enemy archers.
Swing at them.
This is working out pretty well. I'll send you around to just kind of scout and to see if you can take anyone out. We'll switch you guys into direct shot and then advance as much as you need to.
Throw on command.
Javelins advance. We'll get too much friendly fire damage otherwise. There we go. Chariots, you guys kind of rotate round. Archers with direct shot should be able to annihilate Anu Malik. Looks like we need to send in the Kapesh warriors. And more blades.
Embrace your fury.
Fight with pride.
Send the blades in here. Just completely surround them. Crack open their skulls. Oh, sorry, Slulu Spears. Get up here, boys.
Ready your
We
grip.
want our javelins to be kind of back here. Archers, you're a little bit too close to that nitro.
On the move.
Pull back just a smidgen.
Blade.
And the guitar riffs are going to start kicking in now. Fill their ammo. Let's switch to whistling shot. Bring Adad to bear against these guys in the back.
Arrows knocked.
Spears in hand. Heave away.
If you guys can deal with these archers, that'd be glorious. I didn't realize they were still here.
Swing at them.
Big dumb.
Bludgeon them.
Draw these Akkadian warriors away. This Akkadian axeman is the designation it gives them.
Go that way. Follow me.
Hit them. Those point blank shots with the archers should be doing a lot of damage.
Death from above.
Having a hard time firing.
Aim and
I guess so.
fire.
Let's keep an eye on them. There they go. They're all kind of having a hard time firing. Go in and capture this point for me.
Set new destination.
Chariots. We're harassing these guys. Oh, the javelin just... I guess they were... Those guys were out of javelins. That'd be why. Oh no, they're just gonna run on in there then.
On we go.
Babylonian specialists, go ahead and start launching those whistling rounds towards these Akkadian warriors. we not capture points with chariots?
Over there, move!
Learned that lesson the hard way then.
Men, attack!
Have Adad be nice and sneaky so we can maybe pull his way through here.
Men!
Drive us onward!
Sneaky chariots. Meanwhile, the front line is annihilated. If we just would have brought him in over here, we would have done some serious work.
Room for success!
Looks like that's it, though.
Bludgeon them!
Run these clowns down. There's a lot of free kills for Adad.
Shoot now! There's
There we
no
have it.
turning this around!
No. No, there's definitely not. Babylonian specialists, you guys just turn around and try to clobber these clowns. Everyone find someone and plant an axe. Make a beautiful garden. Actually, there is a way to do that in the Medieval 2 through the camera settings. Maybe I'm just a fool and I've been able to see it. I'll have to go back through and try again then. Because if so, then I'll have so much more fun. I believe there's 2 different cameras you can switch between. I like how you really utilize actual formations. I tend to like trying to make my guys in actual, at least loose base formations on historical usage. Because even if that formation itself doesn't necessarily work for your situation, you can kind of modify it to fit the terrain and such. Go ahead and end that battle there. It's the same with the first Rome. I mean, I have seen the free look, but it was always on a button. It didn't let me assign it to the same. So maybe if I find a button, I don't mind pressing for the free look. We'll get the hotkeys all figured out eventually. Oh, you didn't need that, did ya? The ultimate spear takedown.
Our superior tactics prevailed.
Agreed. We'll go ahead and claim this as
I
part of
will
our
guide
kingdom.
these people.
And now, because we're moving so quick,
I get things done.
we might be able to get the rock and get even more bronze. We definitely need it. So gold and bronze production sorted. With tier 2 gold mine, don't mind if I do. Water well, don't really like that one. Clear that on out. We can get dwellings of Marduk or Ninurta for even better goodies. Plus the dice tavern, man. Happiness and influence. We also get the royal jeweler here. Cool. Actually, I realized I didn't even look. Does Babylon have the Hanging Gardens? I know those weren't necessarily historically accurate, but do we have them? At least they weren't the gigantic fantasy gardens that they're kind of imagined to be. Oh, they're not a thing. It'd be kind of a cool little nudge. We do have the 4 workforce growth. What's really stopping us here? Is it stone? And now gangs quarters? These are Babylonian archers. These guys are actually pretty dang solid. 190 range. That's what we need to focus on. So to get them, we need 640 or 684 stone. So 600 and roughly 650 more. 350 more, rather. First arc to Hannibal about.
Trade, Adad. You must offer fair
You're
terms.
going to give me 300. What is... Wow.
Next time.
Alright, well you were about to be our main stone production generator here. We'll go 300 more because it seems to be a lot cheaper for us. Really wants bronze and gold. The amount of bronze upkeep we have right now makes me sad. What about instead of bronze, we say no to any of that and just give you plenty of woods. Let's say 50. I mean, alright, 33. 300.
A good trade.
I'll take it. And now we come on back in here and not upgrade anything in Durkirk also. We'll just get Babylon's military buildings up. Babylonian archers, and this is what you were talking about earlier, the Babylonian Royal Guard. As opposed to the Guards of Nineveh, I'm not sure. Can we see on the encyclopedia? We sure can. The Babylonian Royal Guard are here, and Ninurta gets the Nineveh Defenders. which have a little bit more armor. Is there a way to pin one of these units here so we can compare them? It looks like it's more armor, but they don't have a javelin to throw. So by itself, I would consider the Babylonian Royal Guard better. They have a javelin to throw, and they have the... Well, they don't have the urban warriors. Kind of expected them to. Meanwhile, the Nineveh defenders are storm warriors. So if it's rainy outside, they'll be actually a pretty good heavy unit, but I think the Babylonian Guard are better. They also have very good armor. So it'll take it a long time to actually wear down and start giving them reduced armor. Whereas I think the defenders here have a slightly less strong armor. They just have more of it by 15. So interesting. I like the Babylonian guys better. Part of my bias, though. Alright, so Dur-Kurtagalzu. Let's go ahead and upgrade Sur Mararti. That way all of our minor settlements are maxed here. We'll do the same thing we did last time with you and have you come on over. Pray to Marduk.
Soldiers, say your prayers.
Say your prayers. Zatan the Black. We'll bring you on over here to the edge of our territory.
Send scouts ahead. Take them,
Then we'll
feed
give...
them, train them.
Because we have to just redo this one more time. Come hither,
I
Astrogoth.
have carried the burden of my duty for a long time.
You're the king of Babylon. You've only been
Fill the
over
ranks.
generals for like 3 days.
Training will come later.
We cannot afford any more bronze upkeep, so let's just go for... honestly, some defenders. That way we've got some guys to hold the line and the farmers can swarm around from there. Beautiful.
They call me King of Babylon, and
That is
who I am.
Right now, you're the king of the
I
universe.
rule here, so you will listen to me.
You do still have your keys, though, don't you?
The whole world bows
His keys of
to
divine
me.
wisdom. We should probably just keep it on. No reason to give that to any of his generals. They don't deserve it. Let's grab that last point into fortitude. I think we're actually just going to keep bumping up fortitude from here. Herbalist is so good. Go ahead and get rid of the sneaky boy. And we'll put in a good old herbalist for less fatigue buildup and replenishment for those tier 1 and 2 units.
As king of the universe.
Adad,
I
truthfully, you
set
can just
the
get one
future.
more unit of Akkadian
Call
farmers for now.
volunteers.
One more unit of Akkadian farmers.
I take care of problems.
I take care of problems.
Report army status.
Alright, cool. You'll just kind of set up there then.
Calm and
Can't
steady.
repair anything, sadly, and all of the outposts are about to be built, so.
No
Nor that
trouble.
Astrogoth needs to be moved. We'll check to see if there's any kind of diplomacy we get
Everybody
to.
has their duty.
Since we do have a long-term trade agreement, they are unlikely to attack us, so I'm not really worried about the Namar people.
Bag of gold or bronze blade?
Oh, we can vassalize Assyria? He's been adopted by the king of the by the previous king. That would immediately put us at war with several factions, though, wouldn't it? We wanted to see if vassalization was worth it, so let's go ahead and
Rest your spirit a while and have a drink.
make sure they're the ones being vassalized here. Hanging guards are hundreds of years in the future. Oh, makes sense. Fair enough. I'll humbly bow out on that one. The one thing I'm truly thankful for is CA staying out of politics and hasn't gone awoke like the other gaming committee. Yes, I agree. I also know this is off topic, but have you seen the new Deadpool? I have not just yet. Is it any good? I've heard good things, but how good is it? Let's say maybe 25 bronze, 50 bronze, and however much stone you're willing to part with. Just completely cripple their economy real quick. Alright, well I guess we're gonna have to be prepared to defend them too, aren't we? Welcome to being our vassal. I'm making sure it's them becoming the vassal, not us, because that'll ruin everything so fast.
You are not fit to rule
I've
by
discovered
yourself.
Ishtar and Asher. Alright. And now we could enforce our faction to be hang on now. Astragoth, ruler of Assyria. We'll do this with one of our other generals. Or perhaps one of our male heirs when he, or male, or one of our sons when he comes of age. Find the most scientific way of putting it. Oh, Buldu. Welcome to the family, sir. Also, Ninurta. How do I swap you out for... Ishtar? One into Ninurta. And can we trade the, Oh no, do you just... I could have swore you could switch your worship deities out. You have to select them and that's it? Alright, next time we'll do a better job of waiting then. I could have swore there was a way to take people out of your Pantheon and swap them on up. Maybe we'll see once we fill the Pantheon on in. Oops, not diplomacy. You absolute loon. I want to take a look at our local deities again. Interesting. Oh, click Ishtar and select worship. Oh, I see. Thank you. Ah, perfect. Get out of here, Ninurta. You're awesome, but you're not that awesome. You're already up to tier 2. And now we shall immediately go ahead and vote. Excuse me. We shall immediately go ahead and devote one of our generals to her. This will give them experience per turn, as well as a higher chance of having children. How glorious. Okay, now game. You're being silly. There we go. Adad.
Our god bestows this.
And then we'll have our son become the devoted general to Marduk.
Duty awaits.
Sounds good to me. I think that's all we're gonna get to for this turn. We'll come on in here and pass.
I am prepared.
Yeah, I got lost in the god panel too sometimes. Yeah, how interesting that some of their things are layered up. They've also got weird scroll panels in places they probably shouldn't, like in the traits bar. Just make the traits a little bit smaller, that way you're not having to scroll. Small little things, though. Also, thanks, Eyes. I appreciate the help. Oh, they had a pretty large force. You were right; they were still building up. We're gonna go ahead and fall back then.
They have the advantage.
Oh, they get to catch us. All right, well, we may get to learn the error of being too arrogant. Zatan versus Libet. We might be able to hold them. It'd be a tough one, though. I think I won't replace Zatan as if he gets killed. You'd be crazy. Zatan the second shall emerge, as if like magic. I'll just go ahead and snag a drink. Let's go ahead and do...
Groomed for success.
We really need to make good use of our slingers here. So probably this area we were going to use previously. So we can hide them behind the rocks. The javelins won't have an easy time throwing over the top. And we can have our hunters engage a small amount, or our normal warriors engage kind of small amounts at a time.
Prime for battle.
Only having the 3 slings is not a lot of fun. Alright. Let's get it going. Speed things up so they kind of zoom along towards us. Looks like Zatan shaved before the battle. Yeah, he lost his twirly beard. Actually, he lost his beard in general, you're right.
I look forward to celebrating our victory.
Ah, I see. He's trying to fool the enemy by putting on a disguise. See if that one works. We do have to keep the slings hidden. Otherwise, they will just go around and hit them instead. Okay, game. Be kind. Fighting downhill here is going to be pretty rough, but our rocks should get almost maximum damage. If they know that they have to come and attack us first.
Ashur will guide our hands.
Let's bring one of these units up on the hill. You guys stay here. We'll have you guys go up and just do some scouting. Here they come. They're doing some scouting in return. So I'll leave you guys here. We pull these other two slings around here in a moment.
Time to move.
Well, we can advance on him, get some rocks first. Pull these guys back behind our line. Let's see.
We march.
Because they know they have the advantage here. Pushing him over here between these two is likely actually a better call than where we're currently at. What's the play here, lads?
On the move.
Slings start peppering them.
Embrace your fury.
Should be able to throw a couple of volleys before we need to fall back. They're gonna go way wide,
On we
which is
go.
very fair. Bring these slings back.
Step by step.
You guys head over here and start pelting these clowns.
Step by
They're gonna try to
step.
flank all the way around.
Time to move.
All right, rocks away.
Nothing can stop us. On the move.
Crack open their skulls.
This is about as defensive as we can get. All right, rocks, you guys throw here. We'll have this unit chuck at these guys.
Strike
We will have them advance, try to scare them off. Oh, that first volley's gonna hurt so bad.
Fight with pride.
The gods guide us.
Bury them in stone.
Come on, slings.
Slingers.
Hey, you guys fall back.
We march.
No shameful displays.
Charge these clowns. Come on, slings. Keep doing your thing.
On the move.
Sling the rubble.
Axes in here.
Tear.
General, start chopping through the center.
Strike now.
We got some of them running.
Prime for battle.
Break the ones that aren't fleeing, please.
Fear me.
Alright, you guys turn, chuck your rocks here.
Them stone.
Oh, look, 3 more units of farmers approach. I was like, we're doing too well.
We go. Bludgeon them. Step by step.
Get in position, lads, if you can. We just don't have the units.
Embrace your fury. Ever enduring.
Keep chucking those rocks. You guys do the same. Go ahead and have you guys brace.
No hesitation.
General keeps slicing through. Those javelins coming back in towards us hopefully should do mostly friendly fire damage. We're going to get hit a lot. Zatan's going to probably fall to a spear on the side of the head.
Pride. Groomed for success.
Ooh, we don't use that word. Yeah, the trying to hold didn't work at all.
Bludgeon them.
Oh, good.
Fight with pride. Strike with
Throw
precision.
a couple of rocks quickly. Please. There we go, just in time.
I'm not staying here.
No, no one's safe here.
Send them stones.
Show what you are made of.
I'm gonna charge you guys around to the other side. The rocks are gonna get a lot of good damage against these guys.
In a heartbeat. Nothing can stop us.
Gonna try to flank around with that group, so let's stop them.
Slingers, attack.
Warden
Come on,
of
Zatan,
the
hold.
Twin Rivers.
That is so many javelin men. All they really have to do is charge them into melee and we lose.
Swing at them.
Oh, and the middle's broken.
There's no turning this around.
Kill as many of their Acadian hunters as you can.
Tear through them.
They've got a nice open kill zone now.
Embrace your fury.
That unit's gone.
Bludgeon them. Send them stones.
Here I come! Warden of
It
the
fought hard,
Twin
lads, but
Rivers.
just a little bit overextended there. Thankfully, this was nothing but slaves and slings, so not that hard to replace.
Victory beckons.
Love to see you guys back.
Swing at them.
I mean, our one chance of victory here is killing their lord.
Slingers, attack.
Every sling we have,
Swing at them.
do the thing.
Hit them! Soldiers! How could it end like this?
No.
Find a rock in the right spot.
Embrace your fury.
Pull out!
Proud of Zatan for fighting to the last man. He's so weak. Libet Nana. He's running. But here comes the javelin rain now, and that's going to be the end for our slingers. Fought hard, lads. Also, on the thumbnail, the Total Wars official channel had Ramesses with a beard in old age. That means they can grow and lose facial hair? Yes. Well, they will at least get older, and he does look kind of funny on his post-battle screen, huh? As they get older, their hair will become either white or silver, and they'll start getting more wrinkles and stuff and kind of showing their age. Ramesses, as he gets older anyway, does cut off that braid. It's kind of like... I'm not going to try to... I will likely get that Egyptian culture wrong, but I'm pretty sure the cutting of that braid is similar to becoming it's like the initiation into manhood. Fought hard, guys, but we didn't take out a single one of their units. It means they're going to be probably pressing their advantage. Blow stuff up and run.
Ah, war. So be it.
Here come the Nibiru. Yeah, losing that army there probably was a pretty huge hit to our overall strength. Struck down in battle, Zatan was carried from the field in hopes of recovering. While tales of his bravery will carry for generations, it could not save Zatan from his grievous wounds. Despite struggling defiantly in the face of his fate, his mortality eventually prevailed. Oh, how sad. We can tell of his resilience in the face of battle, lament the injustice of his wounds, or reminisce over his accomplishments. It makes our units worse. We're gonna give them some bloodlust then. The injustice. How unfair that a great hero succumbs to mere injury while those inflicted it live to witness the light of a new dawn. Let rage burn in your hearts, lads.
I have carried the burden
Alright,
of my
Astrogoth,
duty for a
we need
long
you
time.
to probably move up to Sur Marati. We've got armies that will be likely moving on down to throw hands soon, and you need to be
Wake me
ready.
up upon arrival. Set ashore.
We can hold the line in one of our own cities just fine.
Make landfall.
You guys will arrive there and back, and I think we're gonna go to Sur Marti. Yeah, so back in Babylon proper, we are gonna get ourselves a new general. So we've got Marcin, Dungi, and Utua. How long till our son is of age? Probably next year. We can recruit up a general here and have him come into the other province. You get rank 4 up there, don't you? Rank 4 in Dur-Kardagalzu because of our outpost. But I would prefer to be able to recruit. But I mean, 2 extra ranks is very worth it, so let's go ahead and snag Itua. He is going to be freed from slavery. Yes, indeed.
I have carried the burden of my duty for a long time.
For about 5 minutes. And your name is going to be Drazoeth. Hopefully you don't fall, unfortunately, in battle like Zatan did. We'll go ahead and give you extra movement as well, so you can help on out. So we'll go ahead and max that one on out. Give you the extra defense strategy, so anyone in our territory shouldn't move nearly as far. Go ahead and take the incense from Adad. Take a medium shield. Oh, we get to keep our obsidian thrusting spear. Perfect. Thank goodness we managed to carry him on back from the battlefield then.
calm and steady.
Alright, Astrogoth, you need Acadian Spear
Bolster the
Militia
ranks.
and some probably just normal Acadian Militia, right? Cost a little bit
Fill
more
the
than
ranks.
the Acadian
Training will
Farmers. They're
come
going to be
later.
better in combat too. Blowing up all our stuff and running. Fair enough. Let's go ahead and see if we can't take Lirac now.
They call me King of Babylon.
Oh, did they
and
do
that
the
is
same
who
thing
I
over
am.
here? Just blew up our lookout post. Oh, a bunch of bullies. Well, we don't need the fort there of all places. Actually, don't think I want the way station either.
As king of
You're
the
also gonna
universe,
go ahead and tear
I set
apart
the future.
Zeus. So everything you had here was terrible. We're gonna go ahead
King
and replace
of the
it.
universe.
Don't you worry.
Make way there.
Make way to this crossroads. We'll go into an ambush stance, and we should be able to deal with the final settlement here, no problem.
Arrange an ambush.
Range and ambush. Okay, so now you're back at Dirkert Galzu. Sir Merardi and company are not very well defended, but they at least have archers and some armor, which the enemy doesn't have at all. So we probably snag some more food. What is this? The Royal Garrison. Experience per turn. Happiness, influence, siege holdout time. Not bad. I think we'll just go for a shrine to Ishtar. Now let's upgrade the settlement. That way we get even more gold. More money. You're back at Babylon. I think the call is going to be just to snag in the Chariot Emporium. Get our Hall of Chariot Champions, and then we can probably, once we get all that sort of stuff sorted out, we could actually take out the Translator's Quarters finally. And probably replace it then with the Foreign Envoy's Residence. Ooh, that's not what I want. I want Royal Garrison. Oh, so the Royal Garrison's only for your minor settlements. Interesting. Good to know. We still want those chariots, though.
I welcome all to my court, as
All
long
right,
as
King of
they show
Hanagama.
decorum.
Ready to be buds. They fail instantly, and they start a random plot against you. Oh, how weird. So I guess you wait for them to start up to the very end of whatever their plot timer is, and then you stop it. And then they start up a new one, and then you deal with that one as well. Oh. Kind of strange. We can depose, discredit, or blackmail him. Or we can just go ahead and discuss some more law. Which I'm actually kind of tempted to do.
Intrigues at court are for those who lack real power.
Okay, bud. Anything you gotta tell yourself. I'm gonna keep making my military stronger. Unlock us some recruit rank. Once we hit rank 8, we can actually get the second tier for most of those laws. Oh, some expired barters with a Nudibot.
You have always been the better leader. Until next.
Yep, I have. That's all I needed to hear out of you.
10,000 correct.
I am going to go ahead and
Linger
make a
smolder
non-aggression
at
pact with the Namar.
I can wait.
That way not all of the Urartu are after me now. Since they making them our vassal, they really don't like us now, huh? Let's go 17 bronze, and then I guess probably 5. 3 food is still food. Trade it with someone else.
How?
I am destined to rule.
Well, I'm sure. The Kishu want peace, and Assyria would like to be adopted into our dynasty. I mean,
May relations between us continue.
oh, I'm sorry, this is the forced inheritance. We'll send Zatan II over there. We'll act like he didn't get taken out. He just resurges
My time is now.
there somewhere. Okay, cool. So, in fact, to do that, I'm going to go ahead and recruit that general here. Dungi's actually going to be a pretty good one to send over. Oh, you're not able to recruit multiple generals a turn. I didn't realize. And now we know. Right, the Karchamesh would like a non-aggression pact. They're fighting Huru, and they have a couple of Hittite friends. Well, Hittites tend to be pretty chunky, so we'll go ahead and accept this for now. We'll see how much it stabs in the back. Still just blowing up our settlements. There's much to be gained by working together, says Kare. They're now just fighting Hanagalbat, and likely will get overwhelmed pretty aggressively. I mean, they're offering us a fair chunk of gold, aren't they? But I'm going to have to go ahead and decline. We will agree at some point. Oh, poor Sin Nasir. He fell for our ambush, and that's the end for you. Oh, Adar, you gotta not get hit. Or Adad. You tasted blood for the first time. We lost 122. Did you guys just not sit back and let the slings and the javelins handle him? That's ridiculous. We'll take the replenishment.
I seek long-term solutions.
We've got a tracker. Yeah, Starrunner wiped out, and so are the Kare. Yeah, making deals with them would have been a fast way to get into a war with Hanagalbat. Looks like Assyria has stabilized against the forces of the Nirbu, which is good for us.
Everybody has their duty.
Alright, Draswith. Let's send you back to Babylon proper. I guess these don't repair themselves, do they? Doesn't look like it. Okay, so we'll let that repair for whatever expenses it's going to force out of us. We'll come on up to friendly territory in Babylon and start recruiting more units here. These guys are just going to keep breaking our stuff and being rude.
Yes, yes.
Which is the way.
Feed them, train
Akkadian
them.
militia, and then... Yeah, I don't want to use any of the bronze guys, so we'll just do... Or just use the militia.
Pay attention, recruits, or die later.
Pay attention, recruits. Go ahead and give ourselves the third god slot. Beautiful. We will be devoting our son whenever he comes of age. Don't you worry about it. Got enough stone to maybe do some upgrades in Babylon. No, not enough for what we want. 400 is what we need for the Chariot Emporium. And so...
I rule here, so you will listen to me.
Build up regard with the King of Hanagalbat again.
In this place, are you in a position of strength or weakness?
Bet you'll find out, won't you?
This court is a sanctum
Ooh, a
of wisdom and reason.
46% chance. So all he's going to do is steal our legitimacy if he blackmails. Oh, he gains regard and gold. Cool. Well, hopefully you fail. Not so worried about it, can't lie. Actually, I might need to call the arms to go live now. So let's go ahead and kick in the command here, which we would have been getting ourselves 2 extra Solulu units, but instead we can get 4 more units at a time because we have all the different generals out running around. So 2 recruitment slots at a cost of 15% workforce growth. Okay, so now he can recruit 2 more units here. Let's actually go ahead and get him a couple of farmers.
Who here has military training?
Probably not the farmers.
I take care of problems.
Raz with
Report
problem
army
cleaner. We'll go
status.
ahead and give you
We shall recruit.
4
Build
slings.
the ranks. Training will come later.
Fill the ranks. Now,
If you want trade, Adad, you must offer fair terms.
okay, well I'm gonna take your stone and you're gonna give me,
I Ninurta.
I guess I'm gonna give you some gold. Return. And then let's come down to
Shall we go fishing again?
Absolutely. We'll go ahead and get a single barter with you. How much stone do you have, my friend? None at all. Thankfully, you offer it to me for a very good discount.
You have always been the better leader, Adad.
Brother, don't I know it? How much is 500 of your stone? See, that can't work. I'll give you maybe 20 of my bronze, and now how do we make this work, my friend? Ooh, almost there. Oh, hang on now. 435, 430, 425. He is... There we go. Drive a hard bargain, sir.
A toast to our future dealing.
Indeed. That's a fair bit of stone now.
Rest your spirit a while and have a drink.
Let's go ahead and do some more here. So 200 to, let's say, 500. If you've got it. Yes, please.
Until next time.
How many times are you willing to give us 500 stone for that much wood? I mean, I'll even give you some gold. Glorious. Now, we shall recruit ourselves another general with the intent of sending him over to be the forced inheritance for Assyria. So let's get Dungi here.
I shall bring a new era to the whole world.
Hopefully, sir, hopefully. Let's go ahead and give you probably this one. Just maximum movement so you can defend Assyria. And then now...
I know.
Hello, sir.
How long will the world?
I am going to force you to take... Ooh, before we send him over there, we've got to rename him
The future belongs to us.
Zatan the Returned. And now we send
I listen.
you to join Assyria.
Peace may be dull, but I prefer it.
There we go. You'll balance the deal by giving me this.
Yes, I agree.
Cool. Now he takes my general and is forced to have him as his heir.
Sounds important.
Just go away.
Just go away. Oh, all sorts of construction now with all that stone we just picked on up. Love it. Alright, so I think we need the chariot emporium. These guys are great, but they're just kind of an upgraded version of the spears and swords we already have, so I think we're just gonna go for chariots first. We're starting to lose happiness, so we will... 480. Not yet. Would much rather upgrade this cult settlement. And that works for me.
No trouble.
No trouble. Getting another general here in Malagu to take full advantage of our replenishment, though, or our recruitment is going to be pretty useful. Because we could get them and then have him replaced with our son here next turn. So, Doozy, welcome on in.
I shall bring a new era
To get you a bunch
to
of
the
farmers.
whole world.
The whole world.
High as the gods.
Really. Probably shouldn't admit that. We'll go into all the skill points we can assign. So, not a Dodd, but over tier 2, Doozy. We'll give him, I guess, more upkeep production. Since he'll be traded out in here next turn. Or whenever we're able to. Yeah, it should be probably the end of next year. Rather soon. Cool stuff. That'll be our turn. What a rude. That's alright, I'm not as scared as you think I am. Utor Sin has come of age, so you know we will be replaced. We must stand together. Replace him with our son. Or administration, oh, it changed back and forth. So we are in tier 3, which is going to, oh, no, we're in tier 2. Or recruitment rank.
I shall bring a new era.
And as the heir, you deserve better weapons, so we'll go ahead and give you the balanced shield. And you the obsidian tip spear as well. Incense. Tracker is more movement on land, dropping enemies. That's kind of fun. In the meantime, we'll just go ahead and give you the 3 points here. That way we get defense strategist. And then we'll start working on his fortitude. Did you get a good trait? I just realized. You're an adventurer. Oh, that's perfect. So our ruling family, he becomes the scion and heir immediately. But that doesn't seem to fix our dynasty, though. Sadly enough. Alright, Peterson. You're an adventurer. How would you like to be also married? Absolutely not. Fair enough. We will instead go blow up La Rock. And we have to go around this fort? I don't think I'm that worried about it.
So be it. Fight.
Oh, you're outside. That I also don't mind. So we'll go ahead and move in here.
Prepare for your death.
Prepare for your death. We'll encircle and we'll bring
as long
in
as it takes.
Duty calls.
baby boy about the battle.
I like traveling.
I like traveling. Hopefully he doesn't like trains that much too.
I rule here, so you will
Oh, there's
listen
a
to me.
plot against both. Now they're starting to start throwing plots aggressively, huh? We can go ahead and hit him back with the old royal invective. I think 47% chances they're not going to be doing that well. He's got his plot level up pretty high, huh? Base chance of success. Own legitimacy. We'll wait till next turn, and if it's higher enough, we'll force it to fail next turn. Play the ultimate gambit there. Alright, cool. Battle of La Rock. Zamama. Zamama. The Fallen. Alright, this is not nearly spicy enough. Let's go ahead and wait. Let's get some fun weather. Alright, or just even clearer skies. I mean, fog to a thunderstorm sounds fun. Spooky dooky. So there's no telling which of these guys is the different reinforcements, so we'll want to be a little bit clever. I think we're just going to pursue the reinforcement teams with a unit of Salulu spears. And our javelins, so we'll kind of grab both the spear units and our javelins and let them hunt down at those lords and heroes. These guys might actually make it in. Not if we're clever, though, so let's hide these guys in the woods. We'll do Acadian farmers to back them up, and then let's go bow, chariot, and Adar. Or Adad can kind of fight here. So we'll make this ambush team 1. If there's more guys than we have, we're gonna have to turn and run, but we'll see. On this other side here, killing these 2 generals will pretty decisively impact how these battles are gonna go. Let's go ahead and have some slings stacked up over here. Archers, I am going to put 2 Salulu swords because I do not trust the reinforcement. Have them hold right off the bat, and this will be ambush team 2. And you guys can kind of wait, see how things are going to play out. So let's do swords.
No hesitation.
There's kind of 3 ways in here. This is a pretty nice, nice settlement to assault. Bash warriors, and then these spear guys can kind of hang out in this set of. Oh, I thought that was bushes. And over here, then, Babylonian specialists. Let's show them the true meaning of war. mute. Because by control M is how I mute. It's also how you grab all your missile units. Let's do it.
Time to move.
You alone?
There, men. Chariots into place.
I don't trust it. I don't trust much of any of these. Alright, son, get over here. Hang out behind the lines. We'll have your peasants VR. Our wolf the other side here.
We march.
Oh, I can't see them, and I don't like it.
Step by step.
Meanwhile, this poor guy. We'll switch them to a direct shot, and they should just annihilate the dude on the flanks.
Step by step.
Dodd, you come back this way. So he's also getting filled full of javelins. So I might have over-prepared.
Nothing can stop us. Aim and fire.
Poor guy. Losing dudes so quickly. And then with the already weakened forces, they get annihilated by those farmers. An embarrassing death for sure. Not any worse than this poor guy.
Anything could be out there.
Oh, is he still alive? Yeah, you got lucky. Survived the gauntlet for a moment, though, did you? See if you can hit him with a whistle shot and make it run.
Launch at them.
Red fire is way too close. There he goes.
Do it.
We'll put them back on mixed. Back over here in the main force. And now it's time to plan our assault.
Success.
Let's let these chariots come in and destroy this poor guy.
My first move there last.
Javelins going up to about here. These farmers took down Shar Kali.
Drive us onward.
Keep rotating around. This other general's gonna get wiped out before he gets too much further in either. Alright, perfect. Farmers, let's go ahead and post up. Probably in the mud.
On the move. Start marching.
They're so thrilled about that one. And then we'll grab that sling cluster we have. Rotate them. Archers to the front.
Babylon? Pathetic. Whatever.
I mean, are you talking smack while we're destroying you?
Nobody.
Sure. Makes sense.
We march.
Javelin's gonna stay here.
Time to move.
We want their archers to switch sides.
Like fish in a pond.
Alright, Slanku's done. We'll let the bodyguards slink back into
Time to move.
the settlement in shame.
Fight with pride.
Alright, peasants. Let's get them worried that we're gonna attack from this side.
Go.
They still haven't really reacted to our deployment yet, which is perfectly fine by me. Advance.
I hope they have made their peace with death.
Babylon marches to war. Our ranks will be filled by those who fall, or I guess don't fall in battle and surrender.
On the move.
Slowly, you kind of move up.
Step by step.
Let's also bring the chariots round.
Shift men
Whoop, like this.
towards that place.
Towards that place.
Chariots into place.
We'll charge the farmers in with the javelins here in a moment, but no reason to move them in and get taken out.
And do not come back.
And don't come back. Alright, specialist, your job is dealing with these Akkadian archers.
Set them stone.
That's a waste of shot. I appreciate your zealousness, but that's a waste.
On we go.
Alright, so what we'll do, as everyone else decides to waste their arrows too. Advance, but not through the mud. I'm gonna send this unit of farmers round.
Time to move.
Everyone else is gonna post up here.
Step by step.
Yoink, grab you guys and go around.
On the move.
Son, advance from this side,
Get going.
or else. Alright, arrows are starting to rip into these Akkadian militia spears. That's perfect.
We march. Bury them in stone.
I mean, if you turn around, it makes my rocks so much more effective. Let's go ahead and make the specialist provide some ammo to our archers. Annihilating those spears. And then as soon as you do, start blasting these Akkadian archers. Starting to return fire our chariots. Don't like that so much. The rest of our slings, where are you guys at? Bonk these archers. Front line forward. Oh, they came outside. I didn't expect that at all. Ah, it was a fake. Cool. Now you get recharged. Oh, shoot, they're gonna do the same thing. Oh, funny. Javelins move over. Son of Babylon. The rain has moved in. Oh, crud, he's coming outside the settlement. Alright, they sally forth. A little bit too close there. Bring these lads on in. Alright. Make sure you are dueling with your friendly archers. You go after these slings. I realize they might have lost some of their range, which is not nearly as fun. You guys go ahead and give them a charge. We're getting blasted by archers there. No fun for anyone. Keep you back just a bit, son. We're gonna let the javelins do their work. And brutal work.
Nothing can stop us.
Which whistling shot, give more ammo to the archers, actually.
Win that position. Fight with pride. Tremble before us.
Slaughter this general.
Face my wrath.
Our blades are in. Oh, I thought they could escape. The Akkadian militia moved pretty quick. Yeah, it's losses we didn't necessarily need to take. The farmers will help them out, though. As the militia are just farmers with a little bit better training.
Withdraw now. Follow me.
Farmers are getting a little bit scared.
Will not take me.
There goes their general, though.
I take the lead.
Smash in here.
Throwing spear.
You chase those guys down, and we'll bring you into battle, too.
Warrior spirit.
Glorious victory.
Spearmen. On we go.
That's the Hishu people annihilated. Well, it is quite sad that we have the buff with the bug rather with the dynasty tree, and yeah, it is great though that we did manage to become King of the Universe so quickly.
Did their part. Bravo.
We haven't even really been using that to. They already got taken out once, huh? I don't mind that at all.
Plans for this place. I
Absolutely
get
do have
things
plans
done.
for this place. The rock belongs to us now. Sure, kid. Looks like Alam has finally defeated their first enemy there. Taking Nippur by force is probably also not a bad call. We need to kind of wait for a couple of those deals to kind of wear on out naturally, and then we can move in on our would-be allies.
He wants me.
I think Nineveh's
Tough.
spooky. Nineveh's one of the only settlements that the Asur start with that actually has a landmark. I don't necessarily remember what it is, but they do have a landmark building that is in there. How many turns do we get to make use of the 4? Oh, really? It lasts for multiple turns. I didn't even realize. Well, now we can build up armies really quickly. Woe be to our enemies. You come on over here and hit the production building. If you can come on through and also get ready to grab... Oh, we have to go all the way through. Never mind. You're cool here.
Another day on the road.
Another day on the road.
Soldiers in camp.
We get some Babylonian chariots.
Pay
Cost some
attention,
wood to build
recruits.
them. So we'll grab 2 of these light
Die
chariots,
later.
and then we'll grab a couple of those Salulu spears.
Who here has military training?
Who here has military training?
Everybody has their duty.
And man, they've been doing a good job of being a pain and blowing up all of our outposts, huh? Such is the way. Go ahead and tear out the fort here, and then we'll benefit from
I shall bring a new era.
the way
to
station next
whole
turn by
land.
giving us extra movement, and then we'll fall back here with, I think, Peterson. We'll let him kind of defend Babylon proper. Peterson, I don't know how you would pronounce this name. Help me out if you know. Great, so now we'll go ahead and devote our son to Marduk, so he'll have a less chance of dying. The units, if I didn't say it earlier, only have a chance of dying from old age once they hit rank 60 from default. Or rank 60, but age 60. So once they are 60
They
years
call me
old,
King of
at that point they have a
Babylon, and
2%
that is who
chance
I
of
am.
dying that year, and every year after it adds a 2% chance on top of that. Closing in on frugal and conscription. Extra recruitment slots, recruitment cost, reduction, and upkeep. Just lose a little bit of workforce. We are just getting our normal lads out of here, aren't we? Yeah, the Akkadian militia. Don't need them. We'll also go ahead and tear out the happiness building, or the workforce growth building, that is. Keep our bronze production,
As
and now we've
king
got
of the
most of our
universe,
resources
I set
under
the future.
control here, except for stone. I don't think really there's any stone settlements except for down here in Ur. And my plan was to confederate with these guys.
How can I assist you, friend?
Look at that. Gillikid. Gillikid. Fun faction name. I'll go ahead and make that work, whatever you're willing to give me. Bronze once.
Thank you for...
Sounds good. Now we have allies. Federation seems to take a very long time, doesn't it? You have an option with your Power of the Crown here once we hit rank 50. There are options. Let's see what actually you get here with Mesopotamia. So you have Corvée Labor. You can instantly build buildings up to level 2. Sets the construction time of the next building to 1 for this turn. Oh, so you just get to build things higher level and only have 1 in 1 turn. That's pretty solid. You get to pay gold to disband an army outright. Just disband the army. You can inspire one of your armies, increasing their combat capabilities and replenishment. You can just gain free skill points. We can agitate the populace. Oh, you don't get to do the free annex with Mesopotamia? I think their court powers are not nearly as powerful. I guess paying gold to just destroy an army immediately is pretty goofy. Just to see how much gold it takes, though. With Egypt and the Aegean, I don't know if the Hittites are the same way, but you get the opportunity to just annex a province, a nearby faction that has a certain number of settlements under their control. So the here, so they only have 2. We would only have to get the thing up to tier 2, and we could just immediately confederate them. And no one says anything about it. We were doing with Almond Mass left and right when we became the
Bag
Pharaoh.
of gold or bronze blade?
Alright, so we'll have you then.
10,000 correct.
I
action.
snagged just a bunch more.
Fill the ranks. Training will
Keep it
come
cheerful,
later.
guys. Training will indeed come later.
Bright ideas
Cool.
for dull problems.
What else do we have? 4 expired barters, really. Take a quick look. Syria was giving us food. We can go ahead
How
and
can
fix
I
that up.
assist you?
Well, that just 120.
Such generosity is
Brother, I agree. Get back to our treasury tab there.
it is too late to make amends. Prove me wrong if you dare.
It's too late to make amends. Don't we have a non-aggression pact? Quit being so angry. We'll take 500 of your... 190 of your stone. Yeah, the fact that everyone wants
Nothing
bronze is not slightly suspicious at all. I will do more diplomacy. Oops, that's not what I wanted. I wanted the treasury tab. There we are. Expired barters. And then we can get some more food out of the Nudimont.
Ah, you are a sight for sore eyes.
Let's say 160. Ooh, 65. Get you. Generous to your king of the universe. Kind of generous.
Let us do business.
Let us do business another time. And, oh, wrong button once again. We can go ahead and do the same thing with the Duronki.
Are you ready to hear the latest news?
Although we have a couple of martyrs that are about to wear out with them, so we can just drop kick them through the wall. Which is probably the rude thing to do, but we're not going to just end this agreement. Your reliability will change around at 0, and they will dislike you. I see. We shall prepare accordingly. I mean, I would. We still have to wait a few turns, but
Duty calls.
let's upgrade our bronze producing settlement. Absolutely. And then, what else can we get up to? I think there was one more set of martyrs I wanted to readdress.
Well met. How can I assist you, friend?
You give me like 50 stone a turn. He wants Uruk. No, I just want you to give me 50 stone a turn, and you can provide me. I'll provide you with 5 of this and some gold. 5 gold and 1 there. A weird little smattering of resources.
You are very...
Brother, I agree. I have been known as the generous. Also,
I am
the unfortunate.
to rule.
Alright, outpost to construct. I don't trust it, though. That's the thing. So I don't mind going for one maybe here in Malgu. So we could do Shrine of Ishtar for happiness. Give baby boy his skill point
Strong.
into movement. We'll probably give it in another turn. We might have time for one more big battle. We'll see. We will see. We will see. You've got 4 guys going in. You do as well. I think recruitment is good across the board here.
The whole world bows to me.
Adad the unfortunate. Right, I'm going to end the turn, and I will go ahead and jump up and take a quick restroom break. All right, we're back in with a delicious bag of fruit snacks because I needed me a bit of sugar. Good stuff. Moss is the best. All right, so we've got court intrigues, idle compensation. No, I like my court action. Thanks. So actually, I didn't realize we could probably check our treasury. How much income are we getting through our vassals? Or is it telling us just farms of the tiger from our faction background up here, still with our kind of resource bundles you start with? Still have a few of them up there and still active. I'm not seeing that we gain any extra income from having them as a vassal, so what else do they do for us?
$10,000.
So if we were to say ask them to do it, they'll gain your protection, but they'll have to support. So all they do is support you in war. Huh. That's not super useful, I can't lie. You probably also have a little bit of a bonus to actual your diplomatic deals with them. So we've got for the death of the Kishu, which we have finished just in time. We get more missile damage for our slings and more ammunition for our javelins. And we're dropping speed on one-handed club guys. We'll come on here and keep upgrading our military, giving us access to more armor. Ooh, that seems pretty good. Of course, we do have to keep in mind that every one of these laws, we can only strike one out. We can strike 3 of them per faction leader. So if we get a bunch of really early tier laws, we won't be able to kind of upgrade them from there. So they're stuck as this until we decide to change them. Let's do one in the civic side. All we would be producing more of is food, huh? For 1.5 thousand negatives, so let's just see what kind of civics laws we can make. Sorry, I had to go for a minute. The exterminator is here. We have an invasion of wolf spiders. What kind of invasion is that? Sounds horrifying. They cost a certain resource depending on what you're picking. So we'll come on in here and we'll see. So if we're, say, we want to increase how much food we're gaining from buildings by 6%, that's going to cost food to do. If we're going to do, say, stone from buildings, I'm guessing it's going to cost us, I guess also some food. So it looks like civics cost food, and your military stuff is going to cost bronze. Why would you want to randomize it? Well, during crisis, you can increase how much you're getting by quite a bit. You can make yourself kind of the ultimate survival in the end times faction. I mean, we have pulled things back up to prosperity, so we're not really worried about that too much. We have a pleasant breeze going on right now in Achaea, Thrace, Isawa, Sinai, Lower Egypt, Nubia, Abernara, and Haltamti. If we could strike on across here after... You said it was the... You said Iggy Halkid? Is that how you'd pronounce that? They're right across the river here from where we're at. We could probably take them down pretty quickly. That's fairly well defended. The good news is most of the Haltamti units that are native are incredibly light armor. So we can just move in with our slings and deal death from afar. I also would really like to take down Nippur. How long before we can declare war and they get... Oh, I guess we still have a treaty. We want to wait probably a couple turns. Such is the way.
Well
What about you,
met.
Tutub?
How can I assist you, friend?
And he likes all the wars we've been up to. Just not our treaties with Namar. Well met. Alright, so I think we continue to build up the forces and deal with this faction. They've got a bronze settlement to give us. It's going to be fairly well defended, but we know they have a squad of farmers.
I take care of problems.
I take care of problems. Let's also go ahead and get a shrine to Marduk here for more food production. Pop an economic one across the border, that way it's not getting wiped out immediately. Neither of these are good spots for anything. We can put in a fort here and then kind of sit next to it. Well, let's not do that until we actually have more
Report
units.
army status.
So we'll grab 1.5 thousand. It's a little bit spooky. We will grab, and I think just some more farmers. We'll just swarm the field and
Replenish the regiments.
blades that way. We can get our high royal guard now, which I think we definitely want for our faction leader. Especially if we're about to get into a war across the Tigris here. Go ahead and get the more movement, and let's see if we can even cross the... Oh, we can't quite. That'd be too awesome. We're not going to let them know what we're up to. Oh, this is still Akkadian lands. Really, I could have sworn this was a different realm. Ah, so it is Mont Tomti here, and as soon as we cross this position, that's when we get into the actual Hull Tomti Elamite units, which is what we're going to try to go for. I like building watchtowers on my border and use them to lure the eye into ambushes. Watchtowers even give bonus ambush chance. Ooh, good idea there, Eisen. I was a few minutes behind the stream. Oh, that's no problem at all. Be careful of that negative food, trust me. I mean, yeah, we don't want to get too much further than this. This is fine for now. But once you start getting above, like, 3,000 negative a turn, and you're below this amount of food, it's dangerous. Man, Adad, I hate that you have to be the unfortunate.
The whole world bows to me.
Because, man, we have been beating the brakes off of this campaign. Oh, did her husband die? Oh, no. She's become barbaric. Did she kill her husband? What is going on here? So is she just a widow now? You can't arrange because she's no longer in our faction. Weird. I mean, well, I guess that does make sense, doesn't it? Let's see if we can get you a wife here today, Puterson. We all loves family. And Assassinu loves having a good time. Raising Slanesh. A lot older than you. That shouldn't be a problem. Before I do call that one, let's see about getting diplomatic marriages. Syria, or further our relations with her. Again? Shall we go fishing again? I think so. No, I need you to be bringing one of yours. We've got a cheerful entertainer. Oh, perfect. You just don't have a higher chance of having children. We can still help our family, or at least our relations with the faction. So Peterson, your match. And we'll take that military alliance. Yeah, Nasir, let's see how much more stone you're willing to provide to us for this deal here. That will work for me.
You are very generous.
I think so too. We'll confederate his faction soon. Ooh, we can even force his inheritance.
To rule.
Or we've been bullying them the entire campaign. Diplomatically, of course.
You are a sight for a sore eyes.
For a sore eyes, we'll go ahead and send one of our other. We need to make a new. Do you all have any Chaos Dwarf names or any names you'd like to give for the lad we send out to try to forcibly inherit her? Let me know.
Prince of Ur and Protector of Nippur.
So we're gonna go ahead and get rid of these farmers, because gross. Farmers.
Do not
disgusting.
rush battles. Win
Give us
them.
these high royal guard instead.
Whom among you know war?
Who among you know war?
I am a Cossack.
Alright, so we'll just march right on across. Be nice and rude. They do have an army right here, 2 of them, building up.
The future belongs
Can't see
to
what they have.
us.
Really not that worried about it, though. It doesn't look like there's any good land. Oh, wait, we can come through the water here, so let's come out
Rightful
to...
ruler of Karduniash.
Make sure we don't need to do any replenishing first, though, which I don't think we do. So we'll come out to the Tigris
Hoist the sails.
and bring you down and around.
Navigate by the stars.
They will have a garrison. We can initiate the fight right away, and I don't think they'll necessarily think we're coming after them, so they have, in terms of reinforcements, some Elamite defenders, which they're all lightly armored. Elamite hillmen, and some Elamite bowmen, which do have poison arrows. They actually have really low damage on those poison arrows. It's even weaker than your arcing shot. Less armor piercing. And it also will do less lethal damage too. I think I would like to see the poison arrows change where they have a lot more lethal hits, so maybe 15% lethality. But drop that damage down to like 12. It's not so much about the damage, it's about the stamina drop and the lethality of the poison. I think that would be kind of cool.
And glory.
Have you
Back to your posts.
hit this supply army post. I'm gonna have
Duty awaits.
Drazowith's the one that has to have the keys. Oh, really? Can the only person that can have the keys is our leader? Let's check the court. The
I
King of
rule
Babylon
you,
is...
So you will listen to me.
It's Astrogoth, isn't it?
How long
How's your
does
where
the
you at?
world last?
There you are.
How long
You
will
can
the
have the
world
keys.
last?
Oh, you can't. Adad is very possessive of his keys. Even if you become the King of Babylon, he's not going to let you have them. Those are his. Sweet. Alright, let's go ahead and use our...
This court is a sanctum of wisdom.
There's
and
no
reason.
chance he's going to succeed in this. Although, knowing the AI, he'll likely give it to him. Also, you were trying to try some stuff with us, huh? Go ahead and gossip with...
I despise political
You're trying to
maneuver.
depose me. What a bad vassal you are. Inspired Barter's
Shall we go fishing again?
I think so. Wait, why am I giving him more stuff? What am I doing? 12. And then maybe some stone too. I'll take always more stone from you.
This is a
This is a unique offer. Elam has perhaps the best slingers in the game. Shielded tier 4 slingers with special ammunition. They have some pretty good heavy slings. They have, I guess, extra heavy rocks they put in. They do a lot of damage. There's also a bug where one of your children dies. It says they're 29 million years old. Well, I mean, Tomb Kings be like that. Oh, that's his name. We'll go ahead and give Gorth. So we'll go ahead and recruit up. Chance of having children, chance of marriage eligibility, so Ahi Kalim.
I shall bring a new era
But your new name
to the
is
whole realm.
Gorth the Cruel.
Prosperity
Oh, exciting.
to some. Miser-
And we'll go ahead and give you your extra movement. Movement and then some presence. And we'll immediately go ahead and say, hello there,
We must.
We see that you have a nice kingdom here and you don't have a heir right now, so how about you just take Gorth, the adventurer? And you give me all the military access. And more of your stone. Yep, cough it up, bud.
I will remember this.
Me too. Trending towards 202. And now we should take over no problem. That'll sort itself out. 1.6
Hard
thousand.
and steady.
Okay, I think it's time that we try to bring these two guys together. Try to have them move as two smaller forces rather than one gigantic one. So you come on up. Oh, you're in camp still.
Sound marching horns.
We can march to here, then back. This will drop our upkeep even further.
Soldiers, say your prayers.
Say your prayers. We can see all this, so no one's hiding over here, thankfully. And they can come out of nowhere. We'll move to Dur-Kudagalzu,
Better than
and we'll
sleeping
move
outside.
along the Tigris here to reinforce.
Everybody has their duty.
Sweet. And then from here, we probably just want more food, don't we? Let's get the fish market in Dur-Kudagalzu. So we can go for more outposts too, I just don't trust it. Food production on this side? No, just gold and bronze. Happiness and workforce growth. Our happiness is suffering here pretty hard. Elamites conquering one part of it. Food in Uruk. We get any more food in Babylon? The answer is no, sir. Not today. Okay, well, we'll just do that in Uruk then. Get the fish market. Beautiful stuff. Trade posts are best place where your generals can reach them, but away from your borders so they don't get raided. I like them in provinces where I keep forts and defensive armies to lower upkeep. Excellent, excellent tips. Keep them coming. I really enjoy how challenging the game can be. Oh, I also agree.
Wide awake.
Wide awake.
Dreams aplenty.
So, Peter, you'll come back here to the
Hold
rock.
the guard,
They are
Commander.
likely to come after this smaller settlement.
Your heart sing for
You're going to get you a whole bunch more
Come
farmers.
then.
What an elite force you have. Alright, wait on everything else. We have quite the empire. Alright, back on down to Adad in the turn. Choose to move one of their armies down here, we probably won't be able to claim it. But as is, we will have no problem. And what we'll do is we'll have kind of one final battle. Hello, Athura. He just wants to be friends, fighting the Maisha and the Urumu. Alright, I guess we have to work together here in the Mesopotamian lands. You want to take some of my wood, and you'll give me some food. I will actually accept this. What if I counteroffer, though, by saying, give me none of this and just give me more? 561.
Fair. Very fair.
I think so too. Order agreements have ended with Duranki and Assyria, and Gasham has been wiped out.
I rule here, so you will listen to me.
Ooh, they failed. You failed to blackmail me. Big old dumb. And now we've got to depose King on too. We've got 2 actions we can do this turn. So I'm going to go ahead and say... gossip with you one last time so I can get his elite units. Because actually I thought the King of the Universe got access to all of the elite units. They don't. They only get the High Royal Guard. So we'll have to keep that in mind. And over here with the King of Asur, who's being a turd, we're going to go ahead and just discuss law.
Congratulations on receiving your Kuduru.
Thank you. I'm glad you noticed. Time to upgrade our military. We're up to 9. Reload speed. Soon. Okay, so it looks like everyone is intent with our invasion of... Who are you guys again? I gotta look back at our pronunciation. Igialkid? Igialkid. Either way. Dropkick
As
kid.
king of the universe, I
Who holds
set
it war with you?
future.
You are a fake
Or
fisherman
and
and
Gwydin. I'm a fake fisherman. Everyone else likes going fishing with me but you.
May relations
like
between
you're
us
the fake
continue
fisherman.
to prosper.
I'll join your war with Igialkid, and then... I guess you'll just give me whatever food you have. Ooh, you are driving a hard bargain, sir.
Yes, I agree.
Yes, I agree as well. Time to subjugate the Elamites.
Quite predictable.
Quite predictable. They've got none of their generals here. How unfortunate.
Say your prayers.
Say your prayers. I tend to build a lot of forts so I can station defensive armies and keep a lower upkeep in times of peace. Also a pretty good idea. I build them in my border provinces, especially where invading armies spawn. In your heartlands, you can tear them down. Yeah, that's what I tend to do as well. If I'm at war with someone, I'll usually keep that fort in usually the best position possible on the map. Otherwise, I don't tend to have them. But on all of your provinces that are along where the invading armies spawn, like over in the desert and along where the Kaskians are, is quite important. Alright, let's go deal with this reinforcing group first. Let's also take a look at our High King Royal Guard. We might be adding syllables to what they're called, but I don't mind.
As the gods will. We will not fail.
The old archers on this side. Again, I don't trust the reinforcements, so we'll do something like this. We're gonna catch anyone coming on in. Spears here. Get the rest of our infantry. These are the normal Salulu lads. So we'll grab you and maybe the armored ones. And we'll have them hide here if we can with the javelin men. The javelins can't hide. They hide in the woods. That'll work. You guys over here, so Babylonian chariots back just a little ways just in case. Dod back even further, and then the Saraku. Alright, so Team 1 and Team 2. And I'm gonna get Adad and the other chariots in their own group. Alright, let's take a look at our new units.
The gods will not let us fail!
They have some of the most unique shields in the entire game. They look pretty great. With almost Targe effect. They're probably not super effective at punching, but if you run into someone with that, they're gonna know it for sure. You got your kind of basic bronze blades. Just very good at using them.
Death comes for our foes today.
We will soon see. Like we get a little bit closer than we currently are. These spears up front, so where they're out. Cool. I like that quite a bit. Battle begin. Here they approach.
Wheels turning!
All of our arrows get moving.
We march,
Get out the high
step by step.
guards, stay back for a moment. Charging chariots move in there. Got a lot of guys gonna sit back. That works for me. Shield wall up. He wants to shoot at them. We'll let them absorb a little bit of that arrow fire for a moment.
Fear me! Tear through them!
I'm pretty sure I gave you an attack word. I guess they disappeared on their way through. I general dealt with pretty quickly. Archer generals are dangerous, but man, they got a glass jaw. Get these fools. Our archers all turn.
On we go!
Get ready for the next.
Time to move!
Most of these guys are just running.
Blades!
Thank you.
Hard to take you indeed. Alright. Well, you charge up on these Elamite hillmen. They're just trying to run. Smell the fear from here.
Your fury. Victory beckons. Blades.
Tear through them!
Now let's see if we can get up to this next group. All of our
On we go!
discipline breaking here.
Shift men! Step by step!
Alright, time to have you guys kind of wait for a moment, let the archers do their thing. We can start advancing these groups too. Go ahead. Sprint up to... Oh, I put them in a bad spot. Oh, man. They're going to be spending the entire battle running. Come on, lads, onward. Javelins follow them in. move our Solulu in to go after those Elamite veteran slings. Yeah, they're getting some good damage, aren't they?
Follow me.
Those are the ones you were talking about earlier with the best slings.
There, men.
At least the best native slings. Babylonian chariots come up this way.
Roll onwards.
The gods guide us.
They can't advance and also block the arrows or the rocks coming in, so we're gonna go ahead and leave them where they're at.
Fight with pride.
Ooh, not good.
Over there. Move. Go that way. Set new destination.
Alright, sneaky slings, fair enough. Respect. Move up, start tearing down these elite vanguard. I don't mind them sitting here and blasting at my high royal guard. They are handling those rounds no problem. Here they are, the elite slings of the Elamites, which we're going to be trying to bring into our forces. Treat out our Solulu as quick as possible. Babylonian specialist, if you can switch over to your whistling shot, try to steer them away. The Solulu through. We've got archers on our Babylonian chariots. 2 of the slings, put them up front. Oh, they're not even facing the right direction. Let's go with their swords. They don't need to face the right direction.
On the move.
Dodge on through.
Get the horses pulling.
Alright. We've got to deal with these first veteran slings before we can do much else. They're focusing all of their fire on our high royal guard, which, fair enough. Get you guys up and back in your shield wall.
No hesitation!
Swing at them!
Deal with these slings. Our Babylonian specialists are doing pretty well.
For the homeland! Slingers!
We'll take them off a whistling shot there, and you guys move up and start firing on these archers for me.
Death from above! Fight with pride! Crack open their skulls! Break them!
The amount of arrows they're throwing at us is pretty crazy.
Take their heads!
Yeah, those Elamite chargers are waiting for us there.
Tremble before us!
On the move.
Javelin set up. Probably not a bad idea to send a dot around, but I guess we'll just keep him back as a kind of a watching general for here.
The gods guide us!
Yeah, the Solulu swords got smacked.
Take their heads! Bury them in stone!
First group of slings gone. Let's move on to the Elamite bowmen. Deal with those slingers, my friends.
Bludgeon them! Send them stones!
Out of melee mode, so they can actually be useful. Take down these slings.
Their flesh!
Yeah, a lot of these guys are here kind of annihilated by those arrows coming on down. Love to see it.
Your fury!
Strike them down!
One thing is that first group, bring those javelins forward.
Time to move. Heave away. Throw now.
We're winning the duel, but man, is it a duel of missiles?
On we go.
Our infantry are getting annihilated.
Step by step.
There we go.
Archers!
They advanced just a little ways out of range. We're going to go ahead and bring the High Royal Guard up now. Javelins don't have good angles, so try to bring them around.
On the move.
Wrong guys then, so you go up front. You guys stand up like right here. They're running. Go ahead and circle to make sure they don't escape. Advance. All of our slings. You also advance.
Bludgeon them! Swing at them!
Oh wait, hang on now. I know I gave them the attack order. They must have got just barely out of range. Yeah, they fade away. Look at that. There's no way that's even possible. They're down the street.
Fear me!
Give them a chop.
Strike with precision!
Babylonian specialists, come on in. We need to give someone else ammo because you yourselves are out.
Tremble before us. Let's fly.
They've got axemen on that side.
Wheels turning.
Good to know.
Throwing spears.
Javelins in there should be
Death will
annihilating
not
that
take
vanguard.
me. Rend their flesh.
Slings into position. Royal Guard up.
On we go!
We march.
And archers do. Just gotta take slow and steady positions in here.
Chariots into place.
Bit closer to their chariots, put you on direct fire mode. That way, if anyone does try to close the gap, they will rue the day pretty much immediately.
Embrace your fury. Time to move.
If we can lure out these axemen and spearmen too.
Roll upward.
Around Adad, keep moving through the city. We'll try to catch this guy and smash into him.
I was born for this.
Get them. Can't refill their own ammo, but they can refill anyone else. We'll just give it to these slings there.
Step by step.
Start running.
Step by step. On the move.
All part of the plan.
Get the horses pulling.
You gotta run faster than that.
Tear through them! Face my wrong!
You guys move and engage these axemen.
Gods proud!
Slings will take you guys off of guard mode, and you just get this general.
On the move! On we go!
Arrows go this way. Alright, javelins, fall back.
With pride!
Tear through them!
Step by
No
step!
reason to get caught.
Strike them down.
Keep running. He has pretty well caught them. Adad, you come in and smack.
Attack the enemy.
Rend
Ignition,
their
fury,
flesh.
will.
That will change our missiles to going after their axemen here.
Rend their flesh!
Just in time. That was a pretty rough initial duel. Our hiking guard got smacked up a lot. Definitely try to take down as many of these guys as we can. Don, you get these Elite warriors for me. Oh, I missed quite a few of comments. I'm glad y'all are having lots of tips. Appreciate it, Eisen. The issue I had is on turn 15, 10 armies come from different nomad factions. When I invade, I can only field one army without going negative. Yeah, that does tend to be a thing. You can safely go to the negatives as long as you fight enough battles or do single barters. Also true. As you'll see in most of our campaigns, we go into the negative with food pretty quickly. Babylon just has so many extra food producing sources through the different Pantheon and other bonuses, which is awesome. My problem now is that there's only 2 full stacks left, but I'm losing so much food and I can't catch up to those armies. Also low on all of my other resources, trying to get more food. Yeah, sometimes it is GG on the campaigns, and you learn something every single time. Even if what you learn is that the AI is dastardly sometimes. I have negative gold, negative bronze, wood, food, stone. What I'm gonna use is done for. But at least you gotta be the Pharaoh. What a cool shield.
Bask in our shared triumph, men. I have plans for this place.
It came at the cost of his life, but he had a cool
I
shield.
seek long-term solutions.
That's sacred land claimed. Iggy Alkid, welcome to becoming part of our own. We also get the native recruitment office, so we should get it we don't get the elite slings, but we get the chargers. I would
They
still
call
say
me
that
King of Babylon, and
the
that
Elite
is who I
slingers
am.
gonna be better ones than our Salulu. More missile damage. They also will have a shield. So they're pretty good at actually dueling with other slings. I'm going to start changing out our troops kind of slowly here. So I'm going to kick out you two.
Caution is a virtue, enabling survival.
Well, I can go for 4 at a time, kicking out 4 of our units while a whole stack comes over here towards us. Is just something I'm not really willing to do. Well, especially since we're losing most of our slings, which would be how we, maintain advantage against that 20 stack.
I shall bring a new era to the whole world.
Whole veiled. Definitely need this bronze settlement to start doing better. Happiness and workforce growth. We have plenty of workforce here. We just don't have the settlement upgraded. We'll have to wait. Yeah, it's no problem. That's just the way. Yeah, I'm winning the battles when I'm able to fight them, but the cooldown for Ramesses' force march ability is killing me. Yeah, it's also kind of a trap. You don't want to get too overextended too early on there, and you want to kind of build up your provinces at least to a little bit of a good degree before you move on. Otherwise, because the AI is very sneaky, they will come after your weaker settlements, they'll go after only your outposts. Like, as we've seen here, they blew up all of our outposts and ran. Even if they have a 20 stack and they could probably fight the smaller settlement no problem, they will still run away. He couldn't win against Astrogoth now, but back then he probably could have.
I have carried the burden of my duty for
a long time. Let's carry it a bit further.
Wake me up upon arrival. Duty
So
awaits.
we will have you
Here I
out of
go
this
again.
province. They've got their fort all rebuilt.
How long will the world last? I take care of problems.
We'll have you pop into an
Concealment
ambush. The plan will be to get that lookout post, like you were saying there, for an ambush, but we'll do it when we can actually move over there to with both of these armies.
Bag of gold or bronze
Push
blade?
you back into normal.
Pay attention, recruits.
Pay attention,
or die
recruits.
later.
We'll get some spear
Replenish the
guys.
regiments. What will fate bring?
I guess we
Everybody
get all
has
four.
their duty.
So 2 spear guys, then a couple of
Who here has military training?
more chaff-related units. Astrogoth, you stay up there in your ambush. Perfect. So, Shime, what did you have for me? Stilt Moorland. And an irrigation network. Don't need. But we will upgrade the settlement. Over here and do something
As
about
king of the universe, I set the future.
it. Exactly. You need to move down there and take Nippur now. Not that they need to know what we're up to. We'll go for more food here in... Ooh, this actually could convince them to come attack us at Sir Marati. That much easier. Sir Marati. They're going to pull us here real fast after bullying the nearby. We can get non-aggression with the Nudimat. I'm sure they're a little bit concerned after all of our conquests. I don't think we need it, though.
The future belongs to
I have a
us.
few factions we're working towards confederating. Syria is pretty close. Is also not too far behind them.
Bag of gold?
You guys
Or
want
bronze
east now, do
blade?
you? Oh, well, this also showed us where the nomads were. The horse nomads.
You
Manua.
want me? Well, tough.
Well, tough.
They chose me and I agreed.
So now we can get frugal in conscription. Which I think we probably should. We don't like dropping our gold income, but we will hurt growth at all these other benefits, though, so...
Do
go for
not
it.
rush battles, win them.
Do not rush battles, win them. Peter Sen
Honor
hasn't been
and
moved.
Glory.
Well, I would love to have him come on out and do an ambush. Just don't think they would do very well. So let's stay here in the rock for now.
I am destined to rule.
Yeah, sorry, brother. Nothing but farmers for you.
And the sweat.
Not for now.
Rest your spirit a while and have a drink.
I need like 250 food, and I'll give you a silly amount of wood. I don't mind. 37, 38 it is.
Fair.
Very fair. Then we'll come on in also and grab the... Oh, it's mostly them, that's fine. None of the other parties really care about that much. Beautiful stuff. Well, we won't necessarily get to show off the Elamite slingers.
The
We at
whole
least got to
world
try to recruit. We've
bows
got
to
to,
me.
well, I guess we got to fight them, which is showing them off in a way. Because whenever they're done with their slings too, they have those axes, so they're really good sling unit. Yeah, they're avoiding the cities. I'm able to, or they are avoiding the cities. I'm able to rush my troops and go into force march stance. To an undefended city, raise it, and go right back into force march. Huh. Think about for them or for your own. They want to marry Doozy to Kubaba. You gonna let me see who Kubaba is? Does he leave my faction? Offer a faction from your... or a character from your faction to be married and transferred to another faction as a civilian. Are you trying to steal Doozy? Also, what's this? Demand resources. Oh, hello now. This is what you were talking about earlier? The demand resources, where you lose attitude and... This is for the vassals, I see. No, I'm concerned you're going to steal one of my generals. Let's accept and find out. We might have just lost a general.
We will speak with our blades.
Alright, Lullaby wants to fight. Other horsemen are coming. We will bring no one with us and see what they try. Syria follows. Now the wars are getting declared, but we have such good armies on our outposts, or at least our outskirts. We should be able to hold the line, especially against all these minor factions. Alright, well they didn't come over here and try anything, so let's go ahead and move up to the fort.
Make way there.
Make way there. Give these 2 slings. Salulu boys. And then we'll go ahead and
Prince of Ur and Protector of Nippur.
in camp and get a few more Elamite
The
slingers.
officers wish my
They
counsel.
are about double the price. Man, are they worth it. They also have some pretty good axemen, which would be excellent in comparison to our Salulu warriors here. 23 attack, 35. They are 25 and 36. We do get, I think, what is it, 5 more of each? With the Taskmasters nearby, but that is a baseline unit being that much more elite. We'll see the bonus versus shields. Alright, so let's go ahead and try to combine up some of these Salulu here.
Whom among you know war?
Unfortunate. Go ahead and kick these 2 out and replace them with the axemen.
I see capable warriors only.
Yeah, yep. The Elamites are pretty dang good. Let's look at some livestock folds here. I think that's actually a pretty good idea. Maximize the food growth.
My time is now.
Then we come on over on this side and get even more food produced by a Shrine of Marduk. This would be a really good place for a fort. We have one already, so we'll just do the economic. Guess we don't want all these outposts, do we? Just the Shrine of Marduk, so we're generating more food. Go bronze income in the rock.
Bright ideas for dull problems.
Calm and steady.
Was that just one of the other generals that we had recruited at some point that we just sent off to the... Oh, he's here. So he just got married, and that's all. I mean, fair enough. Good for you, buddy.
I rule here, so you will listen to me.
I rule here. As soon as we've got the bronze fixed up, we'll go for the request for his elite warriors. For now, we'll go ahead and keep building up relations with the King of Asur. The plot to depose me is going to fail 100%. Yeah, as our legitimacy keeps climbing, went over to our Power of the Crown. Oh, it didn't even tell us we had a royal power. Agitate the populace. Well, let's do... I think inspire troops and competency. I'm at least going to grab competency. But what do you all think for our secondary power here? Should we do 4v labor, allowing us to build buildings up to level 2 immediately? Pay gold to disband an army. I don't like this one so much. Inspire the troops. So we increase combat capabilities as well as replenishment. I think this one's pretty dang good. Then agitate the populace so we can make neighboring foreign regions lose 10 happiness every turn for a set duration. Don't forget the Salulu units get buffed by Taskmasters. They absolutely do, but it's not in terms of their missiles. So I think the Salulu slings are going to be better. The Salulu slings will be perfect to be replaced. So swords also, because they don't have that bonus versus shields. How do I get the populace? Agitate the populace, that is. There's always something to learn through defeat. That's how I view it. That's how I view it as well. Can't even tell you how many Medieval 2 campaigns I lost before I won one. Laying Lion says inspired troops, probably. I like that one quite a bit. Also in my Ramesses campaign, somehow Luca from the Sea People's faction made it into the Egyptian High Priest Corps position. I mean, they did give them the ability to actually, all of the Sea Peoples will claim territory and try to actually build up kingdoms for their own too, which is pretty cool. I like the inspired troops. Who here else thinks the troops need some battle drums? Battle drums it is. Here. Cool, so every 12 turns, we will just gain 1 competency point to put wherever we want. It could be in any of our generals. But do we get to start with 1? How beautiful. So let's come on in and just give that to Adad. Maximize the king.
King of the universe.
Extra movement, but less replenishment. That one I don't like so much. Movement on during March. And all units start fresh always. Let's go more movement. Free skill points is one of my favorite.
Praise Adad.
Alright, perfect. Got 5 more pinning actions, so some borders ran out with Namar, where we were just importing some stuff. And with the Duranki, where we were just importing.
May relations between us continue to prosper.
How about that? Who were you at war with? Wheela. Alright, well how about we now change this deal a little bit. Not willing to give me 500. 350. Ooh, almost. 375. Bartering achieved.
A toast to our future dealings.
I think so too.
I am
Right up! How long will the world
That works
last?
out pretty well. We don't have a lot of stone, but we could come on in here and just be like, who doesn't want stone? Only the faction that doesn't like us. Fair enough. We just need to get down here and confederate with Ur. Isn't a lot of stone besides. This is wood, food, and gold down here with Elam. Food here. Does anyone have stone? The Turka. So does Nimrod. Also, stone is pretty scarce. Syria has most of it.
I remember
Syrians?
the Battle of Nippur fondly.
Give me resources. -10. That's not that much. Give me all of your stone. I don't mind. We are best friends.
Present your wealth or your head.
Thanks,
Your
bud.
choice.
Can I take more stone from you? Ooh, perfect. Look at that. Being a bully is working out. So instead we'll go for maybe 300. And then just not give you any bronze whatsoever. That's right. 350. Bartering.
Happily.
Good to hear. Steal from you, and we will barter it back up. Alright, so then at the likes of Gurkha to Galzu, we can go for workforce growth and happiness. Babylon proper, we can kind of do the same thing. With the Palace of Pleasures. Yeah, truthfully, we don't even need any more. I mean, the people are going to be happy about it. We're going to go tear that out. Grab some Canal Gang quarters as well. I think that's pretty good. Sweet. We'll give it one more intern here. After grabbing the generals and seeing about... Oh yeah, we wanted to do one more thing, didn't we? I wanted to put in the Mesopotamian lookout post. Construct it immediately.
How long will the world last?
Come on up and gather some information.
I take care of problems.
You do the same as well.
Bag of gold or bronze blade? Go out there. Sounds important.
That ambush chance. We'll have you start recruiting some
Build the
units.
ranks. Training will come later.
Don't really care what you actually recruit. Let's just grab some more farmers.
We shall recruit.
Put you into that ambush.
Always ready.
I really wouldn't mind inspiring these guys either. If we get that ambush, they're gonna need it.
Everybody has their duty.
More
Report
swordsmen
army
too.
status.
Alright, so Peterson has not been moved.
Master of the art.
He's still got a boring job. Back over here and rest at the Shrine of Ishtar.
I seek mystical wisdom.
He seeks
As
mystical
king
wisdom.
of the universe, I set the future.
We must stand
Come on back to
together.
Larok. They could be going around after Malgu. They still have Dinktum as well, so they've been actually pushing back the Guadine. Alright, fair enough. We'll hang out with these guys and end the turn. Agitate might be a good way for prep for an invasion. Let's try that. I just don't tend to ever see the AI struggle against rebellions at all. They just kind of bop them on the head, move along. Let us share our efforts. Reap the rewards. Oh wow, you want all of the wood. Why? I don't mind this idea. And it's decided. There's a lot of gold. I offer you my trust. Only a payment in kind will suffice. They want gold, a lot of it. Listen, Lake Bagass. You're not a very intimidating sort, so you should probably move on along. They fall for the ambush and get dropkicked. Excellent idea with the lookout post there. Worked out immediately.
I should retire someday.
Someday.
Soon the future will be mine.
Alright.
Send scouts ahead.
No telling where they have another army right behind here.
Brave of you to come and talk in such circumstances.
108 means they are very weak. Brave of you to
I
talk some
listen.
smack in such circumstances.
Like the pillar.
I'm gonna move to take down this fort with this army,
Move to attack.
and these guys can continue to stay in ambush.
Set an ambush. No trouble.
Got a couple guys set up in here, which is perfect. We'll go ahead and battering ram and ladders.
Siege crews. Status report.
Status report. Ooh, an agile shield. Speed and fatigue build up. Beautiful. Skill points we'll use are going to be extra influence, extra fatigue build up. Let's go ahead and grab the herbalist for you two. All arms is now on cooldown for 6 turns, and once it's done, we'll have the divine cults. Beautiful. Alright, well, our food income is now taking a pretty big hit, and look, indeed, that's what they're going for. Gonna take down our gold settlement.
Not influence me.
High as the gods.
That's fine. I'm thinking we can come on across here. Usually, even if you threaten one of their main settlements, they don't tend to care very much. So, Brother Peterson, you stay here.
Prowess.
We'll have
Men, set off.
Adad the Dad, and his new Elamite friends, move on their faction capital.
Are the maps accurate?
Let's hope so. I'll set you up here and have you go do some raiding.
The road awaits.
Be yoinking away 371 stone and 21 wood.
Bring the valuables.
Beautiful.
The future belongs to us.
The fact that I know that
am
his
destined to rule.
is that native units are scarier than mine means I'm going to stay a little ways away. Let's put in the royal garrison here at our bronze production. I don't mind building this immediately, that way we have it. Same thing with our bronze. Cool thing about having gold. More food here. He could decide to go after some of our other river settlements, couldn't he?
I welcome all to my court, as long as they show decorum.
I welcome all to my court. Our bronze is nearly in a place where I'm happy to snag some of those elite chariots from Hanagalbat. Not yet. So we are going to... I'm going to do some gossip with you.
What is the news from Babylon?
I was pretty sure you were the one that was trying to cause some issues, so it's like the... Oh, Hanagalbat again. What a clown. Alright, well this has been a good deal of fun. Thank you all so much for stopping by today's Babylon campaign. This is the one that we are going to be continuing as far as our Mesopotamian factions go. We are going to have one more stream for this week, and then I'm going to be taking a little bit of a break for a family vacation up in the mountains there in Colorado. So it'll be a good bit of fun. I can't wait to take a little bit of a rest. When I come back, though, we're going to be starting up a Chaos Dwarf campaign. That is going to be a Astrogoth. I believe we're going to do an Astrogoth campaign. But we will find out. I'll put a couple of good mods on there, like the Victory Conditions one. But thanks so much for stopping by our stream today. Catch you all next time.